Chapter 725. As more than 100,000 light screens were opened, the fiery atmosphere was completely ignited. Along with loud cheers, it was as if a war song was being played. The students were sent to the light screens one after another, giving them the courage to win every battle. At the same time, the students of the other academies were also coming out of the light screens. On the other hand, the other students of the Divine Institute that appeared on the screen of light turned their gazes in unison. After that, they simultaneously fixed their gazes on the enormous sword peak. Their fierce gazes searched for the figure they wanted to see. There were many figures on the sword peak today, and the names of the academies were marked on the figures of the students. That was the location of the academies they were currently in, making it easier for experts to find experts. When countless people charged out of the screens of light and encountered the countless students of Longguang Academy in the square, the atmosphere was on the verge of erupting. Immediately, battle after battle erupted. They fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the ground. The energy of the 8 elements surged and boiled in the academy. While the battle at the Far Light Academy was in full swing, many pairs of eyes, which had been shut for a month, suddenly opened within the secret chamber of the small palace. Their gazes, which contained a glint, cut through the air and waves of ear-piercing screeches sounded. A couple of frightening energy ripples were like huge dragons that were slowly awakening from their slumber. However, the small palace was sealed by a barrier, and the outside world was unable to sense the huge change within it. Looks like they've all woken up. The timing is just right. In the hall, Yishi slowly put down the book that was half her size. She raised her head and glanced at the shaking palace as she spoke indifferently. "Oh yeah, the little girl with the silver pupils you've taken a fancy to has reached the demigod level." Z took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. "She's been stuck at the peak of the demonic rank for some time now, right? She's been accumulating strength for a long time, so it's normal for her to break through with the help of the Dream Soul Crystal." Yishi chuckled in a tone that was completely unexpected. Lin Sheng slowly opened his black eyes as a sharp light flashed through them. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He clenched his fists and could not help but grin. Half-demon rank 8. After a month of cultivating and comprehending the Tao in the dream, his strength had actually crossed over to the 3rd cycle. Moreover, during that month of cultivation, it wasn't just his cultivation that had changed. He had also gradually gotten used to the sword chi of the Nethervoid sword. Later on, the Yunuashing had also changed to the Linghong sword and other divine weapons, using the destructive power to constantly cleanse his body, making his physical strength countless times stronger. At this moment, he was confident that even if he encountered a 3rd or 4th seal demon rank powerhouse again, under the condition that he did not use his trump card, he could rely on a magic array to contend with his own strength for a period of time. If he laid down a killing array, he might even be able to kill him completely. If he encountered Bai Yuyo again, he would not be as helpless as before. He slowly raised his black eyes. His gaze seemed to pass through the hall, through the formation, and into the academy. He saw the energy that filled the sky, and he immediately knew that the Divine Institute exchange had begun. "Looks like I haven't woken up too late." Lin Sheng took a deep breath and jumped down from the stone bed in the secret room. He stretched his body, and the sound of bones joining together rang out from his body, as if he had pressed on some mechanism. "I wonder how everyone is doing." Lin Sheng smiled and slowly opened the stone door and walked out of the secret room. Thinking back to that month of cultivation, he really wanted to find a certain person to fight, even though he would most likely be abused. When Lin Sheng arrived at the hall, Ding Mingyu and the others had already been sitting there for a while. When they saw him walk in, they all turned around and smiled at him. Lin Sheng returned a smile and looked at everyone with some surprise. He wasn't the only one who had benefited. Even Yi Qinglian had advanced to the 1st seal demon rank. It looked like everyone had benefited greatly from that dream, especially Ding Mingyu. He could clearly sense a terrifying threat from her. Clearly, she was the one who had benefited the most this time. Lin Sheng casually sat down beside Yi Qinglian. When he saw Yi Qinglian staring at him in boredom, He could not help but awkwardly scratch his head and ask, "Where's Brother Yin?" "He's still sleeping." Zi covered her mouth and let out a long yawn. She then waved her hand and said, "The Divine Institute exchange has already begun. You can go first. Little Star will probably take some time. If it's short, it'll take half an hour. If it's long, it might take a few days." Lin Sheng was just about to nod when his gaze met Xuan Mu and the others. He paused for a moment and then smiled. "Wait a while. I've just finished cultivating, so I'll rest for a while. There's something I need to talk to Brother Yin about." Ding Mingyu and the others all nodded. Yishi couldn't help but burst out in laughter when she saw their looks. "It seems that you guys have been badly abused by Brother Nuo in your dreams and want to vent your anger on him." Lin Sheng and the others were stunned when they heard this. They scratched their heads awkwardly and nodded. They never thought that their thoughts would be seen through. "Do as you please. You can't beat Little Star anyway." Zi shook her head helplessly and sighed softly. She had bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on them, causing Lin Sheng and the others to sigh speechlessly. It seemed to make sense when they thought about it. "Let's wait. It'll be a little boring if he's not around." Mei Mao blinked and smiled faintly. Lin Sheng and the others smiled and nodded. He really could not be absent from such a grand event. However, they waited until late at night. When night fell, the Farlight Academy, which had been bustling for an entire day, gradually calmed down. The battles also slowly came to an end. Those from the other academies either returned to their own academies or found a remote place within the Farlight Academy to rest and recover from the huge exhaustion they had expended during the day. The small palace beside the lake still appeared cold and cheerless. There was no sign of life within a radius of 10 miles. Even the other palaces were pitch black. Only the small palace beside the lake was lit up, becoming the only source of light within a radius of 10 miles. Moonlight quietly fell in the pitch-black room, silently expelling some of the darkness in the room. The clear and bright light landed on the spacious bed, illuminating the two slender figures lying on it, covering the two of them with a thin silver veil. The azure light passed through the window and landed on the bed, slowly moving. After a long while, it finally shone on the other bed, illuminating the beautiful face. The slightly cool moonlight caused the air to be somewhat chilly. The pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for more than a month finally trembled slightly under the moonlight. Soon after, they slowly opened. When the eyes opened, the colorful light caused the moonlight to shrink slightly. The dazzling colorful light illuminated the room. However, it only lasted for an instant before the light shrunk back into the eyes. The room once again returned to darkness. The moonlight also continued to sprinkle down, as though nothing had happened. There was still some confusion in the colorful eyes. She stared at the dark ceiling. Her head was like paste, and she did not recover for a long time. After opening her eyes like this for a long time, the confusion in her colorful eyes gradually disappeared. Yin Nuoxing completely woke up. She moved her fingers slightly and took a deep breath, after which she felt that something was not quite right. "My body is so heavy." Yin Nuoxing opened her eyes in confusion. After sleeping for a month, the feeling of weakness should have disappeared. There was indeed a wave of energy flowing in her body. Why did she feel so heavy? Yin Nuoxing's body moved slightly, and she came to a sudden realization. She lowered her head slightly, and only then did she see that there was a warm and fragrant soft jade on her body. His originally somewhat slender body was currently being used as a bedboard for a certain girl. Her delicate body was curled up, and her entire weight was pressed on his body. It would be strange if he did not feel heavy. The person in his arms seemed to have sensed that he had moved slightly. Her head, that was resting on his chest, moved slightly. She shifted her position and rested her head on his shoulder. A soft sound of sleep came from her throat. However, this sound was very unfamiliar, causing Yin Nuoxing to be slightly surprised. She lowered her head and opened her eyes. With the help of the faint moonlight, she saw that the long bluish gold hair that covered the bed was like a blooming devil's snare flower. It wrapped around his neck, arms, and body tightly. It was as though she was worried that he would run away. Suddenly, his mind began to churn. causing Yun Nuashing to be startled. His head hurt a little, and in his churning mind, an image appeared. A pitch-black night sky and an ice-cold blue moon. It seemed to have happened not long ago. Yin Nuashing was lying on the bed. Little Bing Air, who was beside him, had unknowingly woken up. Her bluish-gold eyes were bright and full of expression in the dark room as she stared at him on the bed. After a long while, she slowly climbed off the bed. Her body began to emit a rich bluish-gold strange light. Under the influence of this bluish-gold light, her large watery eyes became as bright and moving as sapphires. Buzz, as the bluish-gold light spread, the purple dress on little Bing Air's petite body suddenly burst open. It turned into pieces of cloth that drifted to the ground. Her petite body quickly became taller in the dark night. Her long bluish-gold hair also grew longer like wild grass. In the end, it was so long that it curled up on the bed. As the light faded away, a snow-white and jade-like naked body was revealed. She had a tall and lithe figure. Her sparkling jade-like feet touched the ice-cold floor lightly. Her pair of jade-like legs were long and slender, round and firm. Above her was a small waist that was so slender that it could not be grasped with one hand. Her snow-white breasts were proudly exposed in the air. On her curvaceous body, her white and flawless skin revealed a faint pinkish color, with a white light gently flowing around it. On her delicate little face, her thin lips were as tender as rose petals. Her small nose was perky, and her long, icy blue eyelashes were trembling slightly. Mei Mao's long and narrow bluish-gold hair revealed a delicateness that caused one's heart to ripple. There was also a faint majesty within it. Her picturesque eyebrows were slightly bent. Her slightly frowning appearance made her appear very lovely and moving, causing one's desire to protect her to increase greatly. She was just like a weak little empress. Yin Nuashing looked at this memory. Then her beautiful face suddenly turned red. Wouldn't that mean that he was now? However, she did not have to think too much about it. In the image, light surged on little Bing Air's delicate body. Bluish gold clothes condensed and immediately covered the exposed spring scenery. However, under the wrapping of the clothes, the originally plump curves were highlighted, making her body appear even more slender. Her tight, slender waist and sexy curves were enough to cause one's heart to beat. Little Bing Air gently stretched out her jade-like hand. Her slender, jade-like hand flickered with a jade-like luster. She gathered up her messy long hair, which fell to her heels and curled up on the ground. Her originally wavy long hair appeared slightly wavy at the bottom part of her golden hair, while her long, icy blue hair was like a waterfall above her head. The beautiful girl in front of him stood on the ground for a long time without saying a word. The wildness in Mei Mao's bluish gold hair was completely restrained. Like a pair of eyes, she turned her head and looked at Feng and Xian, who were sleeping soundly on the other bed. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly, and some emotions flashed past her eyes. Then, her jade-like hand gently pulled the blanket over the two girls. Only then did she turn her head and gently climb onto the bed. Her slender and delicate body was a little taller than Yun Nuashing, but when she curled up, she looked like a little bird relying on its owner. As little Bing Air obediently curled up on Yun Nuashing's body, her long bluish gold hair also came to life like small snakes and gently wrapped around the latter's body. That strange and comfortable feeling made his sleeping expression slightly relax. "I'm sorry." Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, like a mountain spring flowing past in a quiet place. The soft echo of her voice on the stone wall carried some weakness and tiredness, causing a strange fluctuation to appear in the room at night. Yin Nuashing was a little stunned. She did not expect that her first sentence would be these 3 words. Moreover, why did she say these 3 words? She did not understand. Chapter 726. Night Moon. In a room of the small palace, the moonlight was cool and gentle. Yin Nuashing gently moved his wrists and looked at the ceiling with a stiff gaze. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He stretched out his hands stiffly and gently pulled away the long bluish-gold hair that was wrapped around his arms. He didn't even dare to use too much strength because he was afraid that he would wake up the little girl who was curled up in his arms. Gently, gently, be careful. A stiff voice sounded in his heart. Yin Nuoxing slowly pulled at the long hair on his body. After 15 minutes, he finally managed to free his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pull off the long hair on his body, the long hair that he had just pulled off suddenly curled up. Yin Nuoxing was shocked. Before he could react, the long hair wrapped around his entire body tightly. Even his 5 fingers were tightly curled up, giving him a fright. Damn it, I can't run away. Letting out a bitter laugh in his heart, Yin Nuoxing let out an almost undetectable sigh. Soon after, he felt the person in his embrace move, causing him to be startled. Lowering his head, he saw little Binger slowly stretching her swan-like snow-white neck, shifting her pretty face to the same position as his. Opening her beautiful blue-gold eyes, they seemed to sparkle in the dusky room. As their eyes met, the air seemed to have frozen. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Why did this girl wake up? Could it be that she noticed him when he was pulling her hair? Binger. Yin Nuoxing blinked and called out softly. Little Binger tilted her head and stared at him with her bluish-gold eyes. She didn't blink for a long time and only said softly after a long while, "Dad?" Cough. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly rolled his eyes and tried his best to suppress his internal injuries. He said angrily, "Firstly, I'm not even 34 years old this year. Can you not call me Dad? Secondly, forget it, let's just say it. I'm not your father. I'm just a wandering scavenger. I accidentally found you and accidentally hatched you." Yin Nuoxing sighed. Although he didn't know why he had to say this, he felt that it was better to say it so that she wouldn't complicate their relationship. However, it wasn't a problem for her to call him that. To her, he should be like a brother or a father. However, deep down, he really resisted the identity of a father. He couldn't accept it now. In the future, perhaps he would only be able to accept it after a long time. Hearing this, Bing Air's bright eyes became dazed for a moment. However, it was only for a moment, so Yin Nuoxing didn't see it clearly. After that, Bing Air lowered her head. Mei Mao looked a little sad and sad. Seeing her sad look, Yin Nuoxing felt a little sorry for her. He laughed dryly and said, Bing Air, let me hear you call me Big Brother. I can't be a father. Even if I am, I won't be a competent father. Being a big brother is not a problem." Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly. With his free and unrestrained personality, he couldn't play this role well before he understood the responsibility that a father should have. To be honest, he felt a little helpless in his heart. Mythical beasts had very high spiritual intelligence. Bing'er was born in a human form. At this moment, she had transformed into the body of a normal adult. Although she was still a child according to her age, in reality, her spiritual intelligence and spiritual intelligence were much higher than adult demonic beasts and magical beasts. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't have changed the way she addressed him from mother to father. How could her spiritual intelligence be low when her eyes were sparkling with spiritual light? Bing'er heard this and gently raised her head. Her blue-gold, Mei Mao stared at Yin Nuoxing closely. This glance made Yin Nuoxing feel helpless and distressed. In the few seconds that she lowered her head, why did she look like she was about to cry? Don't cry. Did I say something that made you unhappy? Yin Nuoxing felt helpless when he saw that she was about to cry. He picked up the feeling that he had just gotten rid of. It was better to treat her as a 5 or 6-year-old girl. After he finished speaking, he didn't see any reaction from Bing'er even after a while. They looked at each other for a long time. When he saw that the water vapor in Bing'er's Mei Mao was getting thicker and thicker and was about to fall out, Yin Nuoxing was finally defeated. He reached out his hand that was wrapped in Bing'er's long hair and patted her head. He laughed bitterly. After a while, he helplessly smiled and said, Okay, I know. Call me whatever you want." When Bing'er heard this, a strange light flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. She gently nodded. However, That sad expression didn't seem like it would disappear anytime soon. This gave Yin Nuashing a huge headache. After a while, Bing Er gently lowered her head and pressed her cheek against Yun Nuashing's chest. She gently reached out her jade-like hands and wrapped them around his neck. She hugged him very tightly and took a light breath as if she was smelling his scent. The bitter smile on Yun Nuashing's face became even more pronounced. This was great. Forget about the child. This time he had to take care of the older child. When he lowered his head and saw that Bing Er had her main mouth closed and looked very peaceful, Yin Nuashing hesitated for a moment. Then he reached out his hand and gently placed it on Bing Er's slender waist. He used a little strength to hug her tightly and sighed softly in his heart. "Daddy, I'm sorry. When I was advancing, I used up all your energy." An apologetic whisper came from his arms. Originally, Yin Nuashing was gently patting Bing Er's back. However, when he heard this voice, his body suddenly stiffened. His mouth opened in shock, and the expression on his pretty face became particularly interesting. So, the culprit who made him so weak that he would rather die was her? Feng, and Little White were both mythological beasts, but they couldn't sense Little Bing Er's advancement. It seemed that he had given her some function in some of the divine items. Speechless, Yin Nuashing opened his mouth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry inside. Then, he softly said, "Forget it. It's all over now. Anyway, there's nothing else. Don't worry about it." Hearing this, Bing Er, who was in his arms, gently shook her head. He was startled and lowered his head. Then, he heard Bing Er's voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's sound. "Daddy's bloodline is awakening. I should have suppressed the advancement a little, but I couldn't. Under the two pressures, that's why Daddy was so weak." Yin Nuashing was startled. Then, he suddenly understood. No wonder the blood he spat out at that time seemed to be more golden. His palm gently patted Bing Er's back to comfort her. Then he took a deep breath. His consciousness entered his heart and checked. He saw that at this moment, his blood was 70 to 80% golden. There was only a little red left. He could feel that his current bloodline was many times more powerful than his previous bloodline. The power it could provide was also incomparable. At this moment, he was confident that even if he didn't use any other methods, he could probably send a demigod rank 9 expert flying with just his physical strength. If he met Xin Yuan, Yin Mo, and the others again, he wouldn't even need to use a trace of light element or star power. The gradual awakening of the God Spirit bloodline also made his body more perfect, whether it was his body or his soul. Moreover, there were many memory fragments in his mind. Yin Nuashing looked at the extra memory fragments in the memory star field. They were like huge meteorites. They didn't come into contact with the memory star field, nor did they merge with the many memories. He couldn't help but reach out and touch them. A cold touch came from his palm. He could faintly feel that these memory fragments were different from the frozen memory core. If he wanted to unlock these memory fragments, he only needed to inject a large amount of energy. Sitting cross-legged in the memory star field, Yin Nuashing looked at the thousands of floating memory fragments. He scratched his head, took a deep breath, and nodded. "Let's give it a try." After talking to himself for a while, Yin Nuashing stood up and walked in front of a gray memory fragment. This memory fragment was only the size of a fist. Compared to the memory fragments that were a few dozen feet large, it should be easier to unlock. Taking a deep breath, he gently held the gray stone that was the size of a fist. His mind moved, and a vast amount of star power flowed out of his soul's arm. Then, it poured into the gray stone. Faced with such a large amount of star power pouring in, the fist-sized stone only lit up with a dim light. It didn't move much. However, Yin Nuashing was not in a rush. This large group of gray meteorites had appeared with the awakening of the bloodline. They contained the secrets of the ancient bloodline. He thought it wouldn't be easy to unlock them. The infusion of the power of the stars lasted for about an hour, and with this seemingly endless infusion, Yin Nuashing's face twitched. He did not expect that it would not be so easy to be so difficult. This was only a fragment the size of a fist, and there was a large one beside it that was dozens of feet in size. In the distance, there seemed to be a huge meteorite that was dozens of miles in length and width. Yeah. Just as Yin Nuoxing's imagination was running wild, the gray stone that had not had much of a reaction suddenly emitted a soft cracking sound, causing him to involuntarily cry out in surprise. Although this sound was very weak, it clearly landed in Yin Nuoxing's ears, causing him to shift his gaze towards the gray stone in his hands in pleasant surprise. At this moment, there were small golden cracks on the surface of the gray stone. The cracking sound from before seemed to have come from the cracks. Moreover, there were golden runes on the surface of the stone. They were very mysterious and complicated. Seeing that there seemed to be hope, Yin Nuoxing finally let go of the worry in his heart. He was speechless as he glanced at the meteorite that was a few dozen miles wide. Then he took a deep breath and mobilized all the star power in his body. It surged out from every corner of his body like a tide. Finally, under his control, it poured into the gray stone. As more and more star force poured in, the cracks on the surface of the gray stone gradually increased. Inadvertently, a circle had already been formed. Moreover, the golden light that burst out from the cracks also became more and more intense, and the golden runes also became more and more brilliant. When half of the star power in his body had been extracted, Yin Nuoxing habitually increased the rate of star power pouring in. Suddenly, he realized that the absorption effect of the gray stone seemed to have disappeared. He calmed down the surging star power in his body and stared intently at the gray stone. Then, he saw that the cracks on the gray stone had already covered the entire stone. The brilliant golden light was a little dazzling, causing Yin Nuoxing to hurriedly narrow his eyes and secretly peek through a small crack. Bang! Just as Yin Nuoxing narrowed his eyes, the gray stone suddenly burst open. The brilliant golden light illuminated the entire memory star region with golden light. It was as if a star had been lit up. The dazzling light caused him to hurriedly close his eyes. After waiting like this for a period of time, Yin Nuoxing felt that the light outside his eyelids was not as intense as before. He hurriedly opened his eyes. The gray stone had already burst into pieces. What replaced it was an image that was flickering with golden light. A large patch of golden light lingered around the image. There seemed to be something churning on the image. It looked like some kind of ancient text. These densely packed golden words made Yin Nuoxing feel dizzy. He hurriedly turned his eyes away. His palms randomly swept in front of him. He accidentally touched the ball of golden light and reached in. As Yin Nuoxing accidentally reached in with his palms, the brilliant golden image shook violently. Then it squirmed and slowly melted into his palms as if it had turned into liquid. The sudden disappearance of the light stunned Yin Nuoxing. He hurriedly turned his eyes and saw that the golden liquid had melted into his palms. Then it rapidly flew along his meridians. It was unknown if Yin Nuoxing was scared out of his wits or if he was too calm. He opened his eyes wide as he watched the golden liquid rush through his meridians. In the end, it crashed into his mind, causing his head to swell. Following that, the golden light turned into an excessively large amount of information. It was as if an ocean of information had descended from the sky, causing his mind to churn. Ayo! The churning in his mind caused Yin Nuoxing to suddenly hold his head and howl. The feeling of something being forcefully poured into his mind made his head swell. Even his soul felt a slight stinging pain from this feeling. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. It suddenly disappeared after the howl. It disappeared so quickly that Yin Nuoxing even thought that it was an illusion. Huff! In the room, Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes and slowly panted for a while. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, causing him to be slightly startled. He did not expect that he would be shaken out of the memory world by that thing. After panting for a while, Yin Nuoxing closed his eyes again. His mind quickly flew into his mind to search for the golden light from before. Just as his mind entered his mind, Yin Nuoxing was startled. The resplendent golden light formed a huge line of words that fell from the sky and wrapped around him in a huge circle. The golden words that were formed by countless golden lights were so bright that it was dazzling. Looking at them made his eyes hurt. After rubbing his eyes, Yin Nuoxing opened his evil spirit eye and filtered through the dazzling light. He immediately saw the words wrapped in the golden light. After seeing the words, Yin Nuoxing was slightly startled. Those were words from the mythological era, the bloodline of the ancient gods. The memory fragments that are passed down in the bloodline are also written in the language of the gods. Looking at the huge golden words that fell from the sky, Yin Nuoxing could not help but take a deep breath. The golden words revealed a terrifying sense of majesty. According to Yin Nuoxing's thoughts, if it were not for the memory fragments in his bloodline, he would not be able to see these words. Fire of the soul. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the 4 big words above him. He was stunned. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the words that formed a circle around him. After he finished reading, he raised his head and scratched his head in astonishment. Energy mystic arts? Rather than calling it a mystic art, it's more like the experience left behind from cultivation. But it doesn't seem like it's a cultivation that focuses on the use of energy. Oh. Yin Nuoxing scratched his cheek and was slightly moved. The spiritual godly physique was proficient in the use of energy and spiritual items. However, the proficiency was only at a certain level. He also dared to guarantee that in terms of the use of energy, he was definitely not comparable to Yi Shi and Princess Jean. He was not even comparable to Lan Shiner. The spiritual godly physique only gave him a higher step. It allowed him to have a very high starting line and better access to higher realms. Even with the heaven-defying effect of this physique, it could not allow him to play with energy to reach the acme of perfection. The initial God realm focuses more on the use of energy and the control of energy. Every time I advance, my understanding of energy will become more thorough. After the half-demon realm, I will also begin to come into contact with this knowledge. However, I will not be able to see it as thoroughly as the initial God realm experts. The fire of the soul has a unique analysis of energy. It can be said that the use of energy has reached the acme of perfection. Cultivating the fire of the soul will allow me to use energy better. Woo 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 woo. Grade, divine grade. AI, it's only natural. After Yin Nuoxing finished reading the introduction, he looked at the grade again. When he saw the 2 words divine grade, he could not help but laugh helplessly. However, before he could laugh, he was stunned. This was because he saw that there was another word behind the divine grade. Grade, divine grade. Sage grade? When he saw the 2 words behind the divine grade, Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. Among the mystic arts that he knew, the highest grade was the divine grade. In the eyes of outsiders, it was equivalent to a legendary grade. Even the transcendental forces might not necessarily have items like the divine grade mystic arts. However, today he saw a strange grade. Could it be the later God realm grade? When this thought flashed through his mind, Yin Nuoxing was shocked. Chapter 727. In the room, a burst of colorful light suddenly lit up. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Moonlight once again crept in through the window. After the colorful light dimmed, Yin Nuoxing, who was on the bed near the outside of the room, slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed through his colorful eyes. That pair of gorgeous eyes seemed a little different, but he couldn't pinpoint the specifics. It just seemed a little more lively. Phew! Yin Nuoxing let out a long breath. He raised his head and looked at the moonlight outside through the window. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he also felt that the world outside was a little different from before. How should he put it? It was as if the heaven and earth energy and elemental energy that were floating between heaven and earth had a life of their own. Is this how a strong God looks at the energy of the outside world? Looking at the energy that was filled with spirituality, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. The strength of a strong God wasn't without reason. Their understanding of energy and their use of energy weren't something that mortals like him could understand. Only when standing in the same realm could one understand why they could use the same energy to launch a destructive attack. Yin Nuoxing moved slightly. The feeling of restraint on his body had disappeared. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Bing was snuggled up in his arms and sleeping soundly. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile gently. He lowered his head and kissed the girl's smooth forehead. Then, he quietly got out of bed and covered Bing Air with a blanket. He looked at Feng, and Zian, who were sleeping soundly, and then pushed the door open and left. Soft voices came from the hall. When Yin Nuashing heard those familiar voices, he couldn't help but smile. Under the dim light, he slowly walked down the stairs. In the bright hall, Yi Shi and the others suddenly heard footsteps coming from the stairs. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw Yin Nuashing walking down the stairs. Their eyes lit up. "Brother Nuo." Little starry, as soon as Yin Nuashing appeared, Yi Shi, Zi, and the others looked over. The joy that had just surged in their hearts quickly turned into astonishment when they saw Yin Nuashing's appearance. Lin Sheng and the others also turned around and looked at the staircase. Just as they were about to say something, they were all stunned. They stared blankly at Yin Nuashing, who was gradually approaching them. A hint of surprise and astonishment flashed across their eyes. "What? Is there a flower on my face?" Yin Nuashing was also stunned when she saw their dazed expressions. She wiped her face with her palm and placed it in front of her to take a look, but she didn't see anything on her palm. I can speak now." Hearing her own muttering, Yin Nuashing touched her throat in surprise. It seemed that the time for the backlash had passed. Lin Sheng shuddered when he heard this. He laughed dryly and scratched his face with an awkward expression. "Brother Yun, we originally wanted to teach you a lesson, but it seems that it won't be easy to do so now. What the hell?" Yin Nuashing tilted her head and walked over to sit beside Yi Shi. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. Then, when she bent over, she was stunned. The expression on her face instantly became incomparably interesting. Yi Shi was still pouring tea for him. When she saw him suddenly stop, she also raised her head. Then, she saw the drastic change in his expression. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. After hearing this laughter, Lin Sheng and the others awkwardly turned their gazes away. Ding Mingyu and Jun Luoi's faces were slightly red. Mei Mao revealed a slightly moved expression. Ziyi, Lan Xen, and Ziyi rested their jade-like hands on their chins and calmly sized up Yin Nuashing. There was no other reason, but because at that very moment, Yin Nuashing was wearing Ziyan's purple dress. The purple pleated skirt was decorated with a few fresh flowers, and he even wore dark purple knee-high socks. Paired with the dullness on his devastatingly beautiful little face, it made him look incomparably beautiful and moving. "Come on, the cross-dresser has appeared again." I shook her legs and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Shi shook her head helplessly. She didn't need to think too much to know that this was Zian and Feng's masterpiece. Yin Nuashing wouldn't obediently wear a dress and knee-length socks. He even meticulously combed his hair and braided it. The two girls were most likely bored and took advantage of Yin Nuashing's deep sleep to torture him. However, it had to be said that he originally had a girl's appearance. Coupled with this outfit, this hair accessory, and that earring, he was quite beautiful. After a while, Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he tugged at his dress. He shook his head and sighed. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. His calm appearance surprised Xiao Bai and Yi Shi. "You've accepted this setting so quickly?" Xiao Bai's tiger eyes widened. He shook his body and transformed into a palm-sized white-blue tiger cub. He jumped onto Yin Nuashing's head and lay down. He said in surprise, "I thought you were going to fight them to the death." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "In the future, we'll be living together for at least a few 100 billion years, if not trillions of years. Will this kind of thing be rare? I can't possibly find two girls to fight with my life every time I wake up and find that I've been cough." Yin Nuashing used Zai's words and smiled faintly. "If you can't bear to teach them a lesson, then admit it honestly." Zai couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this familiar line. She glanced at him and said jokingly, "But this outfit is quite fitting. Just wear it like this." "As you wish." Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He looked at Zai with hidden bitterness, then agreed in a fit of pique. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. They wiped the corners of their mouths and looked at each other silently. They smiled bitterly. This time, she was really the #1 goddess on the goddess list. Cough. Ding Mingyu coughed dryly. The blush on her face was suppressed. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing with interest. She smiled faintly and said, Junior. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Jun Luo suddenly moved closer to her ear and whispered something, causing Ding Mingyu's face to turn slightly red. After a moment of bashfulness, she glared at her with her beautiful eyes. Jun Luo laughed tenderly and looked at Ding Mingyu encouragingly. Ding Mingyu hesitated for a while before coughing dryly. She said with a red face, little girl, tomorrow we'll go to the other schools to challenge. I want to invite you. Oofed. Yin Nuoxing didn't say anything when Chuan Mu and the others started to curse. They all lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They only felt that their worldview was collapsing bit by bit. Chuan Mu and Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. When they first met at the Spiritual Light Tower, they felt that this junior was like a girl. Now that he had changed into a dress, Yin Nuoxing looked at them speechlessly. He didn't think about what they were thinking. He looked at Ding Mingyu and nodded with a smile. He said, You guys lead the way. I'll smash the place. We're going to have a friendly exchange. We're not really going to smash the place. Lin Sheng reminded weakly. I know. It's an exchange. If the exchange is friendly, then everything will be fine. If it's not, then, well, right? Yin Nuoxing grinned. That evil smile on his beautiful face made everyone have mixed feelings. Well, leave the demigod level to me. The demigod level ones, no matter what level they are, throw them to Lin Sheng. You guys split the rest. How about that? Yin Nuoxing looked around and smiled. He distributed the rest casually. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Ding Mingyu glared at him when she heard that. After all, she was a demigod level expert now. How could she let her junior make the first move? Congratulations on advancing to the demigod level, senior. However, you should just stand at the back obediently and be a quiet, beautiful girl. Yin Nuoxing smiled and rubbed his hands. He said, Leave the fighting to the men. Come and help us when we can't handle it anymore. You. Ding Mingyu glared at him angrily when she heard that. She gently raised her hand, and a faint bolt of lightning quietly condensed in her palm. She glared at Yin Nuoxing and said angrily, Why don't we exchange a few blows first? Although the blossoming lightning did not reveal a huge amount of energy, Chuan Mu and the others could not help but feel their cheeks twitch when they saw it. They had not been at the peak of the demigod level for long. They were a little regretful that they had not been able to use the Dream Soul Crystal to step into the demigod level. At this moment, when they felt the energy that Ding Mingyu was emitting, their hearts palpitated. Indeed, a single step could make a huge difference. It was likely that Ding Mingyu could deal with them effortlessly. Clack! Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and raised his head. He snapped his fingers with his left hand, and a strange fluctuation suddenly spread throughout the small palace. Yi Shi, Ziyi, and the others trembled slightly. The moment the energy fluctuation spread, the lightning that had condensed in Ding Mingyu's hand disappeared with a poof. She was startled and her mind moved slightly. She wanted to summon the lightning again, but no matter how hard she concentrated, she could not summon a single strand of lightning. Even her demonic aura had been sealed. Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others, who were just about to move away, were stunned. Was it over just like that? Ding Mingyu stared blankly at her hand. After a long while, she sighed and raised her head to look at Yin Nuoxing. She said with some hidden bitterness, All right, you win. Yin Nuoxing chuckled when he heard this. He snapped his fingers again, and the energy fluctuation dissipated. He explained faintly, Combined with what I comprehended from the suppression formation, spirit barrier, I created a barrier region with me as the center. Within this region, no one will be able to use energy. However, this does not include myself. With my strength, I can make the barrier cover a radius of 1,000 miles. When the spirit barrier is activated, I will not be able to move. As long as one's spiritual strength is not stronger than mine, they will be affected by the barrier. Even if one's spiritual strength is stronger than mine, they will be weakened a little. The degree of weakening depends on the difference in spiritual strength between me and that person. The smaller the difference, the smaller the weakening. Yin Nuashing smiled. This was something he comprehended from the suppression formation when he learned the fire of the soul. In his opinion, it was not very useful. It was already good enough that it could be used to scare people. It was not as useful as the suppression formation. If he really wanted to compare, it was even more strange than the suppression formation. It used less energy. The suppression formation also needed to constantly use powerful energy to suppress the people trapped in the formation. It was fine if he was only controlling one person. However, if he was controlling many people stronger than him at the same time, he would not be able to maintain it without a strong foundation. However, the spirit barrier did not have such requirements. As long as the other party's spiritual strength was weaker than his, he could seal the other party's energy. The consumption of spiritual strength and spiritual strength required to maintain the barrier was not very high. Generally speaking, each had its own merits. However, he felt that it was not very useful. When Ding Mengyu and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Inside the barrier, apart from the person using the barrier, no one else could use energy. Although the person using the barrier could not move, the others did not have any energy and could only use their physical strength to resist. As long as they did not cultivate the physical body, they would basically have their arms cut off if they were trapped in the barrier. I'm researching how to make the person I choose use energy in the barrier. Yin Nuashing rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while. When he saw Yi Shi swinging her feet at the side, her wine-red eyes flickered with a strange light as she looked at him. He immediately smiled and said, "Little Shi, come and help." Hearing this, Yi Shi smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. "Then let's adjust tonight and leave tomorrow." Ding Mingyu glanced at him and said with a faint smile on her red lips. Yin Nuashing also smiled and nodded. Then his expression changed slightly, and he said with an evil grin, "I have a bold idea. Everyone, please put away your bold idea." Chapter 728. When a strand of light tore apart the darkness of the night and scattered across the land, the enormous Far Light Academy once again became lively. Countless pairs of eyes opened in every corner of the academy, and the anger and battle intent that had been suppressed for an entire night soared into the sky once again. Today was the second day of the Divine Institute exchange, and it was still extraordinarily lively. The dazzling sparks and fierce battle intent woke up the students who were cultivating in the academy. Instantly, even more people opened their eyes, and with a loud roar, they joined the enormous battle. In the battle, dozens of people wearing different academy uniforms were fighting in a chaotic manner, and there was practically no distinction between friend and foe. Dozens of energy attacks were sent flying in all directions. Moreover, it wasn't just the students of the Far Light Academy who were fighting with the students of other academies. Even the students of other academies were fighting with each other. The way they fought made it seem as if they were enraged when they saw their enemies. In the central square of the Far Light Academy, there was a group of figures arranged in the sky above the several 100,000 teleportation gates. If one were to count carefully, one would see that there were 100 figures. Below those figures were energy screens, and the images on those screens were the locations of those figures. Above those figures were rows of words that clearly indicated their strength, the power they were proficient in, and the location they were at. At the very top was a string of numbers, and every time a person on the screen defeated another person, the number would increase, as if it was recording the number of people defeated. Wow, that's too much. So this is what it means to show them. It's like a public execution. Won't people be paying attention to this no matter where they go? In the sky above a certain red academy, a young man in platinum robes waved the silver spear in his hand, and he couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the 100 figures. From 80 to above, all of them are demigods. TSK, what's wrong with this year? So many demigods have appeared. A young man who was also wearing a platinum robe crossed his arms and looked at the ranking. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Then, He looked at the bottom of the ranking, and some black lines appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but mutter, "Defeating someone of the same level will add 1 point to your score. Defeating someone of a lower level will only add 1 point to your score. Defeating someone of a higher level will add 1 point to your score. Defeating someone of a higher level will add 10 points to your score." Haha, I think it's quite fun. Look at the two of us, 60 and 55 points respectively. We're currently ranked 85 and 90. If we work hard, we might be able to squeeze into the top 80. Shui Lingfeng laughed as he brandished his silver spear. Zhao Wenyao was speechless when he heard his fearless words. "Why don't we find someone in the top 50 to play with?" "Oh, there's one right here. She's 25. She's a girl. Go and flirt with her." Shui Lingfeng grinned strangely as he stared at the image that was ranked 25th. "Idiot. Pervert. King misjudged you." Zhao Wenyao's face was cold. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "That guy's a demigod rank 3rd rank. Do you want us 2 peak demigods to fight to the death?" Anyway, we've already killed a godson. Those rank 25th shouldn't be so weak. They should be able to withstand my all-out attack." After laughing out loud, Shui Lingfeng licked his lips and said something that made Zhao Wenyao shudder. After saying that, Shui Lingfeng raised his head and looked at the sky. He sighed and muttered, "Junior brother, you're so slow. Is he not here yet?" Hearing Shui Lingfeng mention that person, Zhao Wenyao's expression became a little strange. What happened a month ago on the Battle King stage scared him half to death. Even someone as strong as Shi Yuan was beaten to a state worse than death. That scene would probably be forever imprinted in the hearts of the students of the Farlight Academy. Whether it was the freshmen or the seniors, they were all, at this moment, in the freshman area of the Farlight Academy, in the small palace beside the lake. Yin Nuoxing looked at the mirror and tidied up the platinum clothes on his body. The golden patterns and the faintly discernible golden shrine behind his back, together with the young man's tall body, made him look inexplicably dignified. However, if one raised their head to look at his delicate face, they would find that it didn't match. So ugly. It's not suitable. Yin Nuoxing frowned. He waved his hand and took off his platinum clothes. He put on the black clothes and windbreaker. The windbreaker was opened casually, revealing a sense of free and easy handsomeness. A wicked smile hung on his delicate face, making him look even more elegant. "Little star, we're representing the Farlight Academy. Didn't Elder Yin Feng say that we have to wear the academy uniform?" 2 slender arms suddenly stretched out from behind him and rested on Yin Nuoxing's shoulders. He was stunned and couldn't help but turn his head. The one who appeared behind him was naturally Xian. At this moment, the young girl had changed from her gorgeous purple clothes to the Platinum Academy uniform. The uniform was extremely slim, and it wrapped around the young girl's slender and graceful figure, perfectly showing off her alluring curves. Her curvaceous body, her proud bosom, her small waist, and her straight and slender legs were enough to make countless men's mouths dry up. Her soft, dark purple hair, that was usually casually draped over her shoulders like silk, was now slightly gathered and tied with a purple hairband around her waist. The rest of her hair hung down to her thighs. Looking at this stunning young girl, Yin Nuoxing sighed. He didn't even have time to look at her. Xian had already grabbed his windbreaker and black clothes without any hesitation and took them off. Yin Nuoxing felt an inexplicable chill on his body and shivered. He lowered his head and saw that his upper body was naked. He then saw that Xian had casually thrown his black windbreaker on the bed. He was a bit speechless as he looked at her and Feng'er, who was standing at the door and covering her eyes with her jade-like hands. In the end, her fingers were wide open and her face was bright red. He couldn't help but say, "I say, shouldn't you guys at least look away? Haven't you seen enough along the way?" Xian's words almost made Yin Nuoxing spit out a mouthful of blood. "You're so valiant that I don't know what to say." After saying that, Xian also helped Yin Nuoxing put on the white gold uniform with great difficulty and gently helped him tidy it up. Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to mutter that the uniform was so ugly, Xian chuckled and took out a snow-white cloak. He gently draped it over Yun Nuoxing's back and said softly with a smile, "Now you don't think it's ugly, right?" "No. I mean, the uniform and I are parallel." "Feng Er, Bing Er, what are you guys doing?" Before Yun Nuoxing could finish speaking, he turned around and saw Feng Er walking in with little Bing Er. Both of them were wearing white gold dresses and stood beside Zian. Mei Mao looked at him with a smile, as if she was waiting for something. "Daddy, do I look good?" Bing Er lifted the hem of her dress and twirled it around, forcing a faint smile on her cold face. Her 2-meter-long blue-gold hair was tied up with 2 blue-gold butterfly knots that reached her neck and knees. Her youthful, lively, and cute appearance made Yun Nuoxing feel a little helpless. This girl was even taller than him, Zian, and Feng Er when she stood up. She was even wearing high-heeled boots and was half a head taller than him. "You do look good. Full marks. You're the clothes hanger." Yun Nuoxing seriously looked at the 3 beautiful flowers together and reached out to rub their heads. Then he was stunned and looked at Feng Er and little Bing Er strangely. He was speechless and said, "So you two, what are you doing?" "Playing." Feng Er and little Bing Er replied together. "Do you want to tear down the academy?" Yun Nuoxing's face fiercely twitched a few times. He knew that Feng Er's destructive power was definitely not inferior to his. Moreover, she and little Bing Er were genuine god-level experts. If he allowed them to participate in this divine institute exchange, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade them. Yun Nuoxing saw the limpid eyes of the 3 girls that were filled with anticipation as they looked at him. Their lovable appearance caused him to be at a loss for words for a moment. He opened his mouth, but 2 minutes later, he directly gave up on persuading them. He slapped himself, turned around, and walked out of the room in a bad mood. Zian and the other 2 girls cheered and clapped their hands when they saw this. Then, they eagerly followed behind Yun Nuoxing. They looked so excited that it was as if they were the students representing the Long Light Academy. Yun Nuoxing secretly glanced at the 3 girls who were excitedly following behind him. He smiled bitterly. The 3 girls were a drama, and he couldn't afford to offend them. When they went down to the hall, Zi, Lan Xiner, and Kai Xiak greeted Yun Nuoxing. They weren't in a hurry to return to his soul, and they drank tea unhurriedly. Yun Nuoxing also played with Yishi for a while before he led Zian and the other 2 girls out of the palace. In the central plaza of the Long Light Academy, there were more than 100,000 teleportation screens circulating with spatial fluctuations. Figures fighting could already be seen 3,000 meters away from here. The number of people fighting was uneven, and it ranged from 1 against 1, 2 against 2, all the way to 7 against 7. There was even a huge circle where a dozen people were surrounding a single person. At the bottom of the plaza, there was an empty space where a few young boys and girls were gathered. They were sitting on a big rock and seemed to be resting. Those who passed by the big rock couldn't help but glance down. Then, they looked away with lingering fear and hurriedly ran away from this place. It was as if those young boys and girls were some kind of ferocious beasts. When Yun Nuoxing and the other 3 appeared, they also saw the few young boys and girls who were already waiting here. They had also changed into the academy's uniform. The boys were handsome, and the girls were pretty. Their posture was tall and straight, and their appearance was stunning. These people clustered together unknowingly formed a beautiful scenery. You guys are? The few people in front of him were naturally Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others. However, Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised because their robes were slightly messy, and the corners were even a little damaged. About that, I woke up early in the morning and warmed up while waiting for you guys. Lin Sheng grinned, and then took out the Long Light Academy's token. At this moment, the back of the token no longer displayed the energy value, but the battle score. On his token, there was clearly a large number of 20. For cross-level battles, the higher the score, the higher the score. On the other hand, the lower the score, the lower the score. Ding Mingyu also took out her token. On the other hand, there's also a number on the token, but it was only 1 point. You wiped out a small team, right? Yun Nuoxing looked at Lin Sheng speechlessly. This guy was a half-demon rank 8 transformation. It seemed that he was also a tough guy. He had warmed up to 20 points. Everyone glanced at Bing Er, who was standing quietly behind Yin Nuoxing without saying a word. They were all stunned and thought for a while. They felt that they had seen her somewhere before, but they couldn't remember where. However, they didn't ask anything. They just looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange gaze. This guy had a lot of women around him. All of them were extremely beautiful and had their own merits. Could it be that he was popular with women just because he had a girl's face? Yin Nuoxing naturally didn't know what they were thinking and didn't care. He looked at the chaotic battle in the sky and then at the 100 figures standing beside the teleportation gate. When he saw the 70th person, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Shueling Feng and the rest are working hard. We can't fall behind. Let's split up and form our own teams. It's not easy to do things when we're together." Yin Nuoxing smiled. "I thought about it just now. It's indeed better to split up." Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest nodded. They obviously knew about this problem. The destination was different because of personal factors. It was not a good thing to group up at this time. Seeing that everyone nodded, Yin Nuoxing smiled and said, "That's it then. Oh, right, you guys better not meet me. I'm planning to push my way through. If you're accidentally hurt, then I'll see you on the sickbed." "Mr. Yin, can you not say such scary things?" Jun Luo Yi's delicate body trembled slightly when she heard that. She subconsciously hugged her chest and looked at Yin Nuoxing in shock. Yin Nuoxing laughed loudly. Then he snapped his fingers, and energy talismans flew out from between his eyebrows and floated in front of everyone. He smiled and said, "This is my sponsorship. Do your best." "Okay." Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, Lin Sheng, and the rest responded. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed out in 2s and 3s. Chuan Mu was still in a group of 3, Ding Mingyu was still with Jun Luo Yi, and Lin Sheng was also with Yi Qinglian. They all flew towards different teleportation screens. Yin Nuoxing grinned and waved his hand. He led Xian and the other 2 girls to a screen at the bottom. As the screen squirmed, the scene in front of them changed slightly. Chapter 729, Blue Feather Academy, located in the southern plains of the Divine Land, was like a group of emerald palaces rising from the grassy plains. Along with these palaces, there were also a number of mountains that had been forced out of the ground. This place was like spring all year round, and the greenery had never faded. The mountains and towering trees had forcibly transformed the plains into mountains, and Blue Feather Academy was an immortal palace in these mountains. Among them, the blue feather immortal bird was one of the greatest features of this academy. Among the monster race, it was considered a holy beast, and if one was lucky, it might even evolve into a divine beast. It was said that behind Blue Feather Academy, there was the shadow of the monster race. This academy that had been evergreen for tens of thousands of years was now engulfed in the flames of war. Countless precious ancient trees were snapped at the waist by the powerful energy winds. Hundreds of huge craters had been blasted open on the green grassland, as if it had been bombarded by a dense cluster of meteorites. Other than the emerald palaces, almost every other place was damaged. Even a mountaintop had been blown away. Boom! At this moment, in a mountain forest, there were 3 figures in a sorry state, as if they were running for their lives. Their clothes were tattered, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. Looking at the platinum clothes and the faintly discernible shrine behind them, they were actually students of the Farlight Academy. Among these 3 people, 2 of them had delicate figures. One of them was as gentle and refined as a scholar, but there was a footprint on his face which instantly destroyed this refined feeling. The other one was constantly opening his mouth to complain about something. Behind them, there was a 2-meter-tall, muscular man. His arms were as thick as 2 human thighs, and they were constantly moving like a mountain of flesh. The 3 of them were Chuan Jingshan and Zhong Songbai, whom he knew from Yunnuo Planet. At this moment, the 3 of them were fleeing for their lives in the forest in a sorry state. Furious roars rang out from behind them. Terrifying energy waves swept through the forest, cutting down trees that were hundreds of meters tall and sending them flying. Even from a great distance away, some of the shock waves still landed on the three of them. Immediately, a series of muffled grunts rang out from the forest. Holy shit. Roshan, throw that thing away. If this continues, we'll die here before we even reach the teleportation zone. Zhong Songbai fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His ferocious gaze completely covered up his usual elegance. He stared at the forest behind him that was constantly being destroyed with the ferocity of a wolf. I picked up an emerald feather immortal bird's egg when I was strolling in the mountains. How can I just let it go like that? If I raise it well, it can become a divine beast. Hearing this, Chuan Jingshan pursed his lips. He did not care about the wounds on his body as he held the ring tightly. There was a hint of joy in his fierce eyes. Divine beast my ass. He's about to lose his life. Didn't you see that guy with a shiny green head going all out? Lin Exon glared at him fiercely, pushing up his non-existent glasses as he scolded him. Boom! While the three of them were bickering, another terrifying explosion sounded out from behind them. It shocked the three of them to the point that they shuddered and fled for their lives with their tails between their legs. Thief! Stop right there. A violent explosion occurred in the mountain forest, causing even the ground to be blown away. Amidst the rolling debris of the forest, a figure suddenly flashed out from the white light. His long green hair was so agitated that each strand of his hair stood on end. Dressed in an Emerald Academy uniform, his green pupils were like a python as he stared intently at Mountain and the other two who were fleeing for their lives in the distance. Killing is not allowed during the exchange. Leave the emerald feather immortal bird's egg, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I don't mind leaving some of your body parts behind. The green-haired youth exhaled a scorching breath. With every breath he took, the trees in the forest would tremble slightly, as if they were breathing with him. With every step he took, his figure would flicker and appear a few hundred meters ahead. The place where the three of them were standing would also explode violently, as if an invisible bomb had been detonated. Bah, this father picked it up. Emerald Feather Academy didn't say we couldn't take 1 or 2 eggs. If there was such a rule, this father would have handed it back to you with both hands. The Shan spat and cursed, not forgetting to increase his speed as he hurriedly sped up. That guy's Shin skill is too strange. I can't sense any energy fluctuations from the explosion. It can't be that this entire forest has been tampered with by him, right? Zhong Songbai sucked in a breath of cold air as a huge piece of wood brushed past his arm. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The green-haired youth behind them saw that the three of them had no intention of stopping, and a cold light flashed through his green eyes. He raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground, stopping in place. You stopped. The Shan looked back in astonishment. Stop your head. You stopped because you're preparing a big move. Hurry up and run. When Lin Xin saw that the green-haired youth had stopped, his expression changed slightly. He slapped the Shan on the shoulder and then took a deep breath. Waves of energy rose from his body, and a tyrannical gale almost sucked them forward. Their speed once again increased by a lot. The green-haired youth put his hands together, and wisps of emerald green energy containing life aura flowed out from his body and gathered in his hands. Soon after, his hands formed a series of hand seals with lightning speed. Buzz, following the change in the young man's hand seal, the entire mountain forest began to shake violently. That huge commotion caused even those people who were fighting in the sky to be slightly startled. They involuntarily stopped and looked at the turbulent sea of trees below in bewilderment. Wisps of energy flew out from the forest, turning into balls of emerald green energy and gathering in the green-haired youth's hands. As his hand seals changed, they slowly floated behind him and condensed into a huge green dragon. Damn it! Seeing the movement in the forest, Zhong Songbai was so shocked that his jaw dropped. At the same time, his heart moved slightly. Majestic energy boiled and circulated in his body, and he could not help but curse. You demigod bananas are using all your strength to deal with us 3 demonic class 5 seals. You're going overboard. Humph. The green-haired youth snorted coldly. His hands danced at increasingly fast speed. A moment later, they suddenly condensed. His hands held two balls of green energy and drew in front of him. The green dragon behind him also roared towards the sky. Green with mysterious art, green mysterious dragon. An explosive cry resounded over the entire forest. The huge green dragon emitted a roar and rushed out with a surging dragon's might. The nearby trees suddenly dimmed, as if their energy had been extracted. On the other hand, the dragon's body became even more solid, and its energy also became increasingly terrifying. "Let's fight!" Sensing the vast dragon might behind them, the expressions of Zhong Songbai and the other two changed drastically. They abruptly stopped fleeing and glared at each other. They stood in a triangular formation with the mountain at the front. Afterwards, the three of them also punched the air. The three of them condensed into a ball of energy, condensing into layers of thick earth and stone barriers in front of the mountain. It was like a thick barrier that covered the sky, stacking layer after layer in front of them. Between the layers of earth and stone, there were also layers of golden and azure energy mixed in. Roar! The cyan flood dragon let out a roar, snapping the trees around it. In just a flash, it had arrived in front of the layers of energy barriers and crashed into them in the most barbaric manner. Boom! The terrifying energy wind blew away layer after layer of the forest and earth. Even the people fighting in the sky hurriedly moved aside. They looked down at the energy cluster where several types of energy interweaved and shattered. Their expressions were somewhat shocked. Retreat. Throwing down the last layer of earth and stone barrier, Mountain turned and ran. He grabbed Zhong Songbai and the other two and rushed out, too lazy to care about what would happen next. Just as Mountain and the other two rushed out, the 50 to 60 layers of hard earth and stone barriers, and the energy barriers that were mixed with the gold and wood elements, seemed indestructible. However, under the destructive power of the green dragon, 90% of them were penetrated. When the green dragon passed through, nearly 60 layers of 3 layers of defense, only the last layer of earth and stone barrier was left, and it suddenly shattered in a moment. Stubborn. When the green-haired young man saw that Deshawn and the other two were actually able to block his attack, he was also stunned. However, a moment later, he coldly snorted and his body suddenly rushed forward. Stepping on the sea of trees, he appeared behind Deshawn and the other two in an instant. His furious appearance clearly showed that he had lost his patience. Oh no! A frightening pressure, similar to that of a huge dragon, was transmitted from behind them, causing the faces of the Deshawn trio to turn pale. They turned around in shock, only to see that the green-haired young man was holding a huge emerald fist, which was violently smashing towards them. Even if they wanted to use all their strength to defend against that frightening energy, it was too late. All they could do was to hurriedly maneuver their energy to form an energy barrier in front of them. The onlookers in the sky also exclaimed as they stared closely at the giant fist approaching Mountain and the other two. They couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, the 5th seal of the devil rank was no match for a demigod. However, just as countless people were sighing in Mountain and the other two were struggling for their lives, a strange fluctuation suddenly spread from the transfer area not far away. This fluctuation spread very quickly, and in just a second, it had spread throughout the entire Blue Feather Academy. What? This fluctuation suddenly spread out, causing countless people to be startled. Soon after, they were stunned to discover that their energy was no longer under their control. They could not even move the wind element. Immediately, the people floating in the sky fell from the sky with a series of screams. That strange ripple instantly swept over Deshawn's group and the green-haired young man. Soon after, Deshawn's group were shocked to discover that their energy defense had disappeared. That 1,000 feet large emerald energy fist had also suddenly disappeared in front of the latter's shocked eyes. This, Deshawn and the other two, as well as the green-haired youth, were stunned for a moment. Soon after, they lifted their heads in unison. Countless people also lifted their heads at this moment and looked towards the teleportation zone. At that spot, A figure whose body was flickering with resplendent light had suddenly appeared. No, it was four figures. Because they were gathered together, they couldn't be seen clearly, but it was still possible to tell that there were four of them. Void break. High up in the sky, a faint laughter rang out and quietly spread throughout Blue Feather Academy. The playful voice of a young girl caused countless people to stare blankly at it. But before they could even praise it, countless people were shocked to see a terrifying ball of energy rapidly expand in the sky. Boom! The terrifying roar alarmed everyone. And then countless people watched in horror as the ball of light rapidly expanded, from 1,000 meters to 1,000 meters, then 100,000 meters. Along the way, those who were swept up let out miserable cries before suddenly disappearing, as if they had been turned to dust. That terrifying scene scared countless people so much that they turned around and fled. Those who fell from the sky and couldn't even use the wind element could only cry out in despair as they watched the silver-white ball of light rapidly approach them. Then it swallowed them in one gulp, and there was no more sound left. This feeling was as if the silver-blue ball of light could swallow everything, mysterious and terrifying. Run! This terrifying scene caused everyone's scalp to go numb, especially when they saw the speed at which the silver-blue ball of light was expanding. Their hearts tightened, and they hurriedly fled. Shit! Mountain and the other two also saw the terrifying silver-blue ball of light, and were so scared that they didn't even have time to think about what was happening. They quickly turned around and ran. Their energy was sealed, but their bodies could still move. Wait for me. The green-haired youth was so scared that his tongue was sticking out of his mouth. Crawling up from the ground, he desperately ran towards Mountain and the other two. Mournful screams rang out one after another in this world of jade. One figure after another was caught up by the silver-blue ball of light. They only had time to look back in despair before they were swallowed by the silver-white ball of light, disappearing without a trace inside Blue Feather Academy. The chaotic battle suddenly stopped, and everyone desperately ran out of the academy, wishing they could grow an extra pair of legs to escape the rapidly expanding silver-blue ball of light. Outside the academy, everyone was still in a state of shock as they looked at the silver-white light cluster that was swiftly expanding within the academy. All of their bodies were icy cold as they withdrew, afraid that it would sweep over again. Fortunately, the silver-white light cluster gradually came to a stop after spreading to 100,000 feet radius. Finally, it suddenly trembled and disappeared in front of the numerous gazes that appeared as though they had just survived a calamity. With the disappearance of the silver-blue ball of light, a huge crater about 1,000,000 feet in size appeared before everyone's eyes. All the mountains and forests had disappeared, and the only amazing thing was that the Emerald Palace complex was actually unscathed. Wow, not even a speck of dust is left. Mountain and the other two swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Just now, they had erupted with unimaginable strength and managed to escape from the brink of death. Why didn't the teachers and elders come out when such a big thing happened? The green-haired youth's eyes widened in astonishment. The academy was almost blown to smithereens, so why didn't anyone come out to save the situation? This obviously wasn't an attack launched by a student, right? Swoosh! Just as everyone was looking at the huge crater in fear, a sound suddenly rang out in the sky, shocking everyone so much that they hurriedly turned their gazes. Then, they saw thousands of figures descending from the sky like dumplings and landing at the edge of the huge crater. Looking at the figures, it was obvious that they were the students who had just been swept into the silver-white ball of light. The latter and the rest were only seriously injured and unconscious, and their lives weren't in any serious danger. Phew! Seeing the students who had been swallowed appear, those who had escaped with their lives all heaved a huge sigh of relief. They slumped onto the ground and forcefully suppressed the raging waves in their hearts. Then, one by one, fearful gazes trembled as they looked towards the sky. The teleportation light screen was still there, and in front of it, figures had appeared before everyone's eyes. Damn! Mountain and the other two swallowed their saliva and wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. Previously, they had truly felt the taste of death. That silvery white ball of light was something that even a demigod expert would not have the slightest ability to retaliate against. After panting for a while, they suddenly lifted their heads and looked towards the four figures in the sky with everyone else. "Are you guys all right?" That green-haired youth hurriedly ran over when he saw the person in the same academy uniform descending. He lightly checked that person's body and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there were no major injuries. He had only fainted from his injuries. After a moment, he also raised his head in bewilderment and looked towards the sky. Since none of the elders had come out, it was obvious that the other party was also a student. However, could a student really unleash such a powerful attack? Of the four people in the sky, the leader had long rainbow-colored hair that fluttered in the wind. She was as ethereal as an immortal, and even the three people behind her were like fairies that could only be admired from afar and not touched. Countless people widened their eyes when they saw the four people. The ones who had just unleashed such a terrifying attack were these four beautiful girls. However, when they saw the academy uniforms, their eyes narrowed, and Mountain and the other two jumped up in excitement. The newcomers were naturally Yin Nuoshing's group of four. He did not challenge them one by one, but directly used an indiscriminate attack. That terrifying scene had directly turned into fear in the hearts of countless people. Many people would probably have nightmares tonight. Yin Nuoshing took out the token and flipped it over to look at the back. Then, she saw that the points that were originally 0 suddenly swayed and increased explosively in a straight line. 50, 100, 300, 500, 1,000, 5,000. If the 100 people saw the speed at which the points increased explosively, they would definitely vomit blood. They had fought bitterly for half a day, and the person in first place only had less than 500 points. He had just come in and unleashed an indiscriminate attack. So how did the points increase explosively as if he had taken drugs? After all, there were many people who had been sucked in by the silver-white ball of light. After the ball of light disappeared, those who had been sucked in were all thrown out, and all of them had fainted. Most of these people were much stronger than Yin Nuoshing. At least on the surface, they were much stronger than him. The latter was only at the second seal of the demon rank, while the weakest among those who had been sucked in by the silver-white ball of light were the demon rank. Those who were slightly weaker were at the 4th or 5th seal of the demon rank, and those who were better were at the 8th or 9th seal of the demon rank. Moreover, there were thousands of people who had been thrown out just now. He watched as the numbers on the token slowly increased to a certain level and finally slowed down. Before the continuously rolling 4 digits completely stopped, the number 9 at the very front finally trembled slightly and turned into 0. And in front of it, there was an additional number 1. 10,000. That's pretty good. Let's rest for a while and go to the next place. Yin Nuoshing looked at the points on the token and smiled with satisfaction. Xian, who was beside her, also opened her token. She originally thought that her points would still be 0, but she didn't expect the number flashing on it to be exactly the same as Yin Nuoshing's. It was also 10,000 points. Seeing Xian's astonished look on Mei Mao's face, Yin Nuoshing also turned her head and glanced at it. After thinking for a while, she said, "Could it be because the two of us attacked together, so it's counted as ours?" Roughly speaking, the people who fainted just now should have more than 10,000 points. Maybe it's divided equally between us. Yin Nuoshing smiled. Xian thought for a while and felt that it was quite possible. She couldn't help but smile sweetly and say, "We're just taking advantage of Little Star." Yin Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her head, but didn't say anything. "Brother Yin," not far away, a heart-wrenching shout sounded. It was full of emotions, as if a prisoner who had been abused had suddenly found his group. Yin Nuoshing and the others were startled. When they turned around, they saw Big Mountain and the other two rushing toward them with tears and snot running down their faces. They were all startled when they saw this. Big Mountain song by. When Yin Nuoshing saw the three of them, she was startled for a while. Then, she smiled faintly and nodded. Without waiting for them to rush over, she moved to the side and allowed the three of them to plunge into the spatial light curtain. Then, she looked at the dumbfounded crowd below and smiled faintly. "We're here to cause trouble. Once we're done, you can continue." After saying that, she waved her hand and led Xian and the other two into the light curtain that Big Mountain and the other two had rushed into. They disappeared, leaving behind a messy battlefield and a speechless crowd. Chapter 730. On a mountain peak of a certain academy, Lin Sheng, who was covered in blood, slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long breath of turbid air and patted the dirty academy uniform on his body. He could not help but bitterly laugh. "Have you recovered?" On the side, Yi Qinglian held her cheeks and quietly looked at Lin Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Seeing him open his eyes, she could not help but smile and ask, "Barely. I almost died." Lin Sheng bitterly laughed and shook his head. He jumped down from the rock and moved his muscles and bones. After confirming that there were no major injuries, he nodded. "Who told you to be so stubborn? A half-demon rank 8, went to find trouble with a demon rank 5 seal. Do you think you are that monster from Yin Nuo planet?" Hearing this, Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Io, my Qinglian also knows how to praise others. But Qinglian, if you praise him like this, I will be jealous." Lin Sheng grinned and licked his lips. Seeing him like this, Yi Qinglian's pretty face blushed slightly. She pouted coquettishly and patted his chest with her jade-like hand. Ignoring him, she obediently pulled Lin Sheng's arm over, rolled up his sleeves, changed the old bandage, and put on a new one. "So fickle. You actually didn't coax me." Seeing this, Lin Sheng faintly laughed and reached out to rub Yi Qinglian's hair. A touch of tenderness flashed across his black eyes as he muttered to himself, "Brother Yun, I can't compare to you, but at least I can fight with my life on the line. If not, how can I protect you?" I said that I will step onto the top of the pyramid. At that time, I want the entire God realm to know our names. All right, now is not the time to be sentimental. Be good and heal your injuries. Be good. Hearing this, a touch of tenderness flashed across Yi Qinglian's Mei Mao's eyes. She shyly nodded her head and gently caressed Lin Sheng's face. Lin Sheng smiled. Just as he was about to pull her into his embrace, he suddenly sensed that something was not right. The battle cries and shouts that had originally filled the sky seemed to have come to an agreement as they stopped at the same time. This caused him to be slightly startled. He lifted his head and glanced at the foot of the mountain. "Hey, look, there's first and second place among the 100 people. Farlight Academy, second seal, seventh seal. How is this possible? The scores of the second and third place are not even on the same level." Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment as he caught a word. He exchanged a glance with Yi Qinglian. Both of them turned their gazes in unison and looked at the spatial light screen. Beside the light screen, there were 100 people standing in the void as if they were looking down on all living things. Just by looking at the first and second places, the two of them instantly understood everything. Although they understood, they still found it hard to believe. Moreover, the difference between their scores and the third place's 300 points was like heaven and earth. 10,000. Did these two idiots take the wrong medicine? At this moment, even Lin Sheng, who prided himself on having a good state of mind, could not help but secretly curse. This was abnormal, right? He and Qinglian had been busy for a long time, and now they only had 60 and 80 points. The last place among the 100 people had 120 points. There was still a long way to go. Yi Qinglian was much calmer than him. She looked at the image below the two of them. Those who had just entered the 100 people would replay the scene of the last battle for a period of time. She had also seen it, but she still felt a lingering fear. She could not imagine if she and Lin Sheng would have the ability to escape that terrifying silver-white ball of light if they were present. This is a massacre. The spiritual boundary sealed everyone's abilities. The two of them used an indiscriminate attack together and defeated almost half of the people fighting in the academy. That's why there is such an effect. If not for some people hiding in the academy buildings to avoid being affected, I'm afraid their scores would have jumped up a few times. Yi Qinglian said softly. Unconsciously, her breathing quickened slightly. At this moment, the two of them were too dazzling. The future temple masters of the Nine Deities Temple seemed to be releasing the brilliance that they had been suppressing all this time. That brilliance was enough to make everyone feel ashamed of their inferiority. So strong. Lin Sheng could not help but exclaim. He knew that Yin Nuoxing and the others were very strong that day in the labyrinth, but he did not expect them to be so strong even without divine artifacts. The two of them were a one-sided massacre. Jade Feather Academy. I remember that there should be 2 or 3 demigods fighting there at this time. Could it be that they were also... The huge academy seemed to have been shocked by this sudden news. Many people looked at the 2 people at the very front of the 100 people with blank expressions. Really, these 2 really hurt the confidence of others. If I didn't choose not to take them seriously because I knew their identity, and if I didn't have a good temperament, I would be a little disappointed now. Lin Sheng took in the various expressions of the people at the foot of the mountain and could not help but smile bitterly. Lin Sheng, you won't be any worse than them. After all, they have a transcendent power backing them. Furthermore, they aren't ordinary people. They naturally have their own strengths. Yi Qinglian held Lin Sheng's hand and comforted him softly. No, this is the first time I have discovered that some people are hard to catch up with. Of course, I'm not belittling myself. I'm just lamenting. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, Qinglian, you don't have to comfort me. I don't think it's anything. Brother Yin has his own opportunities, and we have our own lives. Although I have always regarded Brother Yin and Yin Nuoxing as my goals, I have only just discovered that it is a little difficult to catch up with them. Shouldn't I change my goals as soon as possible? Mei Mao raised her head slightly and looked straight into his eyes. She did not find any disappointment in them. As always, they were as deep as an ancient well, without ripples. Only then did she feel relieved and nod. Mei Mao also looked at the 2 with a complicated expression and sighed in her heart. Ha ha ha! At the same time, in another academy, in a mangrove forest, Xue Lingfeng stood at the top of an ancient tree and looked at the new first and second place. When he saw the familiar figure, he could not help but laugh wildly. His laughter was extremely impudent and unbridled. Zhao Wenyao, who was beside him, could not help but roll his eyes. When he looked at the 2 figures, his eyes were filled with a strong sense of solemnity and fear. This kind of people really did not belong to the human race. Clang! The silver-white spear suddenly swept in front of him and slanted downwards. Xue Lingfeng laughed loudly and wiped the blood off his forehead. He tore off the tattered clothes on his body and looked at the figures that surrounded them. Finally, he looked at the figure in front of them and laughed sinisterly. That's my junior, a newcomer monster. If you have the ability, go and play with him. Ha ha ha, I forgot. You, a demigod rank ant, need to mobilize a large number of people to fight against 2 peak demonic ranks. I'm afraid he won't even look at you with such cowardice. That guy has even killed gods before. Will you guys? Those who look down on the dignity of our Farlight Academy will be trampled under the ground in the end. Ha ha! Xue Lingfeng laughed crazily. Zhao Wenyao, who was back-to-back with Xue Lingfeng, thought that Xue Lingfeng was about to go berserk. Then, as if infected by Xue Lingfeng's laughter, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. He roared, "Come, kill us. There are still thousands of us waiting for you to kill. You are all trash that isn't even worth mentioning." The figure in front of them slightly narrowed his eyes, and a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand, and the people below roared and rushed towards Xue Lingfeng and Zhao Wenyao. Rays of cold light flashed and pierced through the sky. Kill. Xue Lingfeng and Zhao Wenyao's eyes were blood-red. They roared sinisterly, and a faint blood aura shrouded their bodies. They directly rushed towards a figure in front of them without fear of death. The figure in front of them frowned when he saw this scene. He waved his hand, and a terrifying energy slowly flowed out. Demonic rank 2 seal and demonic rank 7 seal, and they are just 2 brats. Farlight Academy, freshmen? Ha! The freshmen these days are really becoming more and more unbridled. If you want to dominate the Divine Institute exchange, then you need some true ability. Go have some fun. Go to Farlight Academy and watch. If you don't return, then beat up all the students of Farlight Academy. Interesting. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing still didn't know how many people were paying attention to their actions. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't pay too much attention to it. He just enjoyed the feeling of destruction that came from releasing a large amount of energy every single time. Just like this moment, they'd appeared in the sky above another academy. Spiritual barrier. Stomp. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly as he looked at the numerous figures that were in a chaotic battle below, and then he suddenly snapped his fingers. A strange energy fluctuation swept out like a hurricane, and it instantly spread throughout the entire academy. The energy that was suddenly sealed caused countless people to raise their heads in astonishment, and a wisp of uneasiness swiftly boiled in their hearts. Yin Nuoxing took Xian's hand with his fair and flawless slender hand, and then he took a deep breath. Silver blue spatial energy surged and circulated within his body. The five-element body and the divine physique of receiving soul resonated with each other, and the two energies fused and interweaved together, causing the space around them to fluctuate slightly. After a short moment, Yin Nuoxing spread open his right hand and allowed the spatial energy around him to converge at the center of his right palm. Circles of star energy ceaselessly compressed all the energy into a single point, and then a silver-white glow silently appeared. Void! Break! An explosion that seemed to break through the sound barrier resounded in the sky and swept through the entire academy. The silver-white light suddenly expanded to a size of several thousand feet in an instant, and as the star energy and elemental energy continued to pour into it like a tide, the silver-blue light cluster also suddenly expanded. In just 10 breaths of time, it had expanded to a size of 1,000,000 feet, and from the looks of it, it did not seem like it was going to stop. Everyone below was scared out of their wits when they saw the scene that they had just seen on the light screen. However, the speed at which the silver-white light cluster expanded this time was clearly much faster than what they had seen. In an instant, it affected the ground they were on and swallowed them along with the ground. Chi! When a silver-white light cluster expanded to a size of 1,000,000 feet, there were already people who had rushed out of the range of the spiritual barrier and fled. Looking at the silver-blue light cluster that filled their entire line of sight, they only felt their entire bodies turn cold, and their hands and feet could not help but tremble. When the silvery white ball of light suddenly dissipated, the figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The entire academy was still in a daze. No one could say a word, and they could only tremble in the face of that pure and violent power. Highlight Academy, Sword God Mountain's Simple Hall. Yin Feng and the other two casually sat in their seats as they watched what had happened on the light screen before them, and a wisp of helplessness flashed through their eyes. Yin Feng, those two little fellows seemed to have caused too much of a ruckus. Yin Yuting could not help but send a soft voice transmission to Yin Feng. Oh, that seems to be the case. However, I've already said that I'll allow him to act as he pleases. Now that things have come to this, don't tell me that we should tell him, "Oh, Godchild, stop causing trouble. If you continue causing trouble, this Divine Institute exchange will become a show of destruction for you." Yin Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. He had never imagined that the Godchild would cause such a scene. Back then, we also did not expect him to cause such a huge ruckus. Even if he wants to cause trouble, there should be a limit. If we use the power of space to deal with these little brats, won't it cause them to be traumatized? Bing sent a soft voice transmission. Yin Feng and Yin Yuting sighed and nodded. They were somewhat vexed, but before they could say anything, Elder Lin, who had been in charge of receiving them, slowly spoke from the side. His aged voice caused everyone to raise their heads slightly. I've just received news that before the light screen began to track those two little fellows, Earth Fiend Academy, Silver Oak Academy, and Ares Academy have all been destroyed, including Jade Feather Academy, which was the first to be attacked. That makes 4 academies. When everyone heard this news, their faces could not help but twitch. Did this bastard not need to channel his ultimate move or consume energy? How long had it been? It had not even been 15 minutes, and 4 academies had been destroyed. This old man is worried that the people from the other academies will have resentment and target our students. Elder Lin sighed slowly. Resentment? Before Yin Feng and the others could speak, a vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the main hall, causing everyone to be stunned. This voice, firstly, that kid didn't kill anyone. Secondly, he didn't destroy any buildings. At most, he just dug a large hole, and he could fill it with a wave of his hand. If that's enough to cause resentment and revenge, then we won't participate in the Divine Institute exchange in the future. Fishing for fame is all trash. If you have time, tell those 2 kids to tear down and blow up as much as they want. If anything happens, this old man will take responsibility for them. Hearing this domineering voice, everyone laughed bitterly. This old man was elusive. It was rare for him to show his face, but after saying a few words, he was still so domineering. I say, Lord Dean, since you've already spoken, can't you come out and meet people? Yin Feng sighed in exasperation. Elder Lin knocked on the table, coughed dryly, and said, The latest news is that Red Cloud Academy, Serene Phoenix Academy, 100 Tempering Academy, and True Element Academy have also been destroyed. By the way, that child has single-handedly slaughtered the rankings. 70 to 30 people in the top 100 seem to have gone to fight with him. All of them were heavily injured by a single sword strike, and those who were heavily injured are probably being dragged back to their academies. Elder Lin said in a deep voice. This time, the entire main hall fell silent. Currently, the 2 of them have a score of 120,000 points. Oh, it's 40 times higher than the highest score of 3,000 points of the previous top 100. All the elders were speechless. The madman who had obtained 3,000 points in the past had fought countless battles in a day to achieve such a high record. Moreover, he had left the second place far behind. These arrogant fellows basically would not find people weaker than them to farm points. They had all challenged strong people, and only then had they obtained 3,000 points. Yin Nuoxing was actually the same. He was only at the second seal of the devil rank. Although he had heavily injured a demigod rank expert with a single sword strike, that was still an orthodox battle. They couldn't look down on others just because their cultivation was low. Oh, their score is so high that it's difficult to catch up. There's no point for these 2 little fellows to participate in the following days of the Divine Institute exchange. An elder rubbed his chin and spoke in a distressed manner. The Divine Institute exchange isn't considered to be low in importance among the younger generation of the Divine Realm. Moreover, it includes all the Divine Institutes in the Divine Realm. The champions of the past exchanges have a certain level of reputation even in the Divine Realm, so those arrogant little fellows won't give up so easily. The heavy voice resounded in the main hall again. Everyone laughed bitterly when they heard this. If they won't give up, then they'll go fight to the death with Yin Nuoxing and Yin Nuoxing. Elder Lin laughed bitterly and shook his head. Suddenly, his expression shook when he heard a piece of information coming from the jade slip. He listened for a moment, and then his face trembled as he said helplessly, Dean, your crow's beak has taken effect. Just a moment ago, the top 20 out of the 100 participants seemed to have gone to look for those 2 little fellows. Elder Lin paused for a moment before he continued. It said that the Azure Frost Academy also sent out students and caused quite a commotion. The 2 little fellows ranked first and second on the devil rankings were caught by them. Ling Feng and Wen Yao. They're still at a disadvantage since they haven't advanced to the demigod realm. After all, our Farlight Academy treats everyone equally and doesn't give them any special treatment. They're slightly inferior in terms of peak battle strength. The elder sighed. Slightly inferior? If you think that the destruction caused by those 2 little fellows isn't enough, I can send a message to them and let them do as they please. At that time, you'll probably see how terrifying those 2 fellows are. Yin Feng held his chin with his hand and smiled faintly. At that time, it won't be as simple as digging a hole. No, we've already seen it. Elder Lin and the others laughed bitterly and waved their hands. On the king's platform, Shi Yuan, who was at the heavenly god realm, had been crippled with a single sword strike. Elder Yin Feng, I have something I wish to ask. Elder Lin looked at Yin Feng as he slowly stood up and clasped his hands. Upon seeing this, Yin Feng smiled faintly and nodded. Speak. Those two children, could they be from a Nine Gods Hall? Elder Lin hesitated for a moment, his voice trailing off. Yes. Upon seeing this, Yin Feng casually nodded his head, and upon seeing him nodding his head, the expressions of everyone trembled. They were actually disciples of their Nine God Hall. No wonder they were so dazzling as the sun. Their radiance was too dazzling, making it hard for them to look straight at them. Even if they used their stomachs to think, they could guess what everyone was thinking. Yin Feng grinned and couldn't help but mumble in his heart. If you guys knew that those two were the godchildren of our Nine Gods Hall, you guys would probably be scared to death. However, our care for the little godchildren is too obvious. There's nothing we can do if they recognize us. Yin Feng waved his hand and transmitted his voice to Ice and Yin Yuting. The two of them smiled bitterly. Chapter 731. The original intention of the Divine Institute Exchange was to allow the students of the academies to spar with the students of the other academies in order to verify the insufficiencies in their cultivations. However, such a mishap had suddenly occurred, and it caused the exchange to seem like a farce. There were over 100,000 academies participating in the Divine Institute Exchange. Even though the chances of every single academy being selected was only 1 in 100,000, it still caused many of them to be filled with worry, and it was difficult for them to exert their full strength in their battles because they were on guard against the possibility of a star exploding abruptly. Being swept into the ball of silver light would only cause one to faint from the powerful shock. However, no one wanted to be suddenly swept into the ball of light while they were in the midst of an intense battle. Boom! Silver light suddenly blossomed above an academy. The violent explosion that sounded like the birth of a star swept through the surroundings. The ball of silver light expanded in an unbridled manner as it greedily absorbed the energy in the surroundings. The surging energy of the world and several types of energy violently brushed past each other in the air, causing a vast expanse of sparks to appear. The flames that had suddenly appeared caused the temperature to rapidly rise, as if all the energy in the world had been ignited. In the end, it transformed into a surging sea of fire that swept out and was sucked into the ball of silver light. It dyed the ball of silver light with specks of scarlet red, just like the two blazing suns in the sky. Cheat! When the ball of silver light expanded to its limit, it suddenly trembled. Subsequently, it abruptly shrank back to the size of a speck of light under countless shocked gazes before vanishing. On the other hand, 4 figures appeared in the sky. Dark shadows covered their faces under the blazing sun. Their multicolored, deep purple, scarlet pink, and bluish gold eyes flickered with light under the shadows. In the eyes of the people below, they seemed like demons. In another academy, Lin Sheng waved his hand to disperse the huge formation before him. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and took a long breath. Only then did he take a few steps forward and pull out a figure from the ground. When he saw that the figure had completely fainted, he casually tossed the figure to the ground before walking to the side and slowly resting. Yi Qinglian had dealt with her opponent as well. She drifted back to Lin Sheng's side. She did not care about the bloodstains on Lin Sheng's body and sat down close to him. She could not help but bite her lips as she gazed at the hideous wounds on his body. "Are you all right?" Yi Qinglian said softly. A look of heartache flashed across Mei Mao's clear eyes. Why did this guy fight so desperately every time? Lin Sheng smiled and rubbed Yi Qinglian's little head. His body leaned slightly against her soft and delicate body. The intense pain in his body made him gasp uncontrollably. Hearing his rapid breathing, Yi Qinglian, who was hugging him tightly, felt her heart ache even more. "Rest for a day. You can't fight anymore today," Yi Qinglian said softly as she stroked Lin Sheng's bangs. When Lin Sheng heard this, he smiled and nodded. He fumbled around in his pocket for a while and took out the token. Looking at the 200 points on it, he could not help but sigh. This was the result of a day's work. It was really tiring. If it weren't for the fact that the elders said that these points could be exchanged for some cultivation resources when we return to the academy, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly as he put the token back. Then, he looked at the teleportation area. There, among the 100 figures, the two people at the front were still displaying the scene of silver light blooming on the light screen. It was daunting. 240,000 points. How many academies have these two guys slaughtered? Seeing the frighteningly huge points, Lin Sheng could not help but roll his eyes. The top 20 fellows seemed to have gathered together to fight Brother Yun and Xian. Senior Shui Lingfeng and Senior Zhao Wenyao have fallen into the hands of the Azure Frost Academy. It seems that someone is planning to use the two of them to force Brother Yun and the rest over. Yi Qinglian said softly as she gently stroked Lin Sheng's face. Ah! Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. He raised his head in astonishment and said, Senior Shui Lingfeng and the rest have been defeated? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Lin Sheng cast his gaze towards the vicinity of the 70th place, and then looked towards the 100th place. He could not help but say strangely, speaking of which, Senior Shui Lingfeng and Senior Zhao Wenyao have already been kicked out of the 100th place. The last place already has 250 points. It has only been half a day, but it has increased so quickly. Thinking of his pathetic 200 points, Lin Sheng could not help but smile bitterly. At this rate, when will I be able to catch up to the last place? I have to think of a way to increase my points, just like Brother Yun and the rest. Lin Sheng waved his fist as his mind spun rapidly. Forget it. Brother Yun and the rest's perverted actions are not something that can be done casually. Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him and unceremoniously poured cold water on him. My own wife's elbow has already reached out to someone else's house. Lin Sheng shook his head and sighed. Yi Qinglian smiled faintly. The hand that was caressing his face could not help but stretch out two fingers and gently pinch. Instantly, a miserable cry resounded through the wilderness. Did they say what the top 20 people are doing? After howling for a while, Lin Sheng turned his head and asked. Yi Qinglian stopped what she was doing and thought for a while before saying softly, It seems like they have followed Yin Nuoxing and the rest to the Sun Moon Academy. However, I'm not too sure which academy is the Sun Moon Academy. The ones who have gathered there are those who can't wait. However, Senior Shui Lingfeng and the rest seem to have been escorted to the Far Light Academy. However, I don't know if Brother Yun and the rest have had the chance to receive this news. Yi Qinglian said with a strange expression. Those few people seem to be doing the same thing. They went out of the spatial light screen, unleashed their ultimate attacks, and then went somewhere else. They will receive it sooner or later. After launching such a large-scale attack, they will have to stop to rest and recover. At that time, they will receive the news. Lin Sheng smiled faintly. Have you forgotten the magical talismans he gave you? Yi Qinglian could not help but roll her eyes at him when she heard this. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed dryly and nodded. Every talisman that Yin Nuoxing gave them could allow them to recover to their peak condition and even give them a lot of energy. He had also used this talisman to kill a 5th Seal Demon rank expert. Then, when he gets tired of playing, he will probably stop. Lin Sheng laughed dryly. He has already slaughtered 20 academies. At this rate, when the Divine Institute exchange ends in a month, I estimate that 2,000 academies will suffer. Yi Qinglian shook her head helplessly. Lin Sheng blankly counted this number as cold sweat involuntarily slid down his forehead. Clang! In the sky, there was a huge circle of light. Surging energy whistled as gusts of wind fell from the sky, splitting a mountain below into a 1,000-meter-wide chasm. Such a terrifying scene caused the people fighting in the surroundings to hurriedly retreat, opening up a large, empty space. A slender and enchanting figure danced in the circle of light. She was tall and slender, and her platinum uniform was somewhat tattered, occasionally revealing her youthfulness. Her exquisite body was covered in scars. If Yin Nuoxing was here, she would definitely be able to recognize her exquisite face and silver eyes. This was Ding Mengyu, who they had only separated from for half a day. At this moment, The latter's tightly furrowed brows gave off a baleful aura. There was a strange dignity between her brows, and she possessed the indescribable demeanor of a king. Besides Ding Mingyu, there were three other figures in the circle of light. The three of them wore different uniforms, and they clearly came from different academies. The aura that erupted from their every move caused Ding Mingyu to become extremely solemn. To be able to cause her expression to become solemn, it meant that the three of them were at least at the demigod level. Moreover, their cultivation was slightly higher than hers. Within the circle of light, Ding Mingyu held a strange and thick azure spear in her hand. The spear was even longer than her body, and azure lightning flickered at the end of the spear. As the spear danced, lightning flashed. The might released from the spear faintly caused the three demigod-level experts to be unable to gain the upper hand, even when they joined forces. However, although she was not immediately defeated, she still seemed to be slightly powerless against the joint forces of the three. Moreover, all three of them were stronger than her. Such a tenacious resistance was clearly unable to last for long. Clang! Shifting one's gaze downwards, there were dozens of human figures swiftly flashing in the mountain range below. Energy sparks from the battle flew everywhere. Half of the people were wearing the platinum-colored uniform of the High Light Academy, while the other half were wearing different uniforms. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that there seemed to be a couple of academies surrounding and suppressing the students from the High Light Academy. Clang! Two figures violently collided in midair like meteorites. A loud metallic sound accompanied by a frightening energy storm suddenly swept across the sky. The experts from both sides within 1,000 feet radius were directly blown away by this frightening storm, causing the blood within their bodies to churn. The wind swept and disappeared in an instant. A platinum-colored figure retreated explosively in the sky, while the figure on the other side also flew backwards like an arrow. Pooey! The platinum-colored clothed young man randomly spat out the fresh blood in his mouth. He clenched his fist and deeply inhaled a breath of air. When he saw that the battlefield had suddenly become quiet, his body swayed, and he temporarily withdrew, landing among the crowd from the High Light Academy. Good brat, your strength is not bad. The figure that was sent flying flashed and appeared in the other camp. Surprise flashed across his face. He looked at the group of High Light Academy students that had gathered together and involuntarily laughed coldly. However, there will still be no change to your fate today. Big Brother Daofeng, are you all right? An elegant and otherworldly beauty from the High Light Academy hurriedly went forward to support the young man who had just landed and asked anxiously. Yin Nuoxing was not unfamiliar with these people who had gathered together. This was because he was the one who had personally received this group of people from the mysterious dragon continent. At this moment, they were being surrounded by the people from a couple of academies. Yi Daofeng shook his head. He looked at the person behind him and frowned slightly. He asked, Yinner, where's Jun Luo Yi? Sister Luo Yi has been entangled by a few people and has been fighting in that direction. She hasn't returned yet. Yi Yin pointed in a direction and shook her head. Mei Mao gravely looked at the surrounding people who harbored ill intentions. She couldn't help but bitterly laugh. They had been living well in the academy when they were suddenly surrounded by people who came out of nowhere. Ding Mingyu was entangled by three demigod rank experts, and the remaining strongest, Jun Luo, Yi, and Yi Daofeng, had been lured away. Can you guys stall for a while? I plan to use a talisman to try. Yin Yi softly transmitted his voice, causing Yi Daofeng and the rest to slightly narrow their eyes. There are quite a few experts on the other side, and their overall strength is a level higher than ours. It will probably be difficult to stall them. That red-clothed one is at the demonic rank 5 seal, which is 3 realms higher than me. I can barely block him. Most of the others are at the demonic rank 1 seal. Hee, at this time, are you guys still going to stubbornly resist? Even if you can endure this time, there will be a next time and a next time. If you continue to resist, you will only exhaust all your strength. The person wearing the fiery red, cloud-shaped academy uniform looked at the slightly changed expressions of Yi Daofeng and the others. He sneered and said, "Why don't you come with us obediently? That way, you won't suffer any physical pain." Yi Daofeng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard as he spoke indifferently. "Tui, I'd rather destroy myself than let you guys have a good time. The people of the Farlight Academy really don't know what's good for them. If it wasn't for the name of the Elemental Academy, someone would have replaced you a long time ago." The red-clothed young man smiled and raised his head to look at the circle in the sky. He said indifferently, "Once your third place on the Devil rankings is defeated, we'll be able to capture all of you in one fell swoop. Although killing is not allowed in the Divine Institute exchange, crippling someone should still be allowed, right? Just like the woman who was chased out earlier." "What did you do to her?" Yi Daofeng's expression turned cold when he heard this. Waves of majestic devil chi surged out from his body as he stared coldly at the red-clothed young man. "Oh, you're angry?" The red-clothed young man grinned when he saw Yi Daofeng's expression gradually turn cold, and he said, "It's nothing. I just received her properly. If you want to blame someone, then blame that fellow from your academy who doesn't know what's good for him. Is the Divine Institute exchange a place for him to perform? Look at it now. He's infuriated everyone, and many academies have joined forces to deal with your Farlight Academy. Despicable bastard. You're unable to defeat Big Brother Yun, so you're venting your anger on someone else. Coward. Coward." Yi Yun was inexplicably angry when she heard this, and she pulled up her pretty face to make a face as she glared fiercely at the red-clothed young man. "You're talking about that fellow who's at the first place on the Devil rankings? Who's he think he is? If he didn't rely on surprise attacks to gain points, then how could he possibly stand at such a height?" The red-clothed young man glanced at the 100 figures in front of the teleportation area and puckered his lips. He disapproved of Yi Yun's words and felt that if it wasn't for Yin Nuoxing making preparations beforehand and launching a surprise attack, then it would absolutely be impossible for such a shocking accomplishment to appear. "Even if he appears before me, I'll be able to trample him beneath my feet. Could a mere second-place devil rank expert like him overturn the heavens? I'm just afraid that if he appears before you, you'll be so frightened that you'll lose control of your bladder." A clear and cold voice was suddenly transmitted from the side, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads around in unison, only to see a slender figure flying out from the forest. She was dressed in white gold clothes and wore a crown like hair accessory on her head. Her beautiful face was slightly pale. Who else could that familiar appearance be other than Jun Luo-yi? Sister Luo-yi. Yin cried out in surprise when she saw the person who had arrived. Yi Daofeng and the rest also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be much easier now that she had returned. When the red-clothed young man saw Jun Luo-yi come out, he was also slightly stunned. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her for quite a while, after which he sneered, "Truly trash. For people can't even take down a woman." Jun Luo-yi faintly smiled. There were many wounds on her body. Clearly, she had paid a certain price to deal with those 4 people. "Hold on a little longer. Give Yin some time and hold on until Mr. Yin arrives." Jun Luo-yi softly transmitted her voice, causing everyone's expression to tremble as they looked at her with an obscure gaze. "I've just sent a message, but it'll take some time to find him." Jun Luo-yi faintly smiled. Hearing this, the eyes of Yi Daofeng and the rest flickered, after which they took a deep breath. Then they'll just hold on until the end. Chapter 732. In an unknown location in the realm of the gods, the sky was clear and cloudless. On the ground below, there was an incomparably huge crater, and above the crater floated a huge ball of light. If one looked into the ball of light, they would discover that there were buildings inside. It was obvious that a violent explosion had occurred here, but the buildings were completely intact. In the sky, there were 4 people standing quietly. The person at the very front had her hair fluttering in the wind, gently caressing the faces of the 3 girls behind her. The 3 girls couldn't help but mutter. Looking at the huge crater below, Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. This was clearly his masterpiece. He didn't even count how many academies he had destroyed with just a wave of his hand. He only looked at the points on the token rising rapidly, but he didn't feel any sense of fulfillment. Instead, he felt very bored. This is just a garbage point farming game. There's no sense of accomplishment. Only destruction can make me feel a little more fun. Yin Nuoxing said this one time when they were discussing why he had to make such a big commotion. In the sky, Yin Nuoxing stretched lazily, yawned, and said weakly, so boring. It's already 360,000 points. That should be enough, right? It should be enough to attract attention. If we leave it alone for a month, no one should be able to affect the top rankings, right? Yin Nuoxing said lazily. Little Star and Xian are ranked first and second, both with 360,000 points. The third place is still the same third place, with only 400 points so far. Feng looked at the top 100 list not far away and said softly with a smile, everyone is so hard-working. Points can be exchanged for rewards. It would be strange if we didn't work hard. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Although the rewards are probably very cheap, the high-level rewards probably require very high points, such as our points. Let's go back to sleep. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand in boredom and turned around. He was looking for the teleportation screen of the Farlight Academy when his body suddenly trembled. The extent of the trembling was so great that Ziyin and the others noticed it. Immediately, they asked curiously, Little Xingxing, what's wrong? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She stretched out her finger and tapped her temple. Then, a message slowly entered her mind. After a while, she smiled strangely and said, It seems that I have something to do. That girl Luo Yi, as well as Senior Ding Mingyu and the others, were surrounded and annihilated in a place called the Fire Spiral Academy. It seems like it's because we've caused too much of a ruckus in the past half a day, causing many people from the other academies to form groups and specifically make things difficult for the students of the Highlight Academy. Yin Nuoxing said softly, then pointed at herself and sighed. So you're blaming me? Who else can I blame if not you? Xian and the other two smiled sweetly, making Yin Nuoxing feel helpless. Then let's make a trip there. Fire Spiral Academy. Fire Spiral Academy. Ugh, I can't find it. Looking at the large circle of teleportation screens, Yin Nuoxing felt a headache. Although there were names written on them, it wasn't that easy to find them. After all, there are more than 100,000 teleportation screens. How could it be that easy to find them? I found it. There. After a long while, Xian and Mei Mao lit up and pulled Yin Nuoxing down from the sky. Behind them, Feng Er and Bing Er also quietly followed. They came to the screen that the former pointed at and looked at the name, then smiled knowingly. When Yin Nuoxing saw the screen, she also smiled faintly. She crossed her fingers and slightly stretched them. Then, she walked into the screen and said, Then, let's prepare to make a big fuss. They're allies. Don't hit our own people. Feng Er reminded, and the three girls also walked into the screen. Clang. The azure spear was like a roaring lightning dragon as it drew a brilliant arc in the air. In the end, it violently slammed into the arm of a red-clothed young man. The terrifying power directly shook the magical beast shadow behind him. When the long spear of the beautiful figure paused, another figure appeared in front of her like a ghost. A terrifying palm wind was accompanied by a scorching heat as it mercilessly slapped towards the former. Faced with this pincer attack from both sides, the owner of the beautiful figure clicked her tongue violently. A solemnness flashed across her pretty eyes as she narrowed them slightly. With a jerk of her jade-like hand, an enormous thunderbolt strength suddenly erupted from the end of the long spear. It bloomed intensely in midair, appearing just like a flower made of lightning. It heavily collided with the sharp flame palm wind. The powerful thunderbolt strength erupted at this moment. The three of them were shaken by the two rebounding forces until they staggered back some distance before stabilizing their bodies. Lightning element. Not bad. Very interesting. The man holding the flaming palm couldn't help but praise when such a pincer attack failed. He smiled and said, Farlight Academy's third on the devil ranking, Ding Mingyu. Not bad. You're very strong. However, you're still stubbornly resisting. You've only just stepped into the demigod realm. Even if your long spear can threaten us, you're dreaming if you want to fight the three of us by yourself. There's no point in saying more. You guys just want to join forces to suppress the Farlight Academy after seeing how Junior Brother was in the limelight during the Divine Institute exchange. Dingmingyu's face was cold. Her silver eyes were filled with ruthless, thunderous intent. She coldly said, "You want to take us down and use us to force Junior Brother out? That's a good plan, but you'll regret it." "Huh?" A mere second conferred demonic rank student who relied on some unorthodox methods to ascend to the top 100 ranking. "We don't care about you. You're not qualified to comment on our methods." A yellow-clothed young man with a yellow complexion sneered and said, "All you need to know is that all of you from the Farlight Academy are bound to fall here, and you'll become a prisoner." Dingmingyu glanced coldly at the yellow-clothed young man and sneered, "Shameless fellow. Your three academies spent great efforts to foster all of you in vain. In the end, you've raised 3 pieces of trash." The Farlight Academy was different from the other academies. They wouldn't give any preferential treatment to any of their students, and they had to rely on themselves to obtain everything they wanted. Thus, the peak combat strength of the Farlight Academy was mostly at the peak of the Devil rank. Dingmingyu was only lucky enough to rely on the Dream Soul Crystal to step into the demigod realm. The 3 of us possess superb natural talent, so it's only natural that we're highly regarded by the Academy. Moreover, your Farlight Academy only managed to produce a single demigod realm expert during this year's Divine Institute exchange. Where's the prestige of the past? The red-clothed young man smiled as well. Even though his expression was gentle, Dingmingyu knew that this fellow was unscrupulous in battle, and every single move he made was lethal. So, he firmly suppressed the 3 of them. The red-clothed young man said in a light voice, "Since you're so unyielding, then we'll fulfill your wish. We'll allow everyone to see the sorry state your Farlight Academy is in once we capture you. I presume you won't be able to say anything else at that time, right? Let's do it. Capture her and bring her back to Farlight Academy before hanging her at the entrance of the teleportation area." The expressions of the 2 of them turned slightly serious when they heard this, and then they nodded forcefully. "You're going too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of all of you?" Dingmingyu's face turned completely gloomy when she saw the 3 of them preparing to attack once more. Her figure moved as terrifying lightning energy suddenly erupted from her body, and it condensed into an enormous lotus platform behind her. As the lotus flower spun slightly, a strand of terrifying energy rippled through the air. Right when she intended to make the first move, Mei Mao suddenly flashed, and she glanced imperceptibly at the spatial screen in the distance. She seemed to have sensed something, and a moment later, she looked coldly at the red-clothed young man and the others before she laughed with ridicule. "Come and capture me if you have the ability. Attack." These words caused the red-clothed young man to frown, and he shouted coldly before his figure flashed out explosively. Behind him, the yellow-clothed young man and the green-clothed young man flashed out explosively as well. The 3 of them had just moved when Dingmingyu's red lips were lifted into an arc of ridicule that was almost impossible to see. Her spear that surged with lightning swept behind her, and then her delicate figure flashed explosively behind her, leaving behind a dazzling silver-blue bolt of lightning in the sky. Trying to escape, this sudden scene caused a red-clothed young man and the 2 others to be startled. Immediately, the 3 of them snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura surged out from within their bodies. The seal formed by their hands changed, and their bodies suddenly flashed. One could hear a sharp whistle being emitted from the space, and the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. "Can you catch up?" Dingmingyu's pretty face changed slightly the moment the 3 of them disappeared. Her azure-long spear suddenly swept behind her, and her delicate body borrowed this recoil to suddenly dive downwards. Chi! 3 terrifying elemental energies rushed out from above Dingmingyu's head just as her body descended. They brushed past her back, burning a large hole in her clothes, and her flawless back was exposed to the air. "Run, I'll let you run." The space suddenly fluctuated, and the red-clothed young man and the two others broke through the air with ferocious smiles on their faces. The blazing plains turned into a sea of fire. Their eyes were ferocious as they stared at Dingmingyu. Both of their fists were swung out, and three 10,000 feet large elemental fists cut through the air, smashing towards Dingmingyu with a momentum that shook the earth. The three fists were swiftly magnified in Mei Mao's eyes. Dingmingyu's expression was as calm as water. Her small hand, which was holding the azure long spear, shook, and the energy on the long spear suddenly disappeared. It turned back into a silver-white long blade and was returned to its scabbard, after which it was placed back in her ring and allowed her delicate body to freely fall downwards. That manner showed that she had given up on defense and seemed to be waiting for death. Just as the three enormous fists were about to land on Dingmingyu, a clear finger snap stealthily spread throughout the entire academy. That quiet sound caused the hearts of countless people to suddenly jump. Jun Luo, Yi, and the rest also heard this finger snap. Yi Daofeng and the others did not react for a moment, but the former smiled faintly. Soon after, she seemed to have thought of something, and her smile suddenly stiffened. Her pupils shrunk slightly, and she hurriedly sent her opponent flying with a slap. She hurriedly said, "Retreat. Quickly retreat." After her voice sounded, she did not care about the stunned expressions of the others. With a wave of her hand, she pulled Yun and the rest and rushed towards a distance. She faced the empty space and cried out in a lovely voice, "There are allies. Be gentler." "Not good. Quickly run." The red-clothed young man and the other two's pupils also trembled. They suddenly raised their heads, and the former seemed to have thought of something. He let out a strange cry and did not care whether the three fists had caught up to Dingmingyu. He hurriedly turned around and ran. However, just as they turned around and were about to run, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged in their hearts, causing them to widen their eyes. The boiling energy in their bodies suddenly became unusually quiet, and soon after, void. "Break!" A beautiful voice softly laughed in the sky. When it landed in everyone's ears, it was like the voice of a demon. Following it, an explosion that seemed to split the sky and earth apart sounded. Countless people raised their heads and could only see an extremely bright light, like the light of creation, sweeping over. Faint, bright golden particles spread across the sky. The silver-blue light cluster was expanding at an even faster and more berserk speed than before. Chaotic elemental energy wildly danced and boiled in the sky, condensing into a material form that floated in the air, transforming into a brilliant elemental ocean that was greedily devoured by the silver-blue light cluster. Dingmingyu watched indifferently as the silver-white light cluster appeared. Subsequently, it wildly expanded. The three giant elemental fists had already disappeared without a trace after the snap of her fingers. However, she had also lost all of her strength. All she could do was watch as the silver-white light cluster swept toward her, after which her beautiful eyes slowly closed as she waited for the wild and violent energy to surge towards her. Swoosh! Just as Dingmingyu thought that she was about to be sucked into the light cluster, she suddenly felt a warm and soft touch on her bare waist. Bright golden light surged into her tightly shut Mei Mao. Soon after, a feeling of the sky and earth spinning descended on her body, as if the front and back of her body were about to be torn apart. Rumble! The silver-blue energy cluster revealed its most berserk side. In almost an instant, it had completely devoured the space within 100,000 feet, and it was still expanding towards 1,000,000 feet. The people floating in the distance could only see the ground that the light cluster touched disappear completely as if it had melted. Huge spatial cracks appeared in the dense elemental ocean. The silver-blue light cluster finally devoured the space within 1,000,000 feet before slowly solidifying. Then, with a sudden flash, it shrank to the size of a fist in a breath's time and slowly dissipated, leaving behind countless people looking at the huge crater left behind on the ground in horror. Their bodies could not help but tremble in the distant sky. The long, colorful hair fluttered. The white gold figure looked at the ground below, and after a single glance, he looked away. Then, he lowered his head and saw Ding Mingyu lying softly in his arms. Her beautiful eyelashes were gently trembling, and her soft, jade-like hands were grabbing onto that person's clothes as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. It was as if she was scared out of her wits. Senior sister Mingyu, girl, are you all right? Are you scared? In the sky, Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and looked at the beautiful face in his arms, which was originally cold and alluring, but now appeared lovely and alluring due to its paleness. He could not help but smile faintly. The smooth and soft feeling that came from his palms stunned him, and a blush flashed across his pretty face. However, he suppressed it a moment later and did not think too much about it. Hearing the voice, Ding Mingyu's tightly shut, long eyelashes gently trembled. Soon after, she slowly opened her eyes with a trace of fear. When her gaze saw the beautiful face that appeared in her line of sight, she could not help but gasp. After panting slightly for a while, Ding Mingyu looked at her own posture and actions and felt the warmth on her back. A blush appeared on her pale face, and she hurriedly released her jade-like hands. She mobilized the wind elements and struggled to stand up from Yun Nuoxing's arms. Just as she steadied herself, she saw a snow-white cloak draped over her body, causing her to be startled. Turning her head, she saw Yun Nuoxing's warm smile and heard him say with a faint smile, "The back of your clothes is torn." Ignoring Ding Mingyu, whose face had turned incomparably red because of his words, Yin Nuoxing smiled and said, "You actually closed your eyes. Did you calculate that I would use the light elements to catch you? Are you injured?" "No." The blush on Ding Mingyu's cheeks had yet to completely subside. Mei Mao stared blankly at Yin Nuoxing, who had a warm smile on his face since the beginning, and softly said, Thank you." Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and turned his gaze towards two directions. He waved his hand towards those two directions, and a moment later, two groups of people flew over from afar. "Senior sister, are you injured?" Xian, Feng, and the other two flew over. Seeing Ding Mingyu's blushing face, they stared blankly for a moment, then thoughtfully looked at Yin Nuoxing and said with a faint smile, "Little star, did you bully senior sister Mingyu?" Ding Mingyu's face immediately turned even redder. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at Xian, but didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked to the other side. Jun Luo, Yi, and Yi Daofeng brought their people over in a few flashes. Just as she steadied herself, before Jun Luo, Yi could say anything, the elegant and refined beauty pounced out while crying and crashed into Yin Nuoxing's body. Her jade arms hugged Yin Nuoxing's arm as she wailed, "Big brother Yin, fortunately, you came. You scared me to death." Everyone rolled their eyes. "Weren't you the one who fought the most vigorously just now?" Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly and habitually reached out to rub her little head. Then, he looked at the others and smiled. Not a single one of them was left behind. It seems that there were no accidental injuries. "I was scared to death by you. At least tell me in advance when you use your ultimate move. I almost couldn't run out." Hearing this, Yi Daofeng and the rest couldn't help but complain. Looking at their expressions after surviving a calamity, it seemed that they still hadn't recovered from their shock. "Luo, Yi is here. It's fine." Yin Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. His colorful eyes looked at the many students who were still in a state of shock. His bright eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I roughly know the cause of the matter. Although I thought that I would be hated, I didn't think that there would be such a strong backlash." Ding Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then told Yin Nuoxing what she knew. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's gaze also became slightly sharp. "Oh, then the Farlight Academy should be decorated like a dragon's lair and tiger's den, right? What do you plan to do?" Ding Mingyu smiled faintly and tightened her white cloak. "It's very simple." Yin Nuoxing laughed evilly. However, this smile and this relaxed tone, when it landed in everyone's ears, gave them an ominous premonition. The next sentence made their hair stand on end. Release. Smoke. Flower. Chapter 733. It had only been a day and a half since the Divine Institute exchange, but it had already created a raging atmosphere. The various great academies were still bustling with activity today. Among the hundreds of thousands of academies, there was a rather large undercurrent that was quietly surging. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the two figures at the top of the 100 rankings. Doubt and hostility had never dissipated. The Farlight Academy was still bustling with activity today. As one of the elemental academies, there was never a lack of challengers. There were all kinds of students coming and going. Even the students of the Farlight Academy who were walking around the other academies were the targets of a group of people. It was all because they had the title of Elemental Academy, and because there were several colossal figures behind them. The common goal of these people had also attracted the attention of the Farlight Academy students. Immediately, there were some students who also flew towards the Battle King platform. There were also some students who hurriedly went to find their teachers and elders. At this moment, the Battle King platform was already filled with tens of thousands of people. Qing Shuang's fellows dragged Ling Feng, Wen Yao, and some other students of our academy to the Battle King platform. At the foot of the Sword God Mountain, in front of the main hall, Bing's line of sight crossed the mountain range and landed on the largest Battle King platform. It was already occupied by countless students. At the center of the Battle King platform, there was a row of huge metal cages. Inside those cages were Shuel Ling Feng, Zhao Wenyao, and the other students of the Farlight Academy. Their actions are pretty fast. Although it's because of Qing Shuang, I didn't expect that they would be able to cause such a ruckus in half a day. Why do I feel that something isn't right? Yin Feng curled his lips. The backlash caused by the God's Child is too strong. It's pressuring the nerves of the other academies. I reckon that the higher-ups of the other academies are behind this. Are they trying to show off their might to our Farlight Academy? Yin Yuting narrowed her charming Mei-Mao eyes. There is a trace of coldness in them. At least 300 academies have come. Among these 300 academies, more than half of them don't have a good relationship with the Farlight Academy. The rest are probably just here to watch the show. There are others who are either watching from the sidelines or on their way here. Bing took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. The Son of God has caused quite a commotion. The commotion after this will be even greater. Yin Yuting's indifferent words caused the Yin Feng duo to be taken aback. They subconsciously asked, after looking at this abnormal gathering of 1 million people, the Son of God must have also received the news. Although this matter was caused by the little guy in the top 20 of the top 100 ranking, how do you think the little Son of God will deal with this? Yin Yuting said indifferently. How do we end this? Of course it's... Yin Feng said half of his sentence without thinking. Then he was stunned and looked at Bing. When Bing caught his gaze, he looked at the sky indifferently and sighed. What do you think will happen if the fear that permeates the entire body is carved into the souls of millions of people? Hearing these frightening words, the corners of Yin Feng's eyes twitched and his mouth trembled. After a while, he forced a smile and said, "The Godchild wouldn't do that, right? He's not an unreasonable person. Making trouble without reason? No, of course the Son of God isn't an unreasonable person. He just wants to do this." Bing shook his head and sighed. He slowly said, "This matter was caused by himself, but the Son of God clearly didn't know when to stop. He clearly didn't expect such a huge backlash. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. Since he was forced to go on stage to act, he will put in his best effort. However, in front of millions of people, he is being watched like a monkey in a circus. How good do you think the Son of God's attitude will be?" When Yin Feng heard this shocking news, his expression changed. He waved his hand and shouted towards the hall behind him, secretly informed the people from the other elemental academies to evacuate the Battle King stage. At the very least, they have to return to the defensive array of the building. Bing slowly nodded. Right now, they dare to capture Xingfeng and the others and trap them in the Battle King stage to threaten us. As the host, we naturally can't be rude. When we inform everyone to evacuate, Let's have the Son of God entertain this group of brats. The Battle King's platform outside the War God Temple had been completely destroyed. The Battle King's platform, which symbolized glory, had been repaired long ago. At this moment, millions of people had gathered. At a glance, all they could see were black heads and a variety of uniforms. As for Yuan Guang's platinum-colored figure, it had long been submerged in the sea of people and was hard to find. This is too much. Senior Shui Lingfeng and the others are all trapped in the Battle King stage and are heavily injured. At the edge of the Battle King stage, several figures leaned against the stone wall and looked down at the Battle King stage. One of them couldn't help but sigh. He had a headache as he grabbed the blue hairband on his head. It's the people from the Azure Frost Academy. The relationship between the Azure Frost Academy and our Farlight Academy isn't good to begin with. During the last Divine Institute exchange, they've been targeting our academy. This time, because Junior Brother is in the limelight, they seem to be targeting us even more. Chuan Mu could not help but sigh as he looked at the Battle Monarch platform below him and then at Lin Sheng and the others who were standing to the side. They're trying to force Brother Yin out, right? But what's the point? Forcing him out to teach him a lesson? But with the current situation, we don't know who's the one teaching who a lesson. Lin Sheng couldn't help but mutter. He looked at the people on the Battle King stage in confusion. Maybe that's one of the reasons, but there's another reason. If the top 3 people on the list lose, their points will be given to the winner. That is to say, the 720,000 points that the junior and the primary school girl have added together have been targeted by someone. Lin Sheng said softly, after the Divine Institute exchange, the points could be exchanged for cultivation resources. If an ordinary demonic stage student has 1,000 points, the amount of cultivation resources they can exchange for is enough to last them a year. With 720,000 points, they might be able to directly reach the initial God stage. Wow! Lin Sheng exclaimed before becoming stunned. He asked in confusion, why is it 720,000 points? If Brother Yin was the only one who lost, wouldn't it only be 360,000 points? Juniors who have the same amount of points are considered to be in a team by default. In other words, the two of them will have their points calculated together. Their team will have 720,000 points, and they'll be ranked first and second because of their high points. As long as one of them loses, it'll count as both of them losing, and the 720,000 points will be given away, explained Chuan Mu. Oh, Lin Sheng replied indifferently. He placed his arms on the stone wall and casually glanced at the field. A moment later, he looked at the Battle King stage and said indifferently, the 3rd to 20th people on the top 100 ranking are all here. The third person is Tai Academy's Yuan Hai. He's a demigod, 5th transformation demigod, and cultivates the Tai divine art. He's also a fire elemental charm master. It said that he once defeated a son of God and came out unscathed. Looks like Tai Academy has put in a lot of effort. Do they want to compete with the Son of God or the other major forces in this year's journey to the secret realm? Lin Sheng said indifferently. Brother Yin will also be going to the secret realm. That freak probably won't have anything to do with him, right? Lin Sheng asked. I'm not sure. I've never been to a secret realm before. I've heard that one will be suppressed after entering a secret realm. The stronger the person, the stronger the suppression. However, it seems that it's only suppressing one's realm, said Chuan Mu softly. Realm doesn't seem to mean much to that guy. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. Have you ever seen a demonic rank battle with a high-level god? Realm means nothing to that guy. Everyone clearly knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but smile bitterly. As time passed, the atmosphere became heavier and heavier. The atmosphere on the Battle King stage became more and more heated. The Yuan Guang Academy's students' hearts became heavier and heavier. Countless eyes were constantly looking at the few people on the Battle King stage, as if they were watching a show. At the same time, some people couldn't help but look at the 2 people at the top of the top 100 ranking. However, there was only a dazzling white light on the screen. It seemed to be blocked or broken. There was no way to see where the 2 people were at the moment. As countless people raised their heads in anticipation, the sun was slowly setting in the west. Suddenly, Lin Sheng and the others trembled. They looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly took out their tokens. The tokens were flickering with a golden light. Then, a voice quietly drilled into their minds. Notify all the Yuan Guang Academy students. If you're on the Battle King stage, evacuate as soon as possible. If you see students from the Elemental Academy, evacuate together with them. Return to the Academy's protective array and don't linger. I repeat, Lin Sheng and the rest were stunned when they heard this voice. This was an urgent message from the elder. It would be transmitted directly to the tokens of all the students. Everyone would receive the message. However, when such a message was sent, it also meant that the situation was extremely serious. Even though they didn't know why such a strange message was sent, they were forced by the elder's authority. After hearing the message, Lin Sheng and the others looked at each other and nodded. Before they left, they looked at the spectator seats of the Battle King stage and saw many white gold figures quietly leaving. They even patted the people next to them. Chuan Mu looked in front of him and took 2 steps forward. He patted the shoulder of a young man in red robes and whispered, Yin Li, let's go. The elder wants the Elemental Academy to evacuate from the Battle King stage. The young man in red robes was startled when he heard Chuan Mu. However, when he heard the word elder, he raised his head and looked at Chuan Mu. When he saw Chuan Mu nod, he also nodded. Even though he didn't understand why, since the elder wanted them to evacuate, he would do so. Hey, let's go. Something has happened. Soon after, the young man from Yin Li patted the shoulder of a person below and whispered. The message quickly spread to the ears of all the Elemental Academy students in the spectator seats. Soon after, a group of people quietly left the Battle King stage. Even though there were many of them, there were only a small number compared to the millions of students. Moreover, they didn't leave in a group. They were like small drops of water in the ocean. Therefore, no one realized that something was wrong. Lin Sheng and the other students from the Yuan Guang Academy quietly separated. They looked at the students from the Elemental Academy who were leaving the Battle King stage and gave them a signal with their eyes. Soon after, they landed in the forest. The large number of students from the Yuan Guang Academy also followed the former and landed in the forest. Hundreds of thousands of students flew through the forest and soon arrived at the entrance of the Battle God Temple. This was the closest building to the Battle King stage. At the same time, there was also a large defensive array inside. Haha, everyone is evacuated? When everyone arrived at the entrance of the Battle God Temple, a hearty laughter rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes. Soon after, they saw Yin Feng standing at the entrance of the Battle God Temple with a sinister smile. He was smiling as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of students. Elder Yin Feng. When they saw this person, Chuan Mu and the rest hurriedly cupped their hands and respectfully greeted him. Yin Feng waved his hand and looked at the Battle King stage in the distant horizon. He waved his hand, and a crystal light screen appeared in front of them. The screen reflected the situation on the Battle King stage. He smiled faintly and said, Let's watch the show. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. However, they didn't dare to ask anything. There was a large open space outside the Battle God Temple. It wouldn't be a problem to accommodate millions of people. Lin Sheng and the rest stood at the entrance of the Battle God Temple. They looked at the light screen and then looked at Yin Feng. They were confused. On the other hand, Yi Qinglian was attentive and suddenly thought of a bold guess. She couldn't help but blink her clear Mei Mao and softly said, Elder, could it be that Brother Yin intends to haha? When he heard her voice, Yin Feng also glanced at her, after which he smiled faintly. Yi Qinglian was even more certain when she saw his appearance. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the two of them were to do so, it would really cause a huge commotion. On the Battle King stage, the indifferent expression of the Tai Academy student called Yuan Hai suddenly changed slightly. Soon after, he slowly lifted his head and revealed an interested expression in his eyes. When the few people beside him saw his expression, they also slowly lifted their heads and looked towards the edge of the sky. Suddenly, a hurried, rushing wind sound appeared at that spot. That voice was extremely swift and violent, causing the voices of the audience on the Battle King stage to be suppressed. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards the source of the voice. Soon after, they saw 3 figures flying over at lightning speed in the sky. Finally, they drew a 5-colored rainbow light and appeared in the sky above the Battle King's stage. Within the rainbow light, there were 3 slender and alluring figures. All of them were wearing white and gold dresses. The 3 of them were like flowers clustered together, attracting the attention of countless people. Deep amazement flitted across their eyes. The girl at the front held a silver-blue long sword in her hand. A faint dragon roar sounded. Mei Mao looked disdainfully at them, revealing a peerless demeanor. Her long, dark, purple hair fluttered behind her back along with a wind of energy. Xian, where did Brother Yin run off to? When Xian, Feng Er, and the other 2 appeared, Lin Sheng and the rest in front of the Battle God Hall hurriedly turned their gazes. When they didn't see Yin Nuoxing, they couldn't help but be stunned. Haha, you're finally here. Under the indifferent gazes of Xian and the other 2, Yuan Hai and the rest also faintly smiled. They stood up and coldly looked at Xian and the other 2, after which they looked around and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that one of them ran away, but it doesn't matter. The 2 of you are together. If you want to save someone, hand over your points or exchange a few blows with us. This place doesn't give you the chance to prepare. Chapter 734. The Battle King platform was in an uproar because of the arrival of the 3 people in the sky. Xian's appearance had long since reached the 2nd place of the top 100 ranking, but countless people were still looking at her with curiosity. At the same time, they were curious as to where the 1st place of the top 100 ranking went. Countless people wanted to know who would be able to walk out of this confrontation with a smile. 720,000 points, no matter how they looked at it, was tempting. In the eyes of many demigod students, Yin Nuoxing and Xian only had the strength of the 2nd seal and the 7th seal of the demigod realm respectively. However, they relied on their miraculous mystic arts and accumulated energy for a long time to reach this level. In their eyes, it was just a small trick. They looked at the 2 of them as if they were looking at 2 fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Just as Chuan Mu and the others thought, 720,000 points could be exchanged for cultivation resources, which was enough for them to cultivate from the demigod realm to the demigod realm. It was a huge amount. The reason for such a scene was not only because of blue frost provocation, but also because they were interested in the points. Hey, they're here. According to the agreement, half of the points are ours. The demigod student from Blue Frost Academy glanced at Yuan Hai, then looked at Shui Lingfeng, who was severely injured and unconscious in the iron cage, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, the fish has taken a bait. The next thing is our business." Yuan Hai turned around and looked at him with an indifferent smile on his face. Xian, Feng Er, and Shui Lingfeng stood indifferently in the sky. 3 pairs of Mei Mao looked down at Yuan Hai, who was wearing a white robe. Mei Mao raised her head slightly and saw several huge iron cages. Inside those cages were the unconscious High Light Academy students and Shui Lingfeng. This battle wasn't just for the sake of saving a life, it was related to the Academy's reputation as well. This was the first time that numerous academies had revealed their deep hostility towards the Academy during the exchange meeting of the Divine Institute. If the Academy was able to overcome this, then its reputation would definitely rise explosively. Hee, it seems like you don't really care. Yuan Hai looked at Xian and the other 2, taking in their indifferent expressions. He smiled indifferently and said, "The exchange between the Divine Institute has its own rules. Who knows how many years it's been since you've caused trouble as you wish. Well, although I don't know what methods you've used to earn points, those points will soon be under my name. I still have to thank you for helping me so much. As a gift of thanks, I won't let you lose so miserably. After all, you're 3 beauties, so I can't be too harsh on you." When Xian and the other 2 heard this, their expressions became a little strange. They looked at each other and then shrugged helplessly. Since when could a demigod be so arrogant? What meaningless actions! However, Senior Shui and the others are students of the High Light Academy. You'll have to pay a corresponding price for heavily injuring them. Xian said softly. She acted as if there was no one else present, which surprised quite a few people in the spectating area. Just her bearing of remaining composed in the face of a powerful enemy made some people admire her even more. Are all the students of the High Light Academy so arrogant? Or do you have no awareness of being weak? Yuan Hai laughed from extreme anger when he was ignored by a young girl, and such a beautiful young girl at that. I like to see what ability you have to make me pay the price. Zian glanced at him. Her jade-like hands were crossed at her waist, after which she shut her pretty eyes. That condescending manner of hers caused him to feel even more furious. Just as he was about to charge forward and fight, some astonished, soft voices suddenly sounded from the audience. The content of those voices also caused him to be slightly startled. Was there someone beside the cage before? Colorful hair. Could it be the number one on the top 100 ranking? The continuous whispers gradually grew louder, causing Yuan Hai's group and Qin Shuang's group to be stunned. They abruptly turned around and saw that a young girl with long, colorful hair had unknowingly appeared beside the few metal cages. At this moment, she was touching the metal cages with her hands. Her relaxed appearance caused many people to be dumbfounded. Ah, we've been discovered. The young girl with long, colorful hair was naturally Yin Nuashing. She also saw Yuan Hai's group turn around, but she did not panic. Instead, she calmly called out, clenched her fist, and lightly stomped her foot on the ground. Swoosh! After these two simple actions, a swift sound suddenly rang out. Subsequently, the few metal cages abruptly disappeared from the Battle King stage. Xue Lingfeng and the others inside had also disappeared, causing countless people to be stunned. This, Qin Shuang's demigod rank student widened his eyes. There was a restriction placed on the cage, and it couldn't be opened or moved without breaking it. However, it had disappeared without a trace. It's over. Now, we have no reason to fight. Yin Nuashing clapped his hands and smiled faintly. The iron cage was sent to the front of the War God Temple. As for the energy restriction, as long as it wasn't the energy restriction of a high-level god, it didn't matter to him whether it was there or not. After saving Xue Lingfeng and the others, there was no need for him to fight. Yuan Hai's eyes widened. The moment he reacted, his expression suddenly became gloomy. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground, causing an ear-piercing sound to ring out. His figure instantly disappeared. Wah! A series of exclamations sounded from the audience when they saw Yuan Hai start a fight without saying anything. Under the gazes of countless people, Yuan Hai, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared in front of Yin Nuashing. A heavy punch was accompanied by a whistling wind as it violently rumbled out. Just the strength of this punch gave people an extremely powerful pressure, causing the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Bang! Before the punch could touch Yin Nuashing, some light particles flickered around her body. Her figure suddenly melted under the light particles. The punch also directly passed through Yin Nuashing's figure. A dull sound of flesh colliding rang out, causing countless people to be shocked. Even Yuan Hai was somewhat astonished. Could it be that it was as everyone thought? That the guy who ranked first on the top 100 ranking list only had that one move? Before they could sit down in shock, the figure slowly dissipated under countless gazes, turning into light particles and disappearing in the air. An afterimage? Yuan Hai was slightly taken aback. He suddenly raised his head and saw that Yin Nuashing was currently standing with Zian and the other two. Her expression was indifferent as she looked at him. There was only emptiness in her indifferent eyes. Even his figure did not exist. It was as if she had never placed him in her eyes. Are you trying to escape? When he saw that Yin Nuashing also had such an arrogant appearance, two veins popped out on Yuan Hai's forehead. He angrily laughed and said, "You can escape once, you can escape twice. However, I will always find trouble with the students of the High Light Academy. Don't tell me that you intend to come out and save them every time, or do you intend to drag the entire High Light Academy down with you too?" Yin Nuashing, who originally felt that there was no reason for her to fight, was about to turn and leave. However, when she heard Yuan Hai's words, a chill surged in her eyes. She then looked at the Battle King stage and faintly smiled. That's right. Since I'm already here, I should at least make a move. There are millions of people here. I estimate that I can obtain tens of millions of points, right? Wow. These cold and arrogant words caused the entire audience to boil. Countless people raised their heads and looked at him. All kinds of expressions flashed across their faces. Some were angry, some were mocking, and some were indifferent. Of course, they knew how powerful Yin Nuoxing's attack was. However, with so many people watching, would she have the time to prepare a killing move? I think you've lost your mind. Not to mention how long it takes for the two of you to prepare for that attack. There are so many experts gathered here. If you want to use that move, everyone will gang up on you. Do you think they will give you the time to use it? Yuan Hai laughed loudly. Don't look down on others. A mere second seal of the demon rank. Do you think you could do whatever you want on a demigod-level battlefield? Huh? Gang up on me? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's expression became completely gloomy. Although he still had a gentle smile on his face, his beautiful face was covered in black lines. That expression seemed to be telling everyone that he had held back to his limit. After taking a deep breath and exhaling, Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. He took Xian's hand and slowly opened her right hand. Boom! Seeing his action, countless people in the audience suddenly stood up. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. The terrifying energy gathered into a huge energy storm, causing the entire Battle Monarch platform to shake. The aura of millions of demon rank experts gathered together was something that even godsons and godly venerables would have to retreat. Unfortunately, they had encountered a monster. You're crazy. Sensing the energy storm that caused even his heart to palpitate, Yuan Hai grinned and laughed wildly. If the two from Yin Nuo Star had any intention of using that profound art, they would be besieged by everyone present. Feeling the terrifying energy storm, Yin Nuoxing remained indifferent. He had faced a god emperor before. Why would he be afraid of these millions of demon rank experts? First of all, who told you that it would take us a long time to use it? Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. Terrifying energy gathered above his palm in an instant. Faint light particles suddenly condensed, and a drop of silver blue light condensed in an instant. When the silver blue light appeared, a monstrous spatial fluctuation and a pressure unique to gods suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Even Yuan Hai and Qing Shuang widened their eyes. Didn't you say that it would take them a long time to use it? Yuan Hai roared at Qing Shuang's people. His eyes were full of shock as he looked at the silver-white light spot. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure that surpassed the demigod rank from the light spot. This, Qing Shuang's demigod rank expert, also widened his eyes in shock. Such a powerful mystic technique should take a long time to condense with the strength of a demon rank expert. Why did Yin Nuoxing release it as if it was just a game? Boom! However, they didn't have much time to think about it at this moment because the millions of people had already soared into the sky. Dazzling attacks were released one after another like a sea of light that drowned the sky. Yuan Hai and the others also soared into the sky with angry roars and released their strongest attacks. Looking at the sea of energy formed by the interweaving attacks, Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. The silver blue light spot in his hand suddenly trembled. Then it suddenly expanded. Secondly, I can do whatever I want. Buzz. Following an indifferent laughter, the silver blue light cluster expanded from the size of a thumb to 100,000 feet in size in an instant. The million attacks did not even form a ripple when they made contact with it before they were swallowed by the silver white light cluster. After which, the silver blue light cluster was just like a dying star in front of countless pairs of horrified eyes. Within a short breath's time, it had suddenly expanded to 1,000,000 feet in size, in front of the war god temple. Everyone stared at the light screen in horror. They could only see the rapidly expanding silver-blue ball of light swallowing the millions of people, including Yuan Hai and the others, in an instant. Then, when they looked up, they could see a silver-blue ball of light that contained extremely terrifying energy rising from the horizon, like a silver-blue sun. Buzz, when a silver-blue light suddenly swept from the horizon to the front of the war god temple, The dazzling white light was so dazzling that it caused everyone to close their eyes. A strange sound like two swords fiercely rubbing against each other echoed in their ears. The terrifying energy storms slammed into their bodies, almost blowing them off the ground. Everyone reflexively fell to the ground with a crash. Even Yin Feng was shocked when he sensed the terrifying silver-blue light spot. His eyes widened in shock. If it wasn't for the fact that the spatial energy didn't contain destructive power, the defensive array might not have been able to withstand it. Beside the lake in the freshman area, Lan Xer looked at the huge silver-blue sun rising from the horizon with joy. She smiled tenderly and said, as expected of Brother Nuashing, the combination of the void technique, the spiritual divine body, and the five elements body. The spatial energy that you control is comparable to that of a deity. Yes, Yi Shi and the others also smiled slightly. They sipped their tea and looked at the silver-blue sun with interest. Then, they looked at the central square. There, a string of numbers jumped rapidly above the heads of the first and second on the top 100 talents list. In just a moment, a bright 8-digit number appeared. Yuan Hai, who was in third place, disappeared from the top 100 talents list. The person who was originally in fourth place took over the third place after Yuan Hai disappeared. In the next second, his score returned to 0, and he disappeared from the list. It wasn't until all the people in the top 30 had disappeared that the top 100 talents list was fixed, and the person in third place was fixed. It seems that not only the people in the top 20 are here. Everyone in the top 30 is here. However, they were all swept into the spatial storm. When the person in third place disappeared, he took over the third place. Then, he was eliminated again until he was originally in 31st place. Outside the hall halfway up the giant sword mountain, Bing and Yin Yuting looked at the constantly changing top 100 talents list and couldn't help but smile. He still has to thank the little god. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in third place. Yin Yuting also smiled faintly. However, we still have to clean up the mess later. There are millions of students, and I estimate that there are thousands of academies involved. This time, it's the biggest commotion in the history of the Divine Institute exchange. Bing let out a long sigh. Yuan Guang will probably be affected, although it has nothing to do with us. Gossip is a fearful thing. Those old fogies from the other academies won't think too much about it. They only believe in one thing, and that is that the thousands of academies that attacked were all killed by the little god. This will make them lose face. Yin Yuting shook her head and sighed. It's fine if they don't act rashly. However, if they do, the next battle will probably be between the elders of the academies. However, at the very least, there will be a period of calm. Today's events are really fast. It's so fast that I feel that it's been arranged in advance. Bing smiled coldly. From the time Yin Nuashing had caused a ruckus in the morning to the sunset, it had only been half a day. However, the thousands of academies had already joined forces. It was so fast that he found it inconceivable. That's right, Yin Yuting gawked. After a long while, she sighed and nodded. Chapter 735. The silver-blue sun lasted for a dozen seconds before suddenly shrinking from 1,000,000 feet to the size of a thumb. Then it disappeared, leaving behind a bottomless pit on the ground. Everyone in front of the war god temple slowly raised their heads. Apart from the square of the war god temple, the outside had become an abyss. They were floating above the abyss, as if they were in the void. Lin Sheng and the rest stood up and watched as the towering mountain range in the distance was destroyed. Even the ground had become a deep pit. Finally, they could not help but gulp as they lifted their heads with lingering fear. They looked towards the horizon and saw that the Battle King's platform had disappeared along with the millions of people. This firework is really... A sigh came from the war god temple behind them. Then, a series of footsteps rang out, causing Lin Sheng and the rest to quickly turn their heads. They saw Ding Mingyu and the rest slowly walking out of the war god temple. Seeing them, the former and the rest were startled. Little junior brother said something about fireworks and threw us back. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Ding Mingyu said indifferently. Everyone laughed bitterly. Fireworks? This firework was indeed grand and grand. Yin Feng looked at the abyss and felt a headache coming on. It would take a lot of effort to repair such a big pit. He waved his hand, and his helpless voice spread across the square of the war god temple. All right, the farce is over. If there's nothing else, you can leave. After he finished speaking, he ignored the strange expressions of the students and was suddenly startled for a moment. His expression flickered as he helplessly sighed. Headmaster has summoned us so quickly. It seems that this matter has caused quite a stir. Fine, let's see what kind of good things you bastards can say. Sighing and shaking his head, Yin Feng glanced at Lin Sheng and the rest. His figure flashed, and he disappeared. In front of the war god temple, Shueling Feng and the rest were lying unconscious on the ground. Ding Mingyu saw them and could not help but sigh. Are they okay? They're fine. Not really. They're seriously injured and unconscious. Their situation is not very good, but their lives are not in danger. Zhong Songling softly said. Mei Mao looked around. After a while, she stopped at the edge of the pit and asked doubtfully, Where are the students? I threw it into the Tranquil Ocean Academy. We don't have a place to put it. Everyone was startled. However, before anyone could speak, a faint laughter was transmitted from beside them, after which the space began to wiggle slightly. A moment later, Yin Nuoxing's group appeared within the wiggling space. She glanced at them and smiled. Where's Uncle Yin Feng? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but ask after looking around and not seeing Yin Feng and the others. He was here just a moment ago. Lin Sheng turned his head to look at the entrance of the War God Hall. However, he did not see Yin Feng's figure. He scratched his head in confusion and said, Perhaps he left because he had some matters to attend to. Yin Nuoxing answered casually. He looked at the horizon in the distance and was a little stunned. That vicissitude that should not have appeared on the young man's body was inexplicably revealed. Seeing that she had suddenly fallen silent, everyone also turned their gazes. They were all shocked when they saw the emptiness and spiritlessness in her multicolored eyes, as well as the vicissitudes of life. The dusky light of the setting sun shone on Yin Nuoxing's body, making her feel even more mysterious. Xian was also slightly startled. Mei Mao looked at her in confusion. She didn't know why Yin Nuoxing had suddenly changed. That feeling was as if her heart had drifted away to somewhere else. Phew! After a moment, Yin Nuoxing let out a long breath. The vicissitudes of life completely disappeared, and she returned to her ethereal and distant appearance. She lowered her head and saw Xian's worried gaze. She smiled faintly and rubbed her head. It's nothing. Let's go back. I don't want to play anymore. Xian nodded slightly. She used a bit more strength to hold his hand. Yin Feng, Bing, and Yin Yiting stood in the great hall halfway up the giant Soar Mountain. A few elders stood beside them. In front of them, there was a figure in gray robes. He had his hand behind his back as he looked at the huge screens of light in front of him. A group of people stood or sat in the dozens of screens of light. Their gazes were tightly fixed on the figure in gray robes. It was as if their gazes could pass through the screens of light and interact with him. The great hall was so quiet that only the faint breathing of a few people could be heard. The man in gray robes, Yin Feng, and the others looked at the dozens of screens of light in front of them. Their gazes were filled with suspicion. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then fart. Don't just stand here and stare at each other. Are you trying to flirt with me with your eyes? I'm very busy. No one knew how long this silence lasted, but the man in gray robes suddenly shouted. His sudden shout startled Yin Feng and the others, as well as the people in the screens of light. You're as hot-tempered as always. In the middle of the spatial light curtain, there was a whisper that sounded like an owl. There was only one person in the spatial light curtain, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He continued, It's nothing. I just heard that your academy has produced an amazing little fellow, so I'm a little interested, that's all. Don't beat around the bush. Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. Your Celestial Godly Academy is one of the best in the Kuan Yuan region. It's even better than our Elemental Academy. How could you do such a despicable thing? The man in gray robes sneered. Old friend, we're all practitioners. For power, for profit, we can do anything. This is nothing. The person in the screen of light smiled faintly. Why didn't I see you causing trouble at Red Star Academy? The man in gray robes couldn't help but curse. There were many top students in Celestial Godly Academy. Many of them could even compete with core disciples and divine princes. However, many of those top geniuses were recruited from other academies. Perhaps it wasn't appropriate to call them abductors because they were happy to see Celestial Godly Academy spend a lot of resources on them, allowing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Others would provide the resources, and they would just have to cultivate. Wouldn't that be great? The Divine Institute exchange is already meaningless to that little fellow. We didn't participate in it this time for the sake of giving the others a chance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if we were to participate and lose the balance. The person from Celestial Godly Academy chuckled. Wei Guang, don't be in such a hurry to reject. Tell him our intentions first. If he's willing, it'll be a win-win situation for both of us. The gray-robed man called Wei Guang couldn't help but grin. That little fellow was a disciple of the 9 divine halls. If he could be poached away like this, then he was underestimating him too much. This corner of the wall was welded shut with profound crystals, so it was impossible to dig it out. Ah, that kid is unruly. He doesn't even listen to a heaven-immortal elder. I'm afraid. Wei Guang smiled. The person from Celestial Godly Academy was surprised. He sneered inside, but on the surface, he said, Principal Wei Guang, I'll give you my jade fan. What do you think? I've refined it recently. It's a high-level weapon of the 8th level. I haven't tested its power yet. He was confident that as long as Wei Guang conveyed the message, none of these youngsters would be able to resist such conditions. This was also the reason why he dared to offer such a high price. But this time he was destined to be disappointed, because to the Yun Nuo planet, whether it was the Far Light Academy, the Celestial Academy, or even the Red Star Academy, none of them would be of much help to him. It all depended on his mood. Furthermore, his star test required him to graduate from the Far Light Academy. All right, do you want me to send a message for you now? Wei Guang smiled, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. No need. I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. The person from Celestial Godly Academy said confidently. Then, the light screen disappeared. As they watched the spatial light curtain disappear, the other spatial light curtains also closed one after another. The large hall once again became quiet. Hee, you want to poach that little fellow over so that he can work hard for all of you in the secret realm? That's a good plan. What a pity, what a pity. Dean Wei Guang chuckled, and then he turned around to look at Yin Feng's group of 3 and said, That little fellow seems to want to go to Blazing Fire Academy, right? Tell him that he can head over tomorrow, and he doesn't have to participate in the Divine Institute exchange. Just keep his score at 10 million, and he can hang it there until the end of the world. Yin Feng and the others smiled wryly. They knew that Yin Nuoxing wouldn't go to Celestial Godly Academy unless it was absolutely necessary. They nodded and said, Then we'll arrange it now. Oh, I'll do it. You guys can just tell that little guy about this. Wei Guang waved his hand and smiled slyly. Ao Songhai, Ao Songhai, you never thought that you would meet a little guy who doesn't listen to reason or force. Hee hee. Yin Feng and the others glanced at each other speechlessly and shrugged. They said goodbye to the others and left the hall. Dean Wei Guang? At night, in the small palace by the lake, Yin Nuoxing and the others were sitting on sofa. They looked at Yin Feng and tilted their heads. After listening to Yin Feng's explanation, they understood a little. Then they sighed and said, No, I'm not interested in Celestial Godly Academy. There's no need for me to go. I knew you would say that. Yin Feng chuckled and nodded. Also, the headmaster said that you can leave for Yanli Academy tomorrow. Then the competition. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head. You don't need to participate. Your score will be fixed at 10 million. I'll give you the right to go to Yanli Academy in advance. Yin Feng smiled as he shook his head. After that, he fumbled around in his pocket for a while before taking out a token with a volcano drawn on it. He tossed it to Yin Nuoxing and said, This is the token of the Flaming Li Academy. Your points will automatically be converted into the currency of the Flaming Li Academy. As for the rest, someone will receive you. Yin Nuoxing took the token and glanced at it. Then his eyes lit up and he grinned. Then I'll wait until tomorrow. There's no rush. Yin Feng rolled his eyes. Why was this guy so impatient? All right, hearing this, Yin Nuoxing could only sigh. He couldn't be blamed for being anxious. Staying in the academy for half a year was extremely boring. If it wasn't for that damnable star test that made him stay in the High Light Academy until he graduated, thinking about this, he was startled. He looked at Yin Feng and hurriedly asked, "Right, Uncle Yin Feng, how long will it take to graduate?" "Oh, usually it takes 6 years to graduate. If you want to graduate earlier, you have to go through some procedures. Actually, it doesn't matter if you graduate or not." Yin Feng rubbed his chin. Looking at Yin Nuoxing's expectant eyes, he couldn't help but smile. "How about this? You can go to the mysterious regions as a representative of Yanli Academy. If you get good results, you can graduate early. How about that?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing grinned and nodded. Okay. Chapter 736. The next morning, in front of the small palace, Yin Nuoxing and the others stood by the lake. Looking at the palace, they couldn't help but laugh. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. It was as if they hadn't done anything. Time had passed just like that. "Brother Nuo, you didn't forget anything, right?" Yishi asked Yin Nuoxing after checking around and coming out of the palace. She closed the palace door and looked at him. Yin Nuoxing smiled and picked her up. He flicked her forehead and said, "We're all living people with us. We can't possibly lose them." Rubbing her forehead with her small hand, Yishi lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Haha, we'll be leaving for a while. The magic formation in the palace is still operating. If you want to use it, just stay in it. I've given all my energy to Lin Sheng. If you want anything, just ask him." Yin Nuoxing looked at Lin Sheng and the others and couldn't help but smile. This morning, Lin Sheng and the others came to the palace to sit for a while. When they heard that Yin Nuoxing and the others were leaving the Longguang Academy, they were stunned for a long time. "You're not planning to come back after leaving?" Ding Mingyu pulled Jun Luo forward and asked softly. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing turned his gaze and looked at the palace. He took a deep breath and said, "Oh, I probably won't be back for a while. I can't just leave after the trial of fire. It's rare for me to go to the Ganyuan region, so I have to take a look around. However, I'll be back after the trip to the secret territory. Anyway, 2 or 3 months is no different from nothing. It'll pass in the blink of an eye." Yin Nuoxing smiled. "Sigh. It wasn't easy for me to put on such a strong protective talisman. Now I'm leaving just like that." Jun Luo looked at Yin Nuoxing with pity and couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. "Little Jun, you really think of me as a protective talisman." Yin Nuoxing fiercely rolled his eyes and used his right hand to scratch Jun Luo's black hair, causing the latter to look at him with hidden bitterness. A hint of loneliness quietly flashed past her beautiful eyes. "All right, I'll really come back. Let's meet again in the secret realm. Don't you guys still have to participate in the exchange? Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me." Seeing the loneliness in her eyes, Yin Nuoxing's expression also became gentle. She patted Jun Luo's head and looked around. Seeing that Lin Sheng and the others were also looking at him with various emotions, she smiled and said, "Yes, there's no rush. It won't be too late for you to participate after you send me off." Lin Sheng nodded and tightened his grip on Yi Qinglian's hand. Yi Qinglian turned her head and saw a smile on his face. However, she still easily caught a hint of sadness in his expression. She sighed in her heart. She did not feel anything. Among the people present, she had the least interaction with Yin Nuoxing. However, Lin Sheng and the others were different. They had once exchanged secrets. Although they had not been together for very long, they cherished this friendship. "Let's go to the Sword King Hall first. After dealing with that idiot Ao Songhai, I'll take you to awaken your divinity," Yin Feng said with a smile as he watched from the side. "Awaken your divinity? Now?" Yin Nuoxing and the others turned their heads curiously. "Yes, Grey Elder Jean reminded me. They also know that you're going to the Flame Li Academy. She told me to tell you to be careful and to return as soon as you're done. They'll be staying in Xiaguang City for now. While they're at it, They also want you to awaken your divinity before you leave. Yin Feng nodded. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing bitterly smiled. Big Sister Jean also wanted him to awaken his divinity. In other words, they all agreed with the guess of the owner of the labyrinth, even though he also had such plans. Divinity should be awakened at the demigod rank. It will be difficult to awaken at the demigod rank because the soul does not meet the requirements for that kind of awakening. However, you have a god rank soul, so it won't be a problem for you to awaken your divinity earlier. It will just be a little painful. Well, just endure it for a while. Ziya's voice rang out in his mind, startling him. Divinity is linked to the soul, bloodline, element, and spirit. When it awakens, it will stimulate all the power in the body and then ignite it. The light from the awakened divinity is extremely powerful. If you don't have the physical strength of a demigod, you might not be able to endure it. However, your glass body has already been completed, so your physical strength should be enough, said Ziyi. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Although he was not too sure what the so-called igniting of his divinity was, he still took precautions. A moment later, Yin Feng waved his hand and brought Yin Nuoxing, Lin Sheng, and the others into the sky. They shot straight towards the huge sword mountain. What happened in the Farlight Academy yesterday had basically spread to all the divine institutes, causing the Farlight Academy to become extremely quiet. The huge crater had already been filled up, so the academy was very quiet. Not many people came, and not many students from the Farlight Academy remained in the academy. The first and second on the ranking of 100 had already been removed. Only the third to the 100 students were displayed. Yin Nuoxing and Xian's figures were nowhere to be seen. Although the first and second on the ranking of 100 had disappeared, many people still found it hard to forget the two people who had once occupied the first and second places. They had single-handedly slaughtered the entire ranking of 100. The two of them had fought against the combined forces of several million people. That kind of battle record could only be described as a fantasy. Even if it was not displayed, it did not affect their positions on the ranking of 100. In 2 minutes, they had arrived at the waist of the huge sword mountain from the freshman area. The doors to the hall were wide open. Yin Feng arranged for everyone to wait outside, while Yin Nuoxing flew into the hall alone. In the main hall, when Dean Wei Guang saw Yin Nuoxing's arrival, he took another look at him. Then, he smiled and even waved the green feather fan in his hand at him, causing him to be slightly stunned. Dean Wei Guang was the only one in the hall, but there was a huge spatial screen in the air. The person inside was still unclear. It was the dean of the Celestial Godly Academy, who had spoken with Yin Nuoxing yesterday, Ao Songhai. Little guy, you're finally here. Ao Songhai smiled faintly when he saw Yin Nuoxing appear. He was about to say something when Yin Nuoxing suddenly extended his hand. No, it's meaningless. There's no need. Yin Nuoxing raised his hand and casually threw out a sentence that surprised Dean Wei Guang and Ao Songhai. Little guy, think about it carefully. Dean Wei Guang blinked. He looked at Yin Nuoxing with a sly look in his eyes. But on the surface, he said calmly, the Celestial Godly Academy's experience and resources are incomparable to ours. You'll have a better cultivation environment there, and your future will be limitless. Ao Songhai's expression sank, but when he heard this, he calmed down a little. He then looked at Yin Nuoxing and nodded. No, I'm not going. I'm not going to the Red Star Academy. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. General Yin Nuo shook his head like a rattle drum. His indifferent words caused Yin Feng to bitterly laugh. Dean Wei Guang shrugged when he heard this. He threw a helpless look at Ao Songhai and said helplessly, See, I told you. The corners of Ao Songhai's eyes twitched. He wanted to say something, but Yin Nuoxing had already turned around, leaving him with the back of his head. Ao Songhai's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had seen a student reject him, even though he hadn't said anything yet. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving too. I've done what I promised you. Dean Wei Guang looked at Ao Songhai with a fake smile, then waved his hand and closed the spatial light. On the Celestial Godly Academy's side, Ao Songhai was stunned for a long time. His expression quickly darkened. He slammed the table in front of him into pieces and cursed angrily. That bastard Wei Guang. Outside the hall, Zian, Ding Mengyu, and the others were stunned when they saw Yin Nuoxing and Yin Feng come out in less than a minute. That fast. Ahem, we've offended those fleas from the Celestial Godly Academy, but don't worry about it. Yin Feng coughed dryly, and then he waved his hand and said, Come, go awaken your divinity first. Besides that, Ding Mingyu, you should seize this opportunity to awaken your divinity as well. I originally intended to let you come after the Divine Institute exchange came to an end, but the opportunity just happens to be right now. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the back of the main hall. Yin Nuoxing and Ding Mingyu looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and quickly followed with everyone else. There was another door at the back of the hall. It was a golden door with ancient runes engraved on it. It was like a sacred place that didn't allow anyone to desecrate it. As soon as they approached the door, Yin Nuoxing's expression changed. She stopped in shock and unconsciously covered her heart. Little Xingxing, what's wrong? Seeing his strange appearance, Zian asked in confusion. It's nothing. I feel like my blood is flowing faster and my light element. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and smiled at her. It's the same energy. The divine energy permeating this place should be of the same origin as your light element. So it's not strange for you to feel something strange. Yin Feng smiled and forcefully pushed open the door with his palm. Golden light surged out from the palace, as if there was a sun hidden inside, causing Yin Nuoxing and the others to habitually close their eyes. It took them quite a while to adjust to it. Yin Feng waved his hand and walked into the hall. Yin Nuoxing and the others hurriedly followed. The whole hall was a sacred golden color. Even the walls and stone pillars were shining with a bright golden light. Golden light particles were everywhere in the air. Sunlight shone down from the windows at the ceiling and landed on a golden stone tablet at the front of the hall. Everything here seemed to be related to light. I can feel that the sunlight outside seems to be condensed in this palace. To be more specific, it should be condensed on that golden stone tablet. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand and pointed at the golden stone tablet as he spoke softly. Everyone followed his gaze and looked at the golden stone tablet in front of them. It was a diamond-shaped stone tablet, 3 feet off the ground and 2 to 3 meters tall. It was flowing with a flawless golden light, as if it was a golden crystal. There were strange divine runes carved in the center. Although they couldn't see what they were, they could feel a pure and holy energy from it. This is the awakening holy tablet. Oh, actually, any god can awaken divinity. The higher the level of the god, the better the effect of the guidance. The higher the level of the god, the higher the degree of awakening. Moreover, the suffering they have to go through is relatively smaller. Yin Feng walked to the front of the golden crystal called the Awakening Holy Tablet and patted it. He looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others and said, Of course, the Awakening Holy Tablet only acts as a guide. The key is still the person who carries out the awakening ceremony and the god who assists in the awakening. When you came in, your divinity was tested. Although this value doesn't directly represent power, it represents absolute potential. The higher the divinity, the smoother the path to the beginner god level will be. Even the seal time will be relatively shorter, Yin Feng said softly. When he said the word seal, he obviously looked a little melancholy. Seal? Yin Nuoxing repeated in confusion. God, strong people at the beginner god level, existences like us, are a kind of nature-defying existence. They compete with the heavens and earth and change the rules of the heavens and earth. Yishi sat on the table at the side and hugged Yin Nuoxing's hand, placing it on her head. The corners of Yin Nuoxing's eyes trembled, and she rubbed them gently. Then she heard Yishi say softly, Existences that are too strong will cause the jealousy of the heavens. The most obvious manifestation is the problem of cultivation. Strong people who step into the beginner god level will come into contact with the seal. During the seal, their cultivation will never improve at all. It's a bit like the broken barrier that Brother Nuo encountered back then. However, it is a little different from the seal. They're just similar. Yishi let out a long sigh and said faintly, "The seal will definitely exist. Every god will come across the seal when they cultivate. It's just a matter of time. According to Sister Jean and my calculations, every time one's strength crosses a certain level, they will come across the seal. However, when one is at the Son of God level, the seal may be very short. It may only be 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years if it's longer. Slowly, when one becomes a supreme god, the seal may be 20 years, 50 years. When one becomes a divine king, the seal may appear for 100 years. Of course, this is only a small time compared to the lifespan of a god. Until Yin Feng sighed slowly. Yishi moved Yin Nuoxing's hand away and raised her head to look at the sky. Her low voice made Yin Nuoxing and the others' blood freeze. When one reaches the divine underworld level, the lowest seal will not be less than 10,000 years. Chapter 737. The impact brought by these gentle words was no less than if they were asked to fight with all their might. When Yin Nuoxing and the others heard these shocking words, they couldn't help but breathe rapidly. How long was the lifespan of God? Yin Nuoxing had obtained this answer from Xianin before. It ranged from 1,000,000 years to 100 billion years. However, this wasn't the upper limit of lifespan, but the lower limit. He knew of some experts who had surpassed the Emperor God level but hadn't stepped into that level. For example, the Fire God Palace Master and the others were old monsters who had lived for 2 eras. Even though he knew how long this lifespan was, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he heard that there wouldn't be any progress in cultivation in 10,000 years. 10,000 years was also a long time for a god. It was said that it would pass by as they endured, but it definitely wasn't as easy as it sounded. Wasn't the period of time where one's strength couldn't progress the most torturous period? After the divine underworld realm, the duration of the seal for every major realm increases by about 10 times. In other words, when one reaches the Emperor God level, the seal might last for 100 million years. Yishi's small hand drew circles on Yin Nuoxing's chest. She played with the pendant inside and sighed. Gulp! Yin Nuoxing and the others swallowed their saliva fiercely. They were so shocked by this news that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. Just hearing such a number was enough to scare them to death. No wonder the gods are all old monsters. It turns out that they have to go through such a long period of time. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He finally knew why those high-level gods would say that they were over 1,000,000 years old at the drop of a hat. It turned out that this was the case. However, Yin Nuoxing soon felt that something wasn't right. He stretched out his hands to hold Yishi's face and asked doubtfully, "But little Shi, you're now a mid-stage Emperor God, but you haven't broken through the 1,000,000 mark, right?" Upon hearing him mention her age, Yishi looked at him with hidden bitterness. She puffed up her cheeks, as if she didn't want to hear him say it. Yin Nuoxing looked at her awkwardly and gently rubbed her little face. After a while, Yishi nodded. She held Yin Nuoxing's face with both hands and said, "Heaven's jealousy is actually a kind of extremely powerful suppression of the power of laws. In other words, it's a kind of negative influence. It's not impossible to get rid of it, but it's very difficult. This kind of negative influence will follow you like an evil spirit when you advance. If you want to get rid of it, the difficulty is no less than reconstructing your body. Don't listen to Big Sister Jean and think that living for tens of millions of years is terrifying. According to the upper limit of her lifespan, she's actually still a little girl," Yishi added. "That's true. The Palace Master and the others have lived for 2 eras, yet they still look like they're in their teens or 20s. Yin Nuoxing nodded seriously. Everyone was speechless. They had lived for so long, yet they didn't know how they spent each day. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's first awaken the divinity." Yin Feng coughed softly and patted the golden crystal steel. He looked at Yishi and smiled. "You do it. After all, you're an Emperor God powerhouse. Let a high-level god help you awaken your divinity. It'll be more beneficial than me." Yishi nodded when she heard this. However, she glanced at Yin Nuoxing. After looking for a while and seeing no reaction, she pouted and jumped down from his arms. She walked to the front of the golden crystal stele and sighed. She originally thought that Yi would come out to help. She was a peak Emperor God powerhouse and was more than one level stronger than her, a mid-stage Emperor God. However, she was a divine being of heaven and earth. She didn't know if there would be any strange phenomena. Yin Nuoxing and Ding Mingyu looked at each other for a while. Both of them smiled faintly. Then, Yin Nuoxing made a gesture of invitation and said, "Ladies first." Ding Mingyu rolled her eyes at him, but didn't decline. She nodded and walked lightly to Yishi. Then, she gently cupped her fists. "Buzz." Yishi glanced at her. Her small lips curled into a smile. Then, her heart jumped. She raised her right hand, and a bright golden light rose from her palm. It became a ball of energy that seemed to be gathering and dispersing at the same time. The dazzling light made the golden color of the hall dim. It drowned out the entire hall. Some golden energy flowed through Yi Shi's small hand, and a terrifying pressure quietly appeared, but was suppressed by her. The power that belonged to a god flowed through her body, and in the end, it flowed out of her palm and poured into the ball of energy in her palm. Say, if the Ding family knew that your bloodline is actually an atavistic god spirit bloodline, how would they feel? Yishi's soft teasing voice sounded in Ding Mingyu's ear. It made Ding Mingyu stare at Mei Mao in shock. Her beautiful silver eyes were filled with disbelief, but she couldn't do anything because Yishi had already waved her small hand. She pressed the bright golden ball of energy into Ding Mingyu's chest. Ding Mingyu's slightly shaken mind quickly stabilized. She took a deep breath. As the golden ball of light flowed into her body, she felt her body become hot. It was as if she had eaten a fireball. At the same time, a hot air suddenly appeared in her body. It was very hot and very bright. The fireball seemed to light up her body. It made her body crystal clear. Reluctantly lowering her head, Ding Mingyu discovered that her body had lit up with rays of light. The hot and bright air current flowed through her body, illuminating her meridians and blood vessels. It was as if she was being observed by the hot air current. Even when she closed her eyes, she could feel the golden light flowing through her eyeballs. There was a soft sound that seemed to symbolize the beginning of pain. The bright golden light burned fiercely at this moment. However, it wasn't a real flame. It didn't have high temperature, but it made Ding Mingyu feel intense pain. Her beautiful face scrunched up because of the pain. She clenched her fists tightly. Under the burning of the golden light, strands of turbid gas were quietly expelled from Ding Mingyu's pores. Then, they disappeared in the golden light that covered her body. Those were the impurities that were forced out of her body by the golden light. The process of divinity awakening was accompanied by purification. This purification went deep into her soul. Woo! A painful moan came from her small mouth, causing everyone's expression to tremble. Ding Mingyu gritted her teeth. Her body was completely occupied by the golden light. The golden flame wrapped around her blood and burned her body. It burned her elements and her soul. That feeling made her feel as if thousands of sharp swords were scraping her body inch by inch. The pain made her want to scream. The golden flames were entangled with her lightning element. With a sudden explosion, sparks and streaks of lightning were sputtering out, running amok within her body, causing her delicate body to violently tremble. She even bit her silver teeth so hard that a trail of blood appeared. In a short minute, the golden light had already spread to every corner of her body. The golden light adhered to her flesh and blood. It did not have any actual temperature, but it made her feel incomparably hot pain. If one were to look carefully, they would be able to see that there were traces of blood steaming out from all of Ding Mingyu's pores. It was also during this process that a dim golden halo appeared behind her, gradually becoming more solid. Hang in there. My attack has reduced the pain that you should have suffered by 90%. Think about your obsession, think about the person you like, and think about that hateful family of yours. Yishi's voice quietly appeared in Ding Mingyu's heart, causing her mind, which had become numb from the pain, to be slightly roused. In other words, I only suffered 10% of the pain. Ding Mingyu could not help but let out a bitter laugh when she heard these words. 10% was already so painful. If it was 100%, wouldn't it be so painful that she would faint? Yi Shi's eyes widened as she watched the golden energy flow through Ding Mingyu's body. It compressed her flesh, demonic qi, elements, and even her soul. Moreover, it began to resonate with the golden light, spreading circles of golden ripples. When Ding Mingyu's soul also emitted these golden ripples, Yi Shi's small hand also slightly froze. The golden light that flowed throughout the former's body suddenly froze. Subsequently, it shrank towards her chest like bees returning to their nest. The golden halo also became incomparably solid at this moment. Buzz! When all the golden light gathered at Ding Mingyu's chest, the pain also disappeared like a receding tide. Subsequently, she only felt that something was slowly gathering in her body. Even her meridians and blood were dyed with a layer of faint golden light in the places where the golden light had previously lingered. Even the azure lightning elements had a layer of golden edges. The golden light that had gathered at his chest suddenly surged upwards, causing Ding Mingyu to be startled. Before she could react, the golden light had already tunneled into her spirit between her brows, causing her spirit to tremble slightly. Although there was no pain, it caused her to faint slightly. Just as the golden light entered her soul, a brilliant golden light also burst out from Ding Mingyu's body. It soared into the sky and turned into a brilliant golden light pillar that descended on her body. Appear! Yi Shi looked at the golden light pillar and gently clapped her hands. Subsequently, a number that was carved using divine runes appeared in the golden light pillar. When Yin Nuoxing and the rest saw the number appear, their gazes nervously turned over. They stared intently at the number in the golden light pillar. This number represented the difficulty of Ding Mingyu's path in the initial God stage. The golden halo slowly rose from Ding Mingyu's body. Subsequently, it slowly shrank and surrounded the light pillar on her body. At this moment, the number above her head also started to surge. 30, 50, 70, 70, 70, 70, 80, 80, 80. Everyone anxiously counted silently. When it broke through 80, Yin Feng could not help but nod his head. Although there were not many people whose divinity exceeded 80, there were still quite a number of them. Even the weakest of them could become a heavenly god. 87, 88, 80, 9, 9, 9, 9. Everyone stared nervously at the number that was constantly changing. When it reached 89, it was obviously stuck, as though it had encountered a strong resistance. However, Ding Mingyu's delicate body was still trembling slightly. This meant that she had not reached her limit yet. The golden light that pervaded her body was also constantly strengthening. When the golden light on her body strengthened to a certain point, the number suddenly trembled and broke through the threshold of 90. Everyone could not help but cry out in surprise. Furthermore, the number was still increasing. 90, 90, it's still not stopping. 92, 95. Yin Feng looked at the number 95 and could not help but exclaim in admiration. With such high divinity, she could at least become an underworld emperor expert in the future. However, all of this was not certain. No one could be certain. If one's divinity was only 80, one would not be able to become an emperor god expert. It was also impossible to say that one would definitely become an emperor god expert with 95 divinity. Ding Mingyu's delicate body trembled slightly. The speed of her blood flow suddenly sped up. It was as though there was a sun boiling in her body. A comfortable feeling came from her body. Her fair and sparkling skin became slightly transparent. Boom! Almost at that moment, when Ding Mingyu's blood sped up, the fixed number on the golden light pillar suddenly trembled. It jumped up a lot and broke through 95. In the end, it stopped at 99. It seemed as if it had realized that it could not reach the next level. Using the God Spirit Blood Pulse, you were able to break through 95. 99 is not bad. The golden light gradually faded, and Ding Mingyu's figure also appeared. She slowly landed on the ground. Yishi looked at the divinity value that was gradually fading away. She could not help but gently clap her small hands and smile faintly. Although Lin Sheng and the others did not know how powerful 99 was, if Yishi complimented it, it had to be very powerful. Chapter 738. Ding Mingyu's long and narrow eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her silver eyes were shining with a silver light that seemed to have materialized. They were very beautiful, and one look was enough to stir one's soul. Ding Mingyu stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She gently pinched her arm with her jade-like hand. She had a feeling of enlightenment in her heart. There was a special feeling. Some things that she couldn't understand in the past seemed to be smoother with the awakening of her divinity. It was as if her connection with heaven and earth had become closer. "How do you feel?" Yin Nuoxing leaned over from the side and asked softly. Ding Mingyu blinked and tilted her head slightly to look at him. Then she said softly, "It seems quite comfortable." Yin Nuoxing staggered. Everyone was also a little confused and speechless. She was in so much pain that she was screaming just now. How could this be her answer? Yishi was speechless as she pinched her arm and shook her head with a bitter smile. The cultivation of the demigod level requires the fusion of the elements, spirit, soul, and divinity. You also have to transform the demonic aura into a higher level of divine essence. Go and experience the mysteries of divinity yourself. "I won't say too much," Yishi said softly. Ding Mingyu nodded and walked to a seat at the side. However, she didn't enter a state of cultivation. Instead, she looked at Yin Nuoxing with Mei Mao in her eyes. She seemed to want to see how his divinity awakening would turn out. Yin Nuoxing saw her gaze and laughed dryly. He scratched his head and looked at Yi Shi reluctantly. "If you don't awaken your divinity, it will be difficult for you to advance to the demigod level. Only when the three powers of divinity and the elements are combined can there be room for improvement in the demigod level. In other words, you can use divinity to transform your body so that your body can contain more power." Yishi seemed to know that he was feeling complicated, so she softly told him about the demigod level. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, he nodded his head in distress. He was a little reluctant and a little resentful. He would rather be an ordinary and inconspicuous person. He would rather cultivate normally and pursue higher realms normally. He would not be like now, crossing the demon and half-demon realms at the same time. This had long exceeded the scope of cultivation. It was more like creating a miracle. If a deity's divinity exceeds 100, we don't know what will happen during the awakening process. In all these years, we have never seen anyone with divinity exceeding 100, Yin Feng said solemnly. "More than 100? Lin Sheng could not help but ask. "Yes. When we entered the academy, Elder Lin said that he saw that the Godchild and Miss Xian both had 3 digits of divinity. I couldn't help but send this news back to the temple. The great elder and the temple master were so happy that they almost tore down the temple." Yin Feng chuckled. Yin Nuoxing and Xian were both startled and looked at each other. Xian cutely shrugged her shoulders and held his face with her lily-white hands, smiling. "What will happen if it exceeds 100? We haven't even heard of this before." Lin Ren could not help but ask. They all knew that divinity was capped at 120, but they had never heard of what would happen if it exceeded 100. "Yes, if it exceeds 100, Yin Feng scratched his head, but before he could come up with an explanation, Yishi said, "If one's divinity exceeds 100, it means that one's divinity is full from the moment of awakening. Every bit of divinity increases will double the amount of divinity. The excess divinity will completely transform the divine body, soul, and even the elements and mind, causing strange changes. However, these changes are all beneficial. The moment you experience divinity transformation, you will no longer be considered a mortal. The divinity will continue to wash away the mortal aura in your body and slowly change your body structure in the direction of a god. If one's divinity exceeds 100, they will experience an extra step of transformation compared to those with less than 100, Yishi said. And at the demigod level, which is also the first time a normal person encounters a heavenly tribulation. They will shed their mortal body and slowly form a new God's body. Heavenly tribulation. Sounds painful? Chuan Nuashin grinned. Just thinking about the feeling of being struck by lightning made him feel terrified. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and said indifferently, I'm used to being struck by lightning. Later on, I even learned how to directly assimilate the heavenly tribulation and save myself the trouble of being struck by lightning. Everyone, Yin Nuashing pursed his lips. He had cultivated a lot of 9 tribulations. The heavenly tribulation was a small matter. Some tribulations were not as simple as the heavenly tribulation. Phew. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and stretched. Then he looked at Yi Shi and said softly, Little Shi, are you ready? Yes, Brother Nua. Are you ready? I'm ready anytime, anywhere. Yi Shi smiled and waved her wide sleeves. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded and slowly took a step forward. Before he could reach the crystal tablet, his body suddenly trembled. Then, a light purple flame suddenly rushed out his chest and slowly fell to the side. Not long after, it turned into a great beauty in purple clothes with graceful curves. Her light purple hair fell to her waist. Her oval face and exquisite features were naturally Ziyi. However, what surprised Yin Nuashing was that Ziya's expression was extremely serious at this moment. It was so serious that her pretty face had darkened. Ziyi? Yin Nuashing looked at her in confusion. What was going on? When Lin Sheng and the others saw someone suddenly fly out, they were also a little shocked. However, this was obviously Yin Nuashing's matter. They took a small step back and chose to keep quiet at the same time. Before Ziyi could speak, the star pearl between Yin Nuashing's eyebrows lit up again. Then, a slender soul flew out of his body and quietly landed at the side. Before Lan Shiner could steady herself, Kai Xia followed closely behind her and floated out of Yin Nuashing's soul. The light wings behind her flapped gently, sprinkling some dazzling golden light particles. So, are you guys running away? When Yin Nuashing saw this scene, he could not help but laugh bitterly. The last time when so many people gathered, it was as if they were running away. However, the last time was because of Hun Dun. This time he seemed to be fine. You've awakened your divinity, and your soul will be compressed and burned. Don't you think we're running away? Ziyi rolled her eyes at him. There was a hint of worry between her brows, which made Yin Nuashing slightly stunned. Do you want to say something? Yin Nuashing stretched out his hand. When he saw Ziyi looking at him with hidden bitterness, he could not help but pause in midair. After hesitating for a while, he placed his hand on her head and rubbed it gently. He said, just say it. Ziya's eyelids drooped slightly. She lowered her head and said slowly, your body is destined to be different from everyone else. It's the same even if you've awakened your divinity. Have you ever thought about what will happen if you awaken your divinity with the extent of the divine patterns all over your body? Yin Nuashing was stunned. He opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He had indeed not thought about this. Among the factors that affected divinity, there was no mention of the divine patterns. Could it be that the divine patterns would change when the divine body awakened its divinity? I'm not sure about the specifics. However, I vaguely know something. I just want to remind you. Ziyi removed the hand on her head and stretched out her hand. She said softly, give me the whirlpool zither. If something happens, hearing that, Yin Nuashing smiled faintly. He waved his hand and took out the whirlpool zither. He gently placed it in Ziyi's hand. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly walked in front of Yi Shi. He firmly nodded at her. What kind of strange things would happen? He would understand once he experienced it for himself. Roar! Little White jumped down from Feng Er's head and transformed into his original body of 5 to 6 meters. He stood beside the pillar of the hall and stared at Yin Nuashing with his tiger eyes. He nodded lightly. Even Feng Er's body was covered in crimson flames. Mei Mao was burning with a tangible light as she stared at Yin Nuashing. To be honest, your formation scares me. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. He shook his head and took a deep breath. He walked in front of Yi Shi and nodded at her. Yi Shi's expression was also serious. She slowly took a deep breath and stretched out her small hand. Balls of golden light emerged from her palm and condensed into a head-sized golden ball of light. Moreover, this golden light was even brighter than the previous one. Yi Shi looked at this ball of light and hesitated for a moment. Then, a wisp of golden light flashed from her arm and rushed into the ball of light. If she was serious about Ding Mingyu, then when it came to Yin Nuoxing, she would be completely focused. She would even be willing to pay the price to help him. Yi Shi raised her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. After hesitating for a while, she saw Yin Nuoxing smile at her and nod. She also gritted her teeth and suddenly pressed the ball of light in her hand into his chest. The brilliant golden light rushed into his body and quickly spread to every inch of his body. Soon, it occupied Yin Nuoxing's body. Then, the dazzling golden light suddenly flashed and turned into golden flames that burned fiercely. The high temperature caused the surroundings of his body to heat up. Even the space around him started to distort under this high temperature. Everyone was slightly startled. Previously, when Ding Mengyu awakened her divinity, there was no such movement. Even Yi Shi and the others were somewhat startled. When Ding Mengyu awakened her divinity, the golden flames didn't really emit blazing heat. They only caused her to feel the pain of being burned. However, at this moment, Yin Nuoxing's golden flames were really releasing blazing heat. Compared to everyone's astonishment, Yin Nuoxing was actually very calm. That blazing golden light was boiling and burning inside his body. He didn't feel any discomfort, nor did he feel any special pain. Even though the golden light was refining his flesh and elements, he only felt a little warm. His entire body was warm. This little bit of heat was basically nothing to him, who controlled several types of divine flames. Waves of heat flowed through his body. The light element also became blazing hot under the surging golden light, condensing into a ball of sun. The fire element and the other 3 types of elements also rapidly converged towards that ball of sun. That dazzling light shone from inside his body, making his body incomparably transparent. It was as if he had become transparent, and one could see through his body to see what was in front of him. Bright light gushed out from his pores. Unlike Ding Mingyu, who had gray impurities, his body was almost completely cleansed of the impurities. The purification effect seemed a little redundant. Without the purification effect, Yin Nuoxing didn't feel the pain of having his heart pierced by thousands of arrows like Ding Mingyu. At the same time, the blazing heat increased a little. That brilliant golden light dyed his multicolored hair golden. Even his multicolored eyes were dyed into 2 resplendent golden pearls. Not long after, Yin Nuoxing's body trembled slightly. Following that, a golden halo slowly descended from the sky. That golden halo was 10 meters in size, several times larger than Ding Mingyu's. Furthermore, just by appearing, it was in an extremely condensed state, to the point that people mistook it for a real halo. After the halo appeared, Yin Nuoxing let out a muffled groan, startling Yi Shi and the others. They hurriedly raised their hands. However, before they could do anything, they saw multicolored halos descending from the sky. With Yin Nuoxing as the center, they slowly rotated in the hall. The 12 halos gradually changed color and black. Their light drowned the entire hall, as if a sea of light had descended. Everyone could only squint their eyes and watch nervously. Those 12 halos were the 12 halos of Xing Chen's trial. Puff! The sudden sound startled everyone. They quickly turned their gazes, only to see the clothes on Yin Nuoxing's body suddenly burst apart. His incomparably sturdy black windbreaker was also blown away by the strong wind, causing everyone to be stunned. However, they did not turn their gazes away, because at this moment, he was already covered by an endless amount of light. Everyone could only see a resplendent light figure, as well as the even more magnificent divine runes on the figure's body. A short while after the soft sound rang out, the 3 enormous golden rings of light suddenly froze on Yin Nuoxing's body. Then, A colorful light pillar shot out from his body and directly rushed to the top of the Great Hall. An enormous number, which was several feet tall, also appeared in midair. Boom! Before anyone could check the number, an explosion rang out from Yun Nuoxing's body, causing Yi Shi and the others to hurriedly lower their heads. Following that, their eyes widened in astonishment. Their Mei Mao's eyes were filled with shock. The divine inscriptions on Yun Nuoxing's body started to squirm the moment the multicolored light pillar appeared. The divine inscriptions on his chest started to sway gently. The divine inscriptions below it started to unfurl and spread towards every part of his body. Even his golden and multicolored hair suddenly broke free from the shackles of the soul stabilizing bracelet and turned into 2 feet long hair that fluttered in the air. Incomparably complex divine inscriptions started to unfurl from his hair and spread into the air. Mysterious divine inscriptions also started to unfurl from Yun Nuoxing's feet and spread towards the ground. They landed on the ground and spread towards other parts of the ground. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing was like a towering ancient tree. Countless divine runes emerged from his body and spread to the space. They took root in the ground and spread to the sky. Even the nearest pillar in the hall was covered by the divine runes. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment when they saw the complex divine runes that kept spreading. Ziyi waved his hand and threw Lin Sheng and the others to the entrance of the hall. Then, he slowly retreated with the swirling zither in his arms. Confusion flashed across the eyes of Little White, Feng Er, and the others. They expected the divine runes to change when Yun Nuoxing awakened, but they didn't expect it to change to this extent. From what they could sense, those divine runes seemed to have a life of their own and contain vitality. Chapter 739. Multicolored divine inscriptions emanated from his body, as though they were alive. They extended towards the sky and the earth, taking root in the earth and extending towards the sky. The divine inscriptions were like an ancient tree that was extending its branches and leaves. Every time the divine inscriptions moved, the energy in the air would surge once more. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Just as everyone was looking at the divine inscriptions on Yun Nuoxing's body in amazement, a deep black mark on the right side of the latter's quiet face suddenly and slowly surfaced from under his skin. Then it slowly wriggled. That trace of black was inconspicuous in this area that was covered by the colorful light, but it was firmly rooted there. The colorful light pillar flickered, and the 10 feet long number was also wrapped up by the divine glyphs. After waiting for a long time, it finally began to jump. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 95, 99, 99, 99. Lin Sheng and the others looked at the jumping number nervously and couldn't help but be shocked. Ding Mingyu's number was only 30 at the beginning, and the jump wasn't that exaggerated. Yun Nuoxing's number jumped from 0 to 99 in 3 seconds. Moreover, the number was still trembling crazily, as if it would collapse at any time. Yi Shi and the others couldn't help but clench their fists. It had just started to jump to the height of 99. What level would the bloodline soul, resonance, push her divinity to? Just reaching 99 was already a terrifying level. It also symbolized her future achievements. At the very least, she could become an underworld emperor or even an emperor god expert. If she had a miraculous opportunity, it wasn't impossible for her to reach the peak of the emperor god level. In the world of the gods, where the gods didn't appear, the peak of the emperor god level was the pinnacle of existence in this world. Even a transcendent force like the 9 deities temple valued it greatly. Yan Feng's fists trembled slightly. Then he slapped his forehead and hurriedly took out a mirror from his bosom. He projected a huge spatial light screen in front of him. There were many figures in the spatial light screen. In one of the images, there was a group of people gathered together. When those people saw the sudden appearance of the light screen, they turned their heads slightly. When they saw Yin Feng, their expressions couldn't help but turn serious. What's wrong? What happened? In one of the scenes, the Golden Empress was sitting in a small pavilion and staring into space out of boredom. The Empress was also sitting by the side. When she saw the screen, she slightly perked up and looked at the screen. Yin Feng was about to speak, but before he could do so, the Golden Princess, Jin Wang, and the others in the image all saw that in front of them, where the divine inscriptions had taken the form of a tree, there was a rainbow-colored pillar of light emitting a crazy radiance. Gotcha! Almost instantly, the sound of teacups shattering could be heard in the few images. Lin Sheng and the others were shocked. Then they saw the people in the images suddenly stand up. Pairs of eyes stared intently at the place occupied by the light. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Why are you only informing me now? The Golden Empress immediately recognized Yin Nuoxing, who was awakening his divinity, and couldn't help but ask. She glanced at Yin Feng, who was smiling bitterly. Then, Mei Mao stared intently at the sea of light and clenched her fists tightly. Yin Nuoxing closed his eyes tightly and stared at the surging golden flames in his body, as well as the divine inscriptions that were continuously spreading. When he first saw them spreading out of his body, he was also shocked. However, he didn't feel anything wrong, nor did he feel any pain. He just had a very strange feeling. When the divine inscriptions spread out, the origin of his divine body was almost completely occupied by the golden light. The divine inscriptions also started to spread when the origin of his divine body was stimulated. His body started to feel pain from the burning of the golden flames. However, from this moment onwards, the pain disappeared. His senses were infinitely magnified. He could use the divine inscriptions that spread out to feel the world. It was as if his body had merged with heaven and earth. It was also as if heaven and earth were his limbs and would move according to his thoughts. The golden red blood surged in his body and made splashing sounds. It was like a river that descended from the sky and flowed towards the sea. The golden red blood was also sublimated under the burning of the golden flames. Although it didn't completely turn into golden flames, he could feel that there seemed to be an additional taste in the blood. The power that was forced out of the blood by the golden light was converging with the elemental power that was forced out of the blood and surging towards his chest. Buzz! Every inch of his body was shining with a brilliant golden light, dyeing his flesh and blood golden. The golden light kept converging towards his chest. After a short while, it converged into a thumb-sized golden bead. Boom! It was also at the instant when the golden bead was formed that the frantically trembling number of 99 broke through the 2-digit limit in an instant. The 3 bright numbers caused everyone to be stunned. Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly. There was a stuffy feeling in his chest that made him lower his head. On his chest, the flower bud slowly expanded. Then, at a speed that he didn't have time to observe, it suddenly opened its petals and swallowed the golden bead. In an instant, it returned to its original appearance as a flower bud. Yin Nuoxing looked at this scene in astonishment. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. After the flower bud swallowed the golden bead, it didn't change much. It only grew a little bigger. The originally brilliant color was now tinged with a sacred golden color. After the golden bead was swallowed by the flower bud, it trembled slightly and slowly released a golden stream of water. It didn't flow into his body, but into the divine runes. It flowed rapidly along the divine runes all over his body. The divine runes that were swept by the golden stream of water emitted an even brighter light. At the same time, an indescribable energy slowly flowed out. It was different from all the energy in Yin Nuoxing's body. The energy that was being emitted was more like the energy of the divine runes. 100. 100. Jin Wang and the others in the spatial light screen shouted excitedly. They had received the news a few months ago, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but shout excitedly. Chi! While Jin Wang and the others were shouting excitedly, golden stripes rapidly appeared in the divine runes that were spreading out. In the end, they seemed to have become divine runes that were dancing in a golden and multicolored dance. Just as the colors of the divine runes changed, the multicolored light pillar suddenly trembled violently. A great pressure descended from the sky, causing Yi Shi and the others to be shocked. This is The pressure of the bloodline. Zi felt the pressure in shock, causing the blood flowing in their bodies to stagnate slightly. Lin Sheng and the others also felt the same feeling, and it was even more intense. It was as if their blood had stopped flowing, causing their expressions to change slightly. They hurriedly took a few steps back, and that feeling weakened a little. What a terrifying divinity. Even the divinity awakening that I guided can't withstand it. Yishi's small face also froze, revealing a shocked expression. The shaky appearance of the multicolored light pillar shocked her. She had never heard of relying on divinity to shake the divinity detection pillar. Just as everyone's expressions changed, the last two of the three numbers on the multicolored light pillar began to tremble rapidly, causing everyone to widen their eyes. When the divinity value changed again, Yin Nuoxing also felt this strange movement in his body. The golden water that had surged into the divine runes suddenly poured into his body, barbarically rushing into his body, rapidly occupying every inch of his flesh and blood. Even his meridians and other places were not spared. If anyone could see the center of the sea of light and see his appearance, they would be shocked to discover that his originally transparent body was now occupied by a brilliant golden liquid, and they could even see the ripples of the water. Yin Nuoxing watched as the golden liquid rapidly filled his body and then poured into his soul, dyeing it a brilliant golden color. The 13 halos around his body also began to spin rapidly at this moment. Pillars of light descended from the sky, completely submerging the sea of light. The dazzling white light caused everyone to endure the stimulation of the strong light and stare at the numbers with wide eyes. Finally, the number surrounded by the divine runes slowly stopped, and the number that was displayed caused everyone's breathing to freeze. Divinity value 120. In the dazzling light, the three numbers were displayed. Even the Golden Queen and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw it. They had never seen or heard of anyone with a divinity value of 120. There seemed to be no such person in history. Some people even thought that 100 divinity was the maximum, and the remaining 20 was purely due to external factors, the bloodline of the ancient gods. The higher the divinity value, the more thorough the transformation of the demigod level will be, and the smoother the path to the beginner god level will be. The Empress murmured in a daze and could not help but take a deep breath. According to the ancient records, those with more than 100 divinity values are called the children of the gods. They are born different from ordinary people. After all, they are indeed the children of the gods. The overflowing divinity value is the best proof. There are also some people who, although the children of ordinary people, have strange physiques or strange opportunities. Before their divinity is awakened, their souls are bestowed with the power of divinity. In this way, they can create a divinity value of more than 100 divinity values. The Golden Queen muttered. Mei Mao looked at the other light screens and nodded at one of them. She slowly lowered her gaze and realized that her hands could not help but tremble. The sea of light gradually dimmed, and the tree-shaped god glyph also began to shrink. The god glyph, which occupied half of the hall, shrank back into Yin Nuoxing's body in a few breaths under everyone's gaze. Only 13 rings of light were left floating around Yin Nuoxing. The ring in the center seemed to have been left behind after the divinity had awakened. It was extremely bright and pure gold. When they saw the 2-foot-long figure with long hair fluttering in the wind, they inadvertently saw the slender figure's naked body. When they saw this, their faces turned red, and all the women present quickly turned around. Only Xian and Feng were relatively calm, but their faces were still red. Yishi, who was standing in front of Yin Nuoxing, also blushed and covered her eyes. However, she still stole a glance at Yin Nuoxing from time to time. She took out a black robe and was about to put it on Yin Nuoxing's body when Yin Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. Yishi was slightly taken aback. Then, his wine-red eyes widened, and a chill condensed in them. When he opened his eyes, they were not the rainbow that she was familiar with. Instead, they were a deep pitch-black color, as if 2 pitch-black pearls were embedded in his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the 20 feet long hair that was fluttering around him swiftly turned into a deep pitch-black color under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Boom! A monstrous black aura surged out of Yun Nuoxing's body like a waterfall rushing into the sky. At the center of the black energy, there was also a shining purple energy area. There, Yun Nuoxing slowly turned around. His dark eyes swept across Ziyi, Lin Sheng, and the people in the spatial light screen. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into an evil smile, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Has my host awakened divinity? Demon rank, too weak, still too weak. Yun Nuoxing slowly laughed evilly. His dark eyes caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Lin Sheng and the others nervously took a small step back. Feng also hurriedly pulled Xian behind her. Ding! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a zither and a tiger's roar were heard. The aura of the moon also descended from the sky. There was actually clear moonlight spilling down through the window at the top of the sky. It was as if time had suddenly switched from day to night. Turning around, one could see Ziye's jade-like hands gently stroking the strings of the whirlpool zither. A solemn expression hung on her pretty face. As for the huge white tiger that Little White had transformed into, its eyes narrowed slightly. It stared at Yun Nuoxing with some vigilance. Circles of moonlight flowed around its body, as if the moon god had descended. Seeing Ziyi and the others' vigilant expressions, Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh faintly. However, with his current aura, his faint smile no longer had that gentle look. There was only evil charm and evilness left, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. Don't worry, a deep voice gently came out of his mouth. In that voice, one could still vaguely hear Yun Nuoxing's original voice, but the tone had changed greatly. I will not do anything to my host. Rather, I hope that he will grow faster. That way, I can use his body to be reborn. Yun Nuoxing, or rather, Hun Dun, smiled faintly. Swoosh! A sharp sound came from a space. Suddenly, two holes broke open. Then, the Golden Queen and the Water Empress rushed out from the broken space. From a moment, Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong until now. Only about 10 seconds had passed. Hun Dun was slightly surprised that the Golden Queen and the others had appeared so quickly. Then, he laughed softly, and the black aura that erupted slowly fell from the sky and retracted into Yun Nuoxing's body. The black mark on the right side of his face also hid under his skin and disappeared. All the light dimmed, and the black aura also disappeared quickly. This caused the Golden Queen and the Water Empress to be slightly stunned. They did not expect the darkness to run away so quickly. The figure that was 1 meter above the ground slowly landed on the ground and knelt down. Yishi also quickly regained her senses. She took the black robe and ran in front of Yun Nuoxing. She supported his body with her small hands and carelessly put the black robe on him. Fortunately, that place was covered by her long hair. Otherwise, everything would be exposed. Oh, Yun Nuoxing slowly woke up from the realization in his heart. His long black hair also regained its color and shrunk from 20 feet to only the length of his thighs. He could not help but be stunned when he saw Ziyi and the Golden Queen walking over quickly and being carried in Yishi's arms. I feel like I had a very good sleep. Yun Nuoxing slowly stretched his body. The black robe that was not properly put on revealed his chest and 2 long legs. Yishi was dumbfounded when she saw his fair skin that was like ice crystals. The colorful divine pattern on his body also returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened just now. The Golden Queen and the others rushed to Yun Nuoxing's side. When they saw Yun Nuoxing's appearance, their pretty faces turned red. They used their hands to tidy up his black robe without a trace. When they raised their heads, they were also stunned when they saw his eyes. Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes were colored by the godly physique of Naling. At this moment, they were dyed with a faint layer of gold. Furthermore, there was a substantial golden light emitting from his eyes, which looked extremely frightening. How is it? Do you feel that something is wrong? The Empress touched Yun Nuoxing's head, gently scratched it, and asked gently, It's nothing. It doesn't hurt or itch. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. He looked at Ziyi, who was casually walking over, and said with a smile, "You guys scared me to death. I thought something unbearable would happen." Ziyi could not help but snort softly after hearing what he said. She stuffed the zither back into his chest and said softly, "It's fine as long as you're fine." As for what happened to Hun Dun just now, they very tacitly chose not to talk about it. Yin Nuoxing himself did not feel anything strange. It seemed like he did not realize that Hun Dun had awakened. He was just silently comprehending the benefits of awakening his divinity. Chapter 740. Empress Jean sized up Yin Nuoxing for a while, then rubbed his face with her jade-like hands. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, you are also half a god. The 120 divinity has changed your body greatly. With the power of divinity, maybe even I can't beat you." Are you exaggerating?" Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised. He could feel that his body was a little different, and there seemed to be a very strange power in his body. He had felt this power countless times in Empress Jean and the others, but the latter's was much stronger than his. As for the change of divinity, he still had to carefully experience it. Empress Jean was probably just teasing him. Although he had a killer move that could fight against a master at the peak of the Emperor God level, if the other party did not give him time to use it, then he would only be a small demon. As for seriously injuring the Empress, that was just an accident. Empress Jean looked at Yin Nuoxing with a smile, then pinched his face with her jade-like hands and said with a smile, "Whether I am exaggerating or not, you will know when you experience it yourself. Do you want to try it now?" I can't. Yin Nuoxing quickly waved his hand with a bitter face. He believed what she said. He was also a little afraid of the power he controlled, but because he knew, he did not need to test anything. While they were talking, Zian walked to the front of the golden crystal stone tablet, looked back at Yin Nuoxing, and smiled sweetly. Then, she gently stretched out her jade-like hands and placed them on the crystal stone tablet. A ray of golden light quickly condensed from her body. Yi Shi, who was sitting at the side, was stunned for a moment. She noticed the movement of the crystal stone tablet and could not help but turn her head. When she saw Zian standing there, she was also stunned. The latter was like a little transparent next to Yin Nuoxing. If one did not pay attention, one would not know where she went. She jumped down from the table, then slowly walked to Zian with her hands behind her back. She looked up at the crystal stone tablet and smiled. "Sister Zian, do you also want to awaken your divinity in advance? Or do you want to test your divinity? Let's see how much I have." Zian looked down at her and smiled. Hearing this, Yi Shi nodded. She raised her head and looked at the golden light gathering above the crystal pillar. After looking at it for a while, the golden light slowly gathered into a number. She watched as the number slowly jumped from 0 to 40, then to 90, and in a few breaths of time, it broke through 100. Yi Shi's eyes widened, but she was mentally prepared, so she wasn't too shocked. She calmed down a bit, and when she saw the number finally stop, she softly said, "Divinity value, 110. "Well, Brother Noah has a God Spirit blood pulse," Yi Shi said. "With his body, a max divinity value is scary, but it is understandable. Sister Zian only has a body, so 110 is very high." "Yes." Zian smiled and took back his hand. He gently pressed his palm on her head and turned around. As expected, he saw Yin Nuoxing looking at him with a smile. She also smiled sweetly at him. "Let's go," Yin Nuoxing said with a smile. Zian nodded. Yin Nuoxing held his hand, turned around, and hugged Yi Shi. Purple Night and the others went back into his soul. Looking at the Golden Palace again, Yin Nuoxing sighed and followed Queen Jean and the Empress out of the palace. After telling Yin Nuoxing for a while, Yin Nuoxing kept nodding her head. Queen Jean and the Empress couldn't help but laugh. They were very concerned, so they said a few more words before leaving. Seeing Queen Jean and the Empress leave, Yin Nuoxing smiled at everyone. Then, she flew toward the Central Plaza's light screen. Behind her, Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others quickly followed. Compared to the past 2 days, the Farlight Academy was exceptionally quiet today. A gentle breeze blew, and the trees swayed. It was so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. However, there were quite a few Far Light Academy students flying towards the teleportation area. With the help of the light element, they arrived at the central square in a few minutes. After searching for a while, they saw the name of the Flamingly School at the bottom of the square. Yin Nuashing and the rest landed there. When they landed, they realized that the spatial light screens of the other schools of the elemental school were at the bottom of the square. Godson, there will be people from Yinli College who will take you there. I will not follow you, Yin Feng said softly. Huh? Yin Nuashing was stunned. The others also cried out in surprise. Wu, in the 9 divine halls, the young Hall Master status is second only to the Hall Master. His level of protection is also the highest. Although the upper echelons of the 9 divine halls all acknowledge the existence of the young Hall Master, there's also a portion of the central pillars that do not. However, they are absolutely loyal to the 9 divine halls and will not do anything to harm the young Hall Master. Merely, they are unable to tolerate it, said Yin Feng. Can't stand it. Yin Nuashing was a little confused. She scratched her head and said subconsciously, I didn't offend them, did I? Well, the Godson's position is very high. It is not about whether you can offend him or not. Anyway, there will be some people who can't stand it. Maybe they think that the Godson does not have the ability to take on the responsibility of the era. Yin Feng said awkwardly, Anyway, that guy is also a divine god. With the Godson's ability, it is very easy to deal with him. Just don't kill him. After all, he is from the 9 Shrine. Yin Nuashing looked at him speechlessly. After staring at him for a while, she sighed helplessly and nodded. Although she did not understand what he meant, she knew that there would be people who would find trouble with her. Moreover, they were from the 9 Shrine. She should deal with them a little. After saying a few more words, Yin Nuashing smiled faintly and nodded at Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others. Then, she waved her hand and jumped into the spatial light screen with Yi Shi in her arms. Xian, Feng, and Little Bing Air also bowed slightly to everyone and jumped into the light screen right after Yin Nuashing. Lin Sheng and the others watched in a daze as he disappeared into the light screen. They sighed slightly. Thinking that they would not see this guy for the next 2 or 3 months, they felt inexplicably lonely. Yin Feng slowly looked away and tilted his head to look at Lin Sheng and the others beside him. He smiled and said, It will only be 2 or 3 months. It is not like we will not see each other again. Lin Sheng and the others also smiled. Indeed, they would see each other again during the trip to the secret territory. It was not really a farewell. All right, you guys go and do your own things. If you want to cause trouble, go and cause trouble. With 1,000 points, we can even make an exception and let you guys enter the secret cultivation area of the Longguang Academy. The cultivation speed is 100 times faster than other places. This is a good opportunity to get closer to the Son of God, Yin Feng said with a smile. When Lin Sheng and the others heard this, their expressions became a little strange. They looked at Yin Feng, who turned and left and muttered before turning to follow him. In the distant Ganyuan region, scarlet-red buildings formed a continuous chain of communities. In the vast blue sky, there was a huge sun that was thousands of feet in size. Compared to the other 2 suns in the sky, the fire and light elements in the area increased exponentially. On the other hand, the other elements could only struggle at death's door on the ground. Unlike the quiet Far Light Academy, the Blazing Li Academy was also in a heated battle. Flames soared into the sky, and fire elements danced in the air. Flames of various colors joined together to form a magnificent sea of fire, blinding everyone who saw it. There were not many students from the Yanli Academy who went out. Only 1/10 of the students went to challenge other academies. The rest stayed in the academy and waited for others to challenge them before rushing back one by one. Therefore, the teleportation square of the Yanli Academy was also filled with the flames of war. Figures rushed in and out of the energy fireworks, fighting until the sky darkened. They did not notice that 4 people had quietly walked out of the teleportation light screen. The chaotic battle that appeared in front of them stunned Yin Nuashing and the others. After a day of peace, they unknowingly got used to it. Then, they stepped through the light screen and saw the flames of war on the other side. Hey, Watch out for uninvited guests. Just as Yin Nuoxing and the others appeared, the students of the Yanli Academy on the square also noticed the four of them. Immediately, a soft shout rang out. Then, four figures rushed out from the edge of the square and rushed to the front of the light screen. Yin Nuoxing looked at the four people rushing over and could not help but laugh. At this time, they were not wearing the Long Guang Academy uniform and were treated as uninvited guests who came to provoke them. Seeing that the four people were getting closer and closer and that the boiling energy was about to burst out of their bodies, Yin Nuoxing took out the Long Guang Academy uniform and put on her shoulders. Then, she took out the Long Guang Academy token and held it out. When the four people saw the familiar symbol, they were stunned for a moment. The energy that was brewing suddenly dissipated, and they even shouted at the sky, "Idiot, we're on the same side." The person who shouted to be wary of uninvited guests also saw Yin Nuoxing's clothes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The latter wasn't wearing the High Light Academy's uniform just now, so he couldn't recognize him. The four people hurriedly stopped and cupped their hands to Yin Nuoxing and the others. Then, they looked at Xian and the other two women, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Then, they quickly left. Not long after the four people left, Yin Nuoxing was about to leave the square with the others. However, a person appeared silently beside him. Even his soul power could not detect the person's appearance. He was so shocked that he almost pulled out the Nethervoid sword. The person beside him appeared from the space and bowed slightly to Yin Nuoxing and the others. He said respectfully, "God's son, Lu Feng of the Divine Wind Temple has been waiting for a long time." Hearing the familiar greeting, Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. He turned around and looked at the person who called himself Lu Feng. After sizing him up slightly, he also cupped his hands and said, "Elder Lu." The right side of this person's face seemed to be rotten. His long bangs hung down and covered it. When the breeze occasionally lifted his bangs, one could see his frightening face and his necrotic eyeballs. There were also many terrifying scars on his rotten face. It was very sinister and frightening. Yin Nuoxing looked at the necrotic face with some astonishment. The other half of the face was rather delicate and pretty. He looked to be about 20 years old and should have been a delicate and handsome man. However, for some reason, the right side of his face was completely rotten and destroyed his beauty. Moreover, this person's eyes were very dim, and he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Yin Nuoxing could not help but take a few more glances at him. As if he sensed the doubtful gazes of Yin Nuoxing and the others, Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "God's son, there's no need to mind. Someone left this injury behind when I was young. In the future, I'll use it as a warning to myself and remember the lesson of the past." Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. He knew that he had lost his composure a little. It was not polite to stare at someone else's injury for too long, so he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. "God's son, you're going to the trial of fire, right? I'll take you there right now." Lu Feng smiled. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing was only slightly interested and did not show any disgust or disgust, he felt rather pleased. "Thank you for your trouble, Elder Lu." Yin Nuoxing cupped his hands. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he rushed into the sky with the four of them and shot towards the north of the Flaming Li Academy. With Lu Feng's speed, it only took them a few minutes to reach the peak of a mountain. There were many students of the Flaming Li Academy on the mountain peak. They did not seem to be interested in the Divine Institute exchange and were all gathered here to cultivate. When the students of the Flaming Li Academy saw the figure that landed, they were all stunned. Those who were close to him hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands respectfully. "Elder Lu." Yin Nuoxing looked at these people who stood up in surprise. Their eyes still contained some reverence and apprehension. It was probably because of Elder Lu's daily training that they were afraid. Even the students who were a little further away stood up and carefully came over. This is the entrance to the Flaming Cloud secret territory. A large amount of fire element is gathered here. Students of the fire element can achieve twice the efficiency with half the effort when cultivating here. Usually, many people gather here to cultivate. Lu Feng looked at the students and waved his hand. He then looked at Yin Nuoxing and said with a smile, "This is the trial of fire. It's different from Yuan Guang's spiritual light tower. The Flaming Cloud's secret territory has a natural trial ground that is divided into 12 parts. Those who cannot control the fire element well will not be able to pass. When Yin Nuoxing and the others were looking at the place, there were also many people who were secretly looking at the four of them. When they inadvertently glanced at the faces of the former and Xian, their hearts trembled. However, when they saw how close Yin Nuoxing and the others were to Elder Lu, they quickly swallowed the words in their mouths and lowered their heads without saying a word. The Flaming Cloud's secret territory is usually passed by 5 or more people together. The mystery of this is related to the word fire. Although it's not a 5-person trial, it requires 5 people to bear the pressure, said Lu Feng. Chapter 741. At the top of the mountain, there was a wide platform. The broken surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by a peerless divine sword. At the edge of the mountain, there were 5 red iron chains. Each iron chain was about 10 feet thick, and they were connected to the top of the opposite mountain. As the mountain breeze blew, the iron chains made a rustling sound. The space around the 5 iron chains seemed to be distorted due to the high temperature. Obviously, the temperature of the 5 iron chains was not to be underestimated. The first part of the iron chains is usually used to test one's body movement. The 5 iron chains are made of red flame iron. Although the temperature on them is not as high as the temperature of the high-ranked divine flames, it is close to some of the lower-ranked divine flames. If one stands on them for a long time, it will be difficult to withstand them without the strength of a beginner god, Lu Feng said softly. As for the rest, well, you will know after you pass the rest of the deity's test. However, I would like to ask, which stage do you need to pass? Lu Feng asked. Well, Yin Nuoxing closed her eyes and looked for a while. Then, she said, the second test is the trial of fire. Passing the 7th stage of the Cloud Fire Mystery Land is the same as the spiritual light tower. Hearing that, Lu Feng opened his mouth in a daze. Then he swallowed his saliva and smiled bitterly. Deity, to pass the 7th stage, one must have a deep understanding of the divine flames. Moreover, one must at least have the strength of Shenming to pass. I know. I am mentally prepared. After all, I have passed the 7th stage of the spiritual light tower. There shouldn't be any problem here. Yin Nuoxing smiled casually. Lu Feng's face twitched. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. After a while, he looked at the people around him and thought for a while. Then he shouted, Boys, this is your new junior. He is here to challenge the Cloud Fire Mystery Land. Does anyone have the guts to bring a newcomer to challenge it? Boom! These words seemed to ignite the fighting spirit of many students. A group of people suddenly stood up. That explosive aura caused Yin Nuoxing, who was completely unprepared, to be stunned for a moment. Actually, just a few of us will be enough. Yin Nuoxing looked at Lu Feng and said weakly, Well, since it's your first time, I'll let you familiarize yourself with it first. They'll tell you the specifics later. It's not like what you think, where the 5 of us advance and retreat together. Well, you'll know later. Lu Feng smiled. As they spoke, 4 people walked out with steady steps. Flames were burning on their bodies. Their boiling aura was not much weaker than Schwelling Feng's. Elder Lu, let us take junior brother for a walk. A man with a ponytail, who was walking at the front, said softly with a warm smile on his face. Yin Nuoxing wanted to say something, but Lu Feng reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Then, Yin Nuoxing was directly thrown to the leftmost side of the 5 iron chains. He was stunned. When the ponytail man and the other 3 saw this, they smiled and walked to the other 4 iron chains. Yin Nuoxing could still feel the hot wind blowing on his body when he got close to the red iron chains that were about 10 feet thick. If his skin came into direct contact with them, he would probably be branded with a big red mark. The iron chains are 1,000 meters long, and there's an energy suppression on them. Even with an immortal grade movement technique, I reckon that I won't be able to move more than 50 meters in one go. In the time it takes to jump up and down 20 times, I have to be quick from landing to moving my feet. Yin Nuoxing touched the back of his hand and muttered to himself. Newbie, are you nervous? When the ponytail man beside him saw him muttering to himself, He thought that Yin Nuoxing was overly nervous. He could not help but smile and say, "Relax. As long as you think about taking one step at a time, there won't be too much of a problem. If you can't hold on any longer, just shout 'give up,' and you'll be teleported out." The ponytail man chuckled. "My name is Nye Shuang. How should I address you, junior brother?" "Yin Nuoxing. Nice to meet you, senior." Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. He was too lazy to hide anything. When he was in Yuan Guang's place, he did not seem to be recognized. If you're ready, then let's go in. There's no need to take out the token. Just take a step forward, and the blazing flame points on the token will automatically be deducted by 1,000, said Nye Shuang. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing nodded. He looked at the other three, then raised his foot and took a step forward. After taking a step forward, Yin Nuoxing's body trembled. The bodies of Nye Shuang and the other three also trembled. Majestic soul power broke out uncontrollably and wrapped around their bodies. This is... Yin Nuoxing looked at the spontaneously moving soul power in astonishment. He was stunned for a while, then looked at the heaven and earth in front of him doubtfully. As they took a step forward, the scene in front of them changed. It was no longer a blue sky and white clouds. What was in front of them was a sky that was red from being burned by flames. Below the mountain, there was a sea of fire spreading. The scorching temperature spread from below. In fact, he could feel that there were no other elements other than the fire element. When the cloudy fire secret realm is in progress, it will automatically activate soul power. Normally, it will require the soul power of more than 5 people to bear it together. In other words, there will be at least 5 people in the cloudy fire secret realm. There will also be other senior brothers and sisters in the cloudy fire secret realm. Nye Shuang said, "As for the first and second stages, the soul power of the 5 of us is connected. We will bear the pressure from the secret realm together. It'll be fine if 1 or 2 of us are missing. However, if 3 of us are missing, the remaining 2 will not be able to bear the pressure and will be forced to leave. However, once we pass the second stage, such a thing will not happen. However, the pressure on the soul power is still ongoing. Once our soul power is exhausted, we will be forcefully sent out. Therefore, the soul power is also related to how far a person can go in the cloudy fire secret realm," Nye Shuang said. "What will happen if there are less than 5 people in the cloudy fire secret realm?" Yin Nuoxing could not help but ask curiously. "The pressure that is comparable to a god-level soul power will crush your soul." Nye Shuang chuckled and said, "It is because the soul power inside is too strong that it requires more than 5 students to share the pressure. However, no matter how many people there are, the soul power will not be lower than the 4 seals of the demon rank." "Well, I have explained the details. Junior Yin, we will go up first. Take your time. We will wait for you at the entrance of the second stage." After he finished speaking, Nye Shuang smiled and waved his hand. His body moved, and he suddenly leaped onto the bright red metal chain. The moment his feet touched the chain, he did not wait for the chain to begin to sway before he suddenly rushed out. In a flash, he had rushed more than 10 meters away. When Nye Shuang moved, the other 3 nodded at Yin Nuoxing and jumped up and down on the iron chain. Their figures were so fast that only a black shadow could be seen. Basically, the scene of their feet touching the iron chain could not be seen. Yin Nuoxing muttered to herself for a while. She did not seem to practice the profound body movement technique very much. She was used to using the light element. Therefore, it would not be weaker than a high-level body movement technique. Turning around to look at Xian and the others, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. Staring at the red iron chain, she nodded. Her figure flashed, and specks of light particles surged around her body. Then, she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already 50 meters away. Sure enough, 50 meters is the limit, no matter how fast I am. Seeing her position, Yin Nuoxing suddenly understood. She had just used the light element, but she still appeared 50 meters away. Clearly, there was a speed limit here. Just as her feet touched the iron chain, she felt an extremely hot temperature coming from her feet. She was stunned for a moment. She quickly lifted her feet and jumped, causing the iron chain to shake violently. Seeing this, the other people watching from the top of the mountain could not help but laugh. The newcomer is in a hurry. After all, it's her first time. Can a little junior endure it? That iron chain is shaking so much. The 4 senior brothers are used to it. They can sprint a second time without their feet touching the ground. The iron chain will not cause too much movement. It's like walking on flat ground. The more the iron chain swings, the harder it will be for the little junior to find a place to land his feet. But his speed is so fast, he can reach the limit every time. In the blink of an eye, he had jumped more than 10 times. Yin Nuashing was slightly flustered. The rhythm of his feet landing was not quite right. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. He kicked the iron chain harder and harder, but fortunately, he was not someone who would panic. He simply went with the flow and put more strength into each step. As long as he could find a place to land his feet, he would be able to jump 50 meters away. Nie Shuang and the other 3 were familiar with the pattern of this place. Soon, they arrived at the opposite mountain peak. When they turned around, they were stunned when they saw Yin Nuashing's iron chain swinging up and down like noodles. Especially when they saw Yin Nuashing dancing on the violently swaying noodles, they could not help but widen their eyes. They had gone back and forth in the first stage countless times. Naturally, they knew that if the iron chain swayed because of the rhythm, it would distract them more and more with every step they took. As a result, they would lose control of their precision and speed. In the worst-case scenario, they might fall straight down. This little junior, on the other hand, kicked harder with each step. The speed at which the iron chain swayed became more and more exaggerated. More than 10 seconds later, Yin Nuashing stepped on the iron chain. With a turn, he landed beside Nie Shuang and the others. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Ahem. A moment later, Nie Shuang regained his senses. He looked at Yin Nuashing strangely and said with a smile, "Not bad, little junior. This iron chain is not something that anyone can pass on their first try. Moreover, it's even more difficult when you're making the same mistake." Yin Nuashing turned around and looked at the swaying iron chain. Then he smiled at Nie Shuang and said, "I'm just messing around. If I was a little unlucky, I would have missed." Nie Shuang nodded in agreement. The iron chain was swaying so much that it was difficult to control it. It was really easy to miss. "Do you want to rest for a while?" "Next is the second stage," Nie Shuang said softly. Yin Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He did not consume much energy just now. It was only 20 jumps. Although messing around was a little tiring, it was nothing. Seeing this, Nie Shuang also nodded. He turned around and pointed to the front. There were 2 passageways made of flames. Although they were burning 5 or 6 meters in front of them, there was no heat wave. Moreover, one was made of golden flames, and the other was made of ordinary red flames. The path of fire tests the will of flame. It's actually not difficult. You just have to show the will of flame that you've comprehended. As long as it's strong enough, you can pass. This test is hard work, Nie Shuang said. Then he pointed to the golden one and said, "The golden path of fire is the most difficult test. It's also related to the difficulty of the later stages. The red one is of ordinary difficulty. The golden one has not been passed by anyone for 100 years." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded and glanced at the target of the star test. He remembered that there was no prompt about whether to take the golden or red path of fire. However, when he looked at it again, he was stunned. This was because he saw that there was an additional rule. He had to pass the 7th stage of the golden difficulty. A last-minute condition? That works too. Yin Nuashing was stunned by this sudden condition. His eyes widened in a daze. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Was this test messing with him? Generally, very few people will enter the golden path of fire. The difficulty of the 2nd stage is the same, but the later stages are even more difficult. Nie Shuang sighed. After sighing, Yin Nuashing could not help but shake his head. Then, he cupped his hands at the others. "Seniors, I'll go first." Nie Shuang nodded. Just when he thought that Yin Nuashing would walk into the red path of fire, he was stunned to see him raise his foot, stomp on the ground, and rush into the golden path of fire. This, Nie Shuang and the other 3 widened their eyes in shock. However, What made them even more shocked was that Yun Nuoxing, who had just rushed into the golden path of fire, ignited a faint purple flame on his body. Then his entire body suddenly disappeared into the golden path of fire. Seeing Yun Nuoxing disappear, Nie Shuang and the other three widened their eyes. Then, they screamed and hurriedly rushed into the red path of fire. Their bodies ignited in flames, and they also disappeared. Chapter 742. The golden path of fire flickered with a brilliant brilliance. When one walked into it, the golden light would also surge into one's body. It was as if one would be digested completely, but at the same time, it was as if one had become transparent, with no secrets to hide. Yun Nuoxing did not know what kind of reaction he would cause when he walked into the golden path of fire, but he had already walked in. The golden light fell on his body, making him feel very warm, but also very strange. It was as if a pair of eyes were looking at him clearly. Under this golden wave, nothing could be hidden. Fortunately, this feeling did not last for long. When the wave sensed the light purple flames on his body, it quietly dissipated, along with his figure. His consciousness was slightly dazed, and his eyes were occupied by a golden light. It took him a while to recover. When he opened his eyes again, Yun Nuoxing found that he was standing on a golden plain. His body was emitting faint golden particles, as if he was operating the light element. Not far away, there was a huge black stone tablet. It was 1,000 feet tall, and in this golden plain, there were many people sitting cross-legged. The aura on their bodies was surging, as if they were cultivating. However, looking at their frowns and puzzled looks, they seemed to be comprehending something. This is the third stage. A faint laughter came from the side, causing Yun Nuoxing to turn his head. When he saw Nie Shuang and the others walking over, he also smiled. Then he heard the latter say, "The stone tablet contains a majestic power of fire, which is constantly emitted in this plane. This stone tablet has a long history. I don't know when it was passed down. The power of fire element contained in it is also very strong. If it really explodes completely, it can even seriously injure a netherworld emperor." That's what the elder said. Pointing at the huge stone tablet, Nie Shuang said, "We can use the power of fire to temper our own fire element. If we want to pass this stage, our fire control technique must at least reach a certain level. When the power of fire that we have comprehended can resist the stone tablet, we can pass. If it's the golden difficulty, this stage basically requires a demigod to pass." Nie Shuang whispered. Yun Nuoxing casually nodded upon hearing this. She looked at the enormous stone tablet, inhaled a deep breath of air, and slowly walked to the front of the stone tablet. Nie Shuang and the rest also followed after seeing this. Without the spiritual pressure from the five of them, they also felt a little more relaxed. There was nothing on the black stone tablet that was worth paying attention to. Other than the huge word fire in the middle of the tablet, nothing else was worth paying attention to. Place your hand on it and circulate the fire element. It will trigger the power of fire in the stone tablet. If you can withstand it, you pass. If you can't, release your hand as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the fire, Nie Shuang reminded. After saying this, he took the lead and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Billowing fire aura emerged from his body. At the same time, the stone tablet also moved a little. A faint red energy surged out from it and collided with the fire aura on Nie Shuang's body. Yun Nuoxing saw Nie Shuang's body tremble slightly. Subsequently, the faint red energy began to darken, evolving into a red color. The energy contained within was also many times stronger than before. Under that energy, the fire element on Nie Shuang's body seemed a little bleak. It was suppressed by the former to the point that it could not move. Bang! When the fire element in the stone tablet turned dark red, Nie Shuang's expression changed. He hurriedly released his hand. However, the fire element still caught up with him and violently slammed into Nie Shuang's hand, sending him flying. Seeing Nie Shuang suddenly fly out, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. Before he could rush out, someone beside him quickly rushed out and caught Nie Shuang, gently placing him on the ground. Yun Nuoxing jogged over to take a look. When he saw that Nie Shuang was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Nie Shuang's action woke up the people who were training on the plains. They looked at Nie Shuang and the others, then looked at Yin Nuoxing in astonishment. When they saw the golden light on his body, they could not help but ridicule surging in their eyes. Golden light. Another person is challenging the gold difficulty. A new face that I have never seen before. Is he a new student? Nie Shuang has already challenged the stone tablet countless times. In the end, he still can't pass it. In the end, he still lacks a little bit of experience. Hearing some whispers, Yin Nuoxing also raised his head slightly. He looked at the golden light on his body. So this is the symbol of the gold difficulty. Senior, all of you should take a rest first. I will go and challenge the stone tablet. Yin Nuoxing looked at Nie Shuang and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Nie Shuang smiled bitterly and nodded. His demon level 9 seals was not because he was not strong enough. Instead, it was because his understanding and use of flames had not reached a thorough level. He was resisted by the stone tablet and could not pass it. Seeing that he nodded, Yin Nuoxing also laughed. His figure flashed, and he came in front of the stone tablet. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone tablet. Immediately, the golden light on his body seemed to be attracted and was absorbed by the stone tablet. As the golden light that permeated his body was absorbed by the stone tablet, Yin Nuoxing also discovered that the originally light red flame in the stone tablet had suddenly turned into a dark gold color. It looked incomparably heavy and contained a terrifying danger that made him feel slightly threatened. Bang! Without giving him time to be in a daze, the dark gold flames surged out from the stone tablet and collided with Yin Nuoxing's palm. The huge impact made him almost lose control of his palm. His body trembled slightly. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath, and the purple night flame appeared on his palm. It covered his palm and resisted the dark gold flames that were rushing towards him. After awakening the divinity, the purple night flame that he used was also surrounded by faint golden light particles. It did not seem any different from before. However, Yin Nuoxing could feel that with the addition of the divinity particles, the power of the flames had increased by many times. The divinity seems to have the effect of purifying and compressing energy. Yin Nuoxing was a little stunned. After the divinity's energy was awakened, it naturally flowed in his body and soul. He could clearly feel that if he used the same amount of energy to fight an enemy with the divinity and without it, there would be two completely different effects. Moreover, I seem to be more familiar with the ability to sense and control the power of heaven and earth. After sensing the power in the divinity, Yin Nuoxing finally understood why a god-level expert could release such terrifying power with just a raise of his hand. While thoughts were surging in his mind, he did not know that he had already resisted the bombardment of the stone tablet's golden flames for several minutes. Nie Shuang and the rest behind him also widened their eyes in shock. They looked at Yin Nuoxing in disbelief. They could not resist the bombardment of the stone tablet's flames for long. Moreover, the impact of the flames in the stone tablet was more ferocious than the previous one. However, Yin Nuoxing had already resisted for several minutes, and he was at the gold difficulty. Looks like this little junior is not simple. Nie Shuang laughed bitterly in his heart. As expected of someone brought by Elder Lu Feng, Yin Nuoxing's understanding of the use of flames was probably not inferior to some demigod-level experts, or even beginner god-level experts. After a while, he finally came back to his senses. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and also felt that the power of the flames in the stone tablet was growing stronger. He let out a light breath, and the purple night flame in his palm suddenly condensed into a long, sharp needle. He stabbed it directly into the stone tablet, repelling the dark golden flames that were colliding with it. As for the light purple flames, with the help of this momentum, they violently crashed into the stone tablet. Swoosh! As the purple night flame rushed into the stone tablet, Yin Nuoxing's figure gradually became blurry. In a flash, he disappeared from the gold plains. Everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths in a daze, not knowing what to say. When Yin Nuoxing reappeared, he was on a cliff. Clouds and fog flowed in the sky and below the cliff. A cool breeze blew, making him feel a slight chill. He could not help but shiver. He was on a cliff. As far as the eye could see, there was a mountain range around him. On the edge of the cliff, there were 8 huge drums. On the platform that was more than 10 feet wide, he was surrounded in the middle. Every drum was about 10 feet wide, and they were dazzling with the color of flames. Wisps of flame aura flowed around them. Yin Nuashing looked at the drums, and his heart inexplicably moved. He wanted to take out the swirling zither and play a song. However, he immediately suppressed this throbbing. He looked around and saw a line of words on the ground under his feet. He slightly read it, but he was confused. Flame drums, 1-4 stacked on another. You need to use the power of flames to strike. 4 gold difficulty. All 8 drums will ring together. For normal difficulty, you only need to make 1 drum ring. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. It seemed that he understood. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's give it a try. After a moment, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. He stood on the spot and raised his head. He casually found a drum and shouted. He clenched his hand into a fist. Faint purple night flame lingered around his fist. He suddenly punched out. A purple fist shadow flew out of his hand and quickly hit the drum. Dong! The drum suddenly made a muffled sound. The purple fist shadow trembled and disappeared. Then the drum shook slightly. A moment later, a thick energy beam shot out from it and went straight for Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He quickly leaned to the side and dodged the energy beam. However, his eyes widened in astonishment. His casual punch should have reached the 9 seals of the demon rank. However, the energy reflected by the drum had the power of a demigod. Huff! Yin Nuashing raised his eyebrows and let out a strange cry. Then, he threw out another punch. The flaming drum swayed and once again turned into a huge energy light pillar and shot back. However, this time he didn't dodge. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly punched the energy light pillar that was reflected back. Boom! A wave of energy hit Yin Nuashing's body and made him take half a step back. The energy beam was sent back like a ball and hit the drum. The melodious sound of the drum made his expression change. He quickly got into a defensive posture. Just as he assumed the horse stance, the bell and drums swayed slightly. An even larger energy light pillar once again surged over. The sharp whistling sound caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Yin Nuashing stared at the energy beam that was reflected back. He pondered for a moment. He had some guesses in his heart. Then, he leaned to the side, and the energy beam brushed past his body. The drum can reflect energy. Every time it bounces back, the energy will increase by 1-fold. In order to make the drum ring without reflecting the energy, I have to stack the energy until it stops bouncing back. Is that so? Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment. Then, he took out the Netherworld Ruin sword and slashed down without hesitation. Clang! The purplish-black sword light collided with the bell drum in an instant. A loud, shocking sound suddenly resounded. The terrifying energy explosion caused Yin Nuashing to hurriedly take a step back. He waved his hand and suppressed the raging energy storm, after which he looked at the bell drum, but did not see any energy reflected. The guess in his heart became clearer. Looks like I can't use too much energy. I can only stack it slowly. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly and nodded. With a thought, the power of the stars and the purple night flame surged out. He condensed 2 long swords in his hands. Then, he condensed 6 long swords behind him. They stood upright and floated with the energy turbulence. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath while holding the long swords. The long swords hummed slightly. Rolling fire elemental energy condensed on the long swords. Then he slashed out fiercely. Ding! Boom! The sound of the sword and the sound of the drum resonated together, and a huge white moon sword beam shot back. Yin Nuashing stared at the sword beam that was reflected back, and gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, and without any fancy moves, he slashed at the white moon sword beam that was rushing towards him. The light purplish sword light carried the white moon as it rushed out. Once again, it struck the drum. Yin Nuoxing took advantage of this gap and slashed out with the long swords in her left hand. A sword light shot toward the second drum. Ding! Dong! Two strange rumbling sounds resounded. The rumbling of the bell was accompanied by a terrifying crescent sword light that surged out explosively. The momentum of the sword light actually caused small cracks to appear in space. Staring at the sword light that was reflected back, Yin Nuoxing opened his evil spirit eye. The sword light that was rushing toward him suddenly slowed down. Then, he slashed out twice and slapped the sword light back along its original path. Then, he slashed at the third drum. Chapter 743. On the precipice, under the fiery red sky, numerous sword auras wreaked havoc. The whistling wind caused numerous enormous black cracks to appear in the space. The entire precipice appeared extremely berserk. The sword auras and the ringing of bells resounded incessantly. The thunderous vibrations, accompanied by unparalleled sword chi, came and went again and again. It was unknown how many times they had come and gone. The 8 flaming drums resounded with a chaotic melody, and flames surged out one after another. Yin Nuoxing brandished 8 long swords with both hands, and his body was surrounded by purple-red flames. Billowing waves of fire would surge with every swing of his sword. He had forgotten how many times he had swung his sword, and only closed his eyes to feel all of this. His 2 swords continued to dance, and then suddenly he turned around to grab the long sword behind him as if he was exchanging dance tunes. He danced wildly in the space behind him, and then switched swords in an instant. There was no pause in the connection between the swords. If there were outsiders here, they would probably only see afterimages that could not be removed, and the 8 long swords were brandished. It was as if the people involved had already fallen into a dance tune, and the accompanying melody was the incessant ringing of the bell and the brushing of the sword chi. Golden energy continued to emanate from his body. Yin Nuoxing only focused on swinging his sword again and again, sending out the reflected sword rays once again. Each sword strike was more powerful than the previous one. The bell and drum had also changed from a small swaying to a constant swaying. On this cliff, there were only 2 sounds, the sound of the sword and the sound of the bell. 10,000 transformations, sword body. A soft chant suddenly rang out from the violent sound waves. As the sound rang out, a few shadows suddenly appeared on the dancing Yin Nuoxing's body and adhered to him. As soon as those shadows appeared, they grabbed the 6 long sword behind him and followed Yin Nuoxing's every swing, brandishing the 6 long swords. As the 8 sword chi were reflected at once, Yin Nuoxing's arm trembled. He took a deep breath and crossed his 2 swords in front of him. When he heard the thunder-like ringing of the bell, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the sword chi rushing towards him like waves. His expression suddenly froze as he opened his 2 swords and shouted, "Sword Shadow, Lotus Flower." As the shout rang out, Yin Nuoxing and the 2 shadows suddenly brandished the long swords in their hands. Sword chi shot out in all directions as though they were free. Clang, 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 dong, clang, clang. The man and the 2 shadows danced wildly. The countless sword chi seemed to have condensed into 3 huge sword chi lotuses that surged out in all directions. The densely packed sword chi not only covered the 8 sword chi that had counterattacked, but also drowned the 8 drums. Numerous buzzing sounds were emitted as the sword chi continued to strike. The densely packed sword chi caused the drums to be unable to reflect the sword chi in time, and they were drowned by wave after wave of sword chi. Dong, dong, dong. The rapid ringing of the bell rang out continuously as Yin Nuoxing brandished his sword faster and faster. Light particles pervaded his entire body as his entire body emitted a substantial divine golden light, making him look as ferocious as a war god. Why hasn't it rung yet? As Yin Nuoxing brandished his sword, he was incomparably shocked. The power reflected by the 8 drums was already at the level of a divine sun. Logically speaking, it should have rung by now. However, he didn't dare to stop his brandishing hands. Once he did, the eight-sword chi would explode back with a tremendous force. Most importantly, his previous efforts would be rendered useless. Flame, flame. Yin Nuoxing murmured these two words as the purple-red flames became increasingly turbulent. Furthermore, the surging sword chi contained a dense divine flame. The sword chi that filled the sky looked as though there was a person standing in a sea of fire and continuously brandishing his sword. On the mountaintop outside, the cloud fire secret territory, Zian, Yishi, and the other three stood quietly. The four of them quietly closed their eyes to Mei Mao and didn't think about anything. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth anxiously. He turned his head to look in the direction of the metal chain and sighed. He then looked at the four of them and was about to say something. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from the horizon, causing him to be stunned. Chi! The sound was like thunder, carrying with it the power of rolling thunder. It resounded in the sky and startled many students on the mountaintop. They hurriedly stood up and looked at the horizon in the distance. There, silver-blue thunder light bloomed, as though a thunder dragon was riding a thundercloud dragon. Not long after, a figure fell on the mountaintop with the heavenly thunder. The vast momentum shook the ground into pieces. The person who came was a burly man with a stocky back and a bare waist. His hair shone with a resolute luster like steel. His face was as dark as the sky before storm. What was even more frightening was his silver-blue eyes that flickered with thunderlight. Just looking at them would cause one's eyes to hurt. He's here, this annoying guy. Seeing the person who came, Lu Feng frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect this person to come so quickly. The person landed on the mountaintop and casually looked at the students with disdain, causing them to feel an irresistible pressure. No one dared to look at him directly. Zian and the other three didn't feel anything. Among the four of them, only she wasn't a god. However, with the five elements body, she wasn't afraid of the pressure of God. Yang Hua, what are you doing here? Lu Feng sighed as he slowly walked in front of the large man and asked. The person called Yang Hua nodded slightly when he saw Lu Feng. Then he looked at the metal chain and said, That boy, he went in. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly and said, Yang Hua, be more respectful. That's the god's son, not some boy. Hey, old Lu, you and I have known each other for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Hearing this, Yang Hua sneered and replied, Who cares if he's the chosen god's son? Although I'm loyal to the 9 divine halls, it doesn't mean that I'll definitely recognize him. I only look at strength. If he's strong enough, I'll naturally respect him as young master. If he's not strong enough, then forget it. Moreover, that brat's reputation wasn't that good a few years ago. Lu Feng's expression froze, and his face darkened. If someone else had said this, he would have turned hostile. However, he knew Yang Hua's personality, so he held back. Yang Hua smacked his lips and said, You also know that there are many people in the 9 gods' temple who have such doubts. Although the Great Elder and the other higher-ups don't have any opinions about that boy, and are even very satisfied with him, other than the Great Elder and the others have a lot of opinions. How about I give him a chance to prove himself? You, a divine realm deity, have the nerve to make things difficult for the god's son. He's just a demon-rank second seal. Lu Feng frowned. Old man, you're confused. In the divine world, no one who knows Yin Nuoxing will treat him as a demon rank. The Great Elder and the others will only treat him as a deity expert. Yang Hua sneered. But Lu Feng was also stunned and bitterly smiled. Indeed, he couldn't use the eyes of a demon rank to look at the Yin Nuo planet. Although he was indeed only a demon rank, the damage he could cause was not something a demon rank could compare to. Even so, I still don't. Before Lu Feng could finish his words, he was stunned. In the distance, a melodious and loud sound of a bell rang slowly and spread across the entire area. It was like a huge bell ringing in everyone's hearts. The vast sound of the bell reverberated in the void, startling the students and elders. They all raised their heads and looked into the cloud fire mystery land. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. Did the sound of the bell and drum come from the cloud fire mystery land? Dong! The heavenly sound of the bell rang again, stirring everyone's hearts and making them want to sit down and play a tune. This time, the sound of the bell was even louder and spread across the entire Flamingly College. Even the students who were fighting in the distance stopped in shock. Dong! With the third sound of the bell and drum, Lu Feng's expression changed slightly. The three sounds were different. In other words, this was the result of three bells ringing at the same time. As the number of sounds changed, the rhythm would also change. Clang! The fourth sound of the bell and drum was like the clashing of spears and horses. It reverberated across the entire Flamingly College. The grand rhythm pierced everyone's eardrums and caused illusions to appear in their minds. It was as though they were looking at a battlefield where countless weapons were clashing before their eyes. When the fifth sound rang out, Yanghua was also slightly taken aback. He looked at the cloud fire mystery land with a grave expression. 5 bells ringing at the same time. This had probably not happened in 1,000 years. Yishi slowly opened her eyes. The sound of the bell contained a power that she was most familiar with. This melody contained the power of the stars. Among all the people she knew, only one person could do it. It's Brother Nuo. Hearing this, Xian and the rest lifted Mei Mao and looked at the cloud fire mystery land. Their jade-like hands clenched slightly. The endless sound of the bell and drum seemed to cause the heavens and earth to tremble. The fire elements in the heavens and earth played along. The entire Flamingly College quieted down, leaving only the sound of the bell and drum. The most shocked people were Nie Shuang and the rest, who had watched Yin Nuoxing enter. They listened to the grand music in front of them, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. If it was an ordinary person, one sound would be enough to pass. But at this moment, the 7th sound had been played. This made them certain that it was Yin Nuoxing who had caused the commotion. 8 drums ringing at the same time. The momentum is overwhelming and the power is immense. It will probably be difficult to play the last sound. Lu Feng sighed softly. This time, the bell chimes were exactly the same as the previous one. Evidently, that person had failed to make all 8 bells chime in unison. However, to be able to make all 7 bells chime in unison was already an impressive feat, even in the history of the Blazingly Academy. There weren't many who could achieve this feat at this moment. On the cliff, streaks of sword chi were raging. Although they were still violent, they were directed and had a certain rhythm as they bombarded the 8 drums. 7 of them resonated. Only the last drum remained silent. Sword chi, no flames. The waves of fire are stacked one after another. When the last sound of the bell rings, the momentum will soar into the sky. It is comparable to the full force attack of a god underworld expert. At this time, Yin Nuoxing no longer had any movements of swinging his sword. The sea of fire beside him constantly swept out rolling waves of fire, hitting the 7 drums. As for him, he was holding a huge star sword, facing the last drum that did not ring. Between one person and 7 drums, a strange balance was maintained. The waves of fire and the swaying of the drums were all connected as one. If the last sound was to be played, it had to be integrated into this unique melody. Waves upon waves, the 7 drums are the catalyst. The last drum is the release point. Yin Nuoxing muttered in his heart. Then, he took a deep breath, and the starry sword was surrounded by rolling flames. With a loud shout, Yin Nuoxing violently slashed out with his sword. The sword chi of the flame turned into a brilliant crescent light. In the blink of an eye, it hit the last drum. Dong! The distant sound of the 8th rhythm slowly spread throughout the entire Flamingly College. Countless people raised their heads in shock. They did not know who had made all 8 drums ring at the same time. Chapter 744. On the precipice, as the 8th bell rang out, the flames and sword chi that filled the sky disappeared. The 8 drums also slowly returned to their calm state. The bell stopped ringing, and Yin Nuoxing laid on the ground, gasping for breath. Other than the 10 feet around him, the other parts of the precipice had been shattered into pieces. Phew! What's the 5th stage? After gasping for breath for a while, Yin Nuoxing stood up and rubbed his hands that were almost broken. His vision flashed, and the 5 drums in front of him disappeared. The precipice also faded away. Then, Yin Nuoxing saw that he had appeared on top of a mountain that was spewing flames. On the charred ground, there were countless fiery red ravines that looked like flowing flames. From time to time, there would be pillars of fire that shot up a few meters high. The scalding sensation that came from under his feet made Yin Nuoxing lower his head. Then he saw the hellish scene and was slightly stunned. He looked around and could only see the mountain that was spewing flames. There was nothing else, and there were no hints. Boom! The pillars of flames that erupted rose 100 meters into the air. Lava and scalding rocks were sprayed out, and the sparks landed on Yin Nuoxing's body, making him feel slightly hot. There's nothing. After walking around a few times, he still couldn't see anything. The sky was covered by thick gray clouds, and the ground below his feet was on fire. His evil spirit eyes slowly opened, and Yin Nuoxing walked around again. His heart trembled, and he couldn't help but smile. He lowered his head and saw a huge array on the burning ground. Squatting down and looking at the huge array, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but reach out to touch it. He was slightly shocked. An array that's completely made of fire elemental energy. The elemental energy in an array is usually used to support it. Weaved arrays not only have elemental energy, but also immortal chi, demonic chi, and divine energy. The various elemental energies have to be balanced. I've never seen an array that's purely made of elemental energy, and there's only one type of elemental energy. Yin Nuoxing looked at this huge formation in surprise. This was not a complete formation. Only a third of the formation eye of the energy matrix had been woven out. This made him have a guess in his heart. Could it be that the formation is going to be completed? After pondering for a while, Yin Nuoxing felt very distressed. She found a place where the flames wouldn't erupt and sat down cross-legged. She waved her hands in front of her, and several large formations appeared in front of her. The azure light illuminated Yin Nuoxing's solemn and beautiful face. Yin Nuoxing felt a little vexed as she looked at the azure array in front of her. She waved her hand and dismissed it. Then, she concentrated and spread out her right hand. Wisps of light purple flames rose from her palm. She focused and took a deep breath after a moment. Then, she waved her hand, and the array that had just dissipated condensed again. However, the color was not pure azure, but a third of it was light purple. It's not that easy. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly when he saw that there was only a third of the flame energy left. It was indeed not as easy to condense as he thought. The energy lines of the formation were filled with the energy of the will of the elements. The various elemental energies existed in a balance. It was difficult to break this balance by only using fire elemental energy to weave the formation. After pondering for a long time, Yin Nuoxing casually dismissed the formation and tried again. When a light purple fire elemental energy occupied almost half of the formation, it was difficult to move, which made her feel very depressed. I feel that if the fire elemental energy reaches half of the formation, I won't be able to maintain the formation. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head in distress and sighed. Then, she muttered, I'll take it slow, one stroke at a time, right? Thinking of this, she immediately got to work. A wisp of purple night flame burned on her fingertips, and she slowly drew 2 energy matrix lines in the air. When she finished drawing, she even used her evil spirit eye to confirm that it was indeed all fire elemental energy. Only then did she complete the energy matrix lines and outline the core of the formation. Bang! Just as she finished drawing the core of the formation, before she could start drawing the other parts of the formation exploded into a cloud of energy, smoke with a bang. The fire elemental energy rampaged uncontrollably and finally dissipated into nothingness. Looking at the formation that was destroyed before it was even born, Yin Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. She crossed her arms and slowly fell into deep thought. In her mind, pieces of light purple formation appeared from nothing and slowly formed one stroke at a time. Thousands of formations were slowly being woven. The same core showed that this should be the same formation. Furthermore, the patterns weren't complicated and were only of the mundane level. It was equivalent to a beginner training formation. However, even these simple formations couldn't be formed when they were being woven. Every time the core of the formation was woven, the formation would automatically disintegrate. Even if she were to weave the core of the formation first and then the matrix lines, or even if she didn't follow the steps, as long as she reached half of the formation limit and continued weaving, the formation would be destroyed. After an unknown amount of time, the thousands of formations in her mind were broken and rewoven, and then broken again. This repeated countless times. With Yin Nuoxing's personality, she gradually became impatient. She felt that she hadn't grasped the essence of the formation, but she didn't know where the problem was. She shifted her gaze and looked at the half-formed formation underground. The formation was thousands of feet in size. The energy matrix lines and the core of the formation had been completely woven. Even a part of the formation had been woven. It was completely formed from fire elemental energy. More than half of it was fire elemental energy, which made him feel incredulous. After personally experimenting tens of thousands of times, she naturally knew that breaking through the half-formed formation wasn't something that could be done just by trying. There should be something that she didn't understand. I should be able to borrow it and take a look, right? Scratching his head, Yin Nuoxing looked at the array on the ground. With a thought, his soul force gushed out and entered the fiery red array, causing him to be slightly happy. He then hastily used his evil spirit eye to observe and analyze it. Just after analyzing it a little, Yin Nuoxing was stunned. His eyes widened as he seemed to have discovered the problem. Flowing in the fiery red energy patterns, other than the pure fire elemental energy, there was also a power that he wasn't too familiar with and that he had just obtained not long ago. It was the power of divinity. The power of divinity? It can break the elemental balance and form a pure elemental formation. After analyzing the energy contained within, Yin Nuoxing was slightly surprised. He hesitated for a moment and waved his hand. Soon after, a faint purple formation slowly condensed in front of him. Energy matrix lines, core of the formation. Then, after the divinity energy was woven into the core of the formation, the energy patterns still didn't stop and almost spontaneously completed the formation. Looking at the faint purple formation floating in front of him and emitting surging flame energy, Yin Nuoxing was startled. He then shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't expect that he would be able to solve it by accident. After learning the use of the divinity energy, he didn't immediately start analyzing the formation under his feet. Instead, he focused on the formations in his mind that he hadn't seen for a long time. The 10,000 spirits killing formation and the remaining parts of the Great Destruction formation. So that's how it is. After inserting the divinity energy, the blockages and doubts that he encountered in the high-level formations, such as the ceiling formation that he hadn't been able to completely weave, were easily solved. No wonder I couldn't weave the remaining parts. It turns out that they lack the divinity energy. Seeing this discovery, Yin Nuoxing also exclaimed in surprise. After his soul reached the god level, he fiddled with these two formations, but he still couldn't grasp the main points. He still couldn't weave the incomplete parts, and he couldn't even activate the many talismans. Now that he had the divinity energy, there was almost no problem in front of him. Discovering this made him feel even more excited than passing this stage. His attainments and formations had also stagnated for a period of time, and he didn't want to ask Yishi directly. He racked his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't solve it. Today, he had accidentally solved the difficult problem in front of him. The divinity energy has the function of perfection, balance, and transformation. No wonder it can transform the body structure. I'm afraid that after becoming a demigod, I won't be able to recognize my own body. Although it looks the same on the outside, the inside of my body might be different. After knowing this, Yin Nuoxing also heaved a sigh of relief. With the help of the divinity, he perfected a part of the 10,000 Daos destruction formation in his mind. When he felt that more than half of the energy in his body had been consumed, he remembered the purpose of this place. He hurriedly stopped and looked at the 80% completed 10,000 Daos destruction formation. Its power was countless times stronger than before, and it definitely had the power to contend with high-level gods. When it was completely perfected, he reckoned that he would be able to recognize the true power of the sealing formation. Resisting the urge to immediately perfect it, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to recover the huge amount of energy that he had consumed. After resting for a short while, Yin Nuoxing once again felt that his body was filled with energy. He then stood up and looked at the formation under his feet. He could not help but smile. His evil spirit eye stared at the core of the formation and quickly analyzed it. Then his soul power surged out, and the silent red energy patterns slowly spread out under his guidance. It was also when he began to complete the formation that the energy between heaven and earth suddenly became violet. The energy of the fire element came crashing down from the sky, forming a huge whirlpool that continuously surged toward the formation. Scarlet flame formation, Yin Nuoxing muttered. There was only half a formation here. When he used his evil spirit eye to analyze the core of the formation, he had seen through it completely. Naturally, he could complete it without spending too much effort. However, what made him puzzled was that when he saw through the formation, he also knew its purpose. This was a sealing formation that used the pure fire element to suppress the fire element, using the energy of the same origin to balance each other. Dark red energy patterns flew across the ground, causing the blazing ground to become unstable. Pillars of fire frequently erupted from the cracks in the ground, causing rocks weighing several dozen kilograms to be thrown into the sky. When they fell down, they were smashed into pieces, causing the blazing ground to become a scene of desolation. Those cracks had unintentionally widened, and fiery red magma could even be seen flowing through the mountain. Sensing that the ground had become unstable under the perfection of the formation, Yin Nuoxing was slightly shocked. This formation just happened to encompass the scorching ground that was thousands of feet in size. Although it was called the ground, it was on the top of the mountain. The appearance of the pillars of fire erupting was extremely terrifying. Could it be that I made a mistake? Seeing the black ground become brighter and brighter and start to fall apart, Yin Nuoxing was a little suspicious. Could it be that he should actually eliminate the formation instead of perfecting it? Forget it. Let's just make the best of it. After thinking for a moment, Yin Nuoxing fiercely shook his head. In any case, there was no hint for him to do anything. Furthermore, he had already completed 2/3 of the formation. If he were to give up now, he felt that it was a little too late. Thinking of this, he also increased the output of his spiritual strength in a spurt of energy. After the energy patterns received this energy, their weaving speed suddenly increased. They rapidly scuttled across the black ground, and in less than half a minute, the scarlet flame formation was completed. Boom! Bang! The instant the scarlet flame formation was completed, the black ground suddenly burst with an explosive sound. The earth and rocks in a certain region burst open. Soon after, an incomparably huge magma hand soared up from the bottom of the mountain. Yin Nuoxing stared blankly at it. After the huge hand soared up, it suddenly descended from the sky and fiercely slapped down at Yin Nuoxing. A blazing wind blew against Yin Nuoxing's body, causing him to suddenly sober up. Sensing the power contained in the magma hand, he couldn't help but curl his lips and subconsciously use the light element. Whoosh! Just as the light element appeared, Yin Nuoxing's body flashed and disappeared from his original position. The magma hand also suddenly disappeared. Even the black ground returned to its original state in an instant. Yin Nuoxing only felt his line of sight flicker. Then, he saw the black ground disappear before his eyes. When he focused his eyes again, he saw Ziyin and the others looking at him in astonishment. Yin Nuoxing was stunned as he looked at the few beautiful faces in front of him. He pinched his cheeks. When he felt the pain, he shivered. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the metal chain. He was stunned as he said, I have been chased out